hold me like I do, and 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 hold me.
Good morning. It is Monday, and it is also the first day of Lori Vallow's trial. Lori Vallow Daybell. I hope you guys took note on the thumbnail. I included all of her last names, every last name that she's ever used, because this way we can't mess up. Mainly me. I don't really know what Lori Vallow Daybell's legal last name is. I actually think that it's Daybell, but it's not that big of a deal to me. It doesn't matter one way or another, because at the end of the day, she's a monster. So, it is what it is. But, okay. So here's the schedule for trial. They will start streaming. Court begins at 10:30 Arizona time. Okay, so if you're Central Time, that's 12:30, and if you're Eastern Time, that's 1:30. Okay, every day except for Fridays. So we'll cover the end of Michigan versus Linda Sturmer. Give me just 1 second. Sorry. All right. So what I wanted to do today before we get started is last night I shared a live stream on the community tab, and it was Hidden True Crime. They interviewed, basically. It wasn't really an interview, though. It felt more like just a chat with Colby Ryan. And, Colby had some really, really interesting things to say, including, I have to say, I feel very validated by Colby, because you know how we were talking about, me and Allie were talking not too long ago about Lori and who was in control and who was running the show and all of the things. And Colby said yesterday something really, or last night, I should say, something really interesting. He said that the way that Lori behaves in the courtroom, the way that she speaks to the judge. I'm done with you, MK. I'm going to play just a little bit of it for you guys. If you haven't seen it, I'm going to play. Hey, hi to everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Thank you guys all very, 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 very much for being here. I appreciate it so, so much. If you would just do me a big, huge favor and hold on just a second. Run like this chicken over to the like button. Get your shoes on and run to the like button for me. I would appreciate it. Okay. So let me do this. Anyway, he said that the way that she speaks to the judge, the way that she treats the judge is very reminiscent of the way that she treated Charles. And that made me really, really sad. He said that, well, let me just get it for you. Just a second. I want to get this one clip. Now, I probably should have had this ready, and I'm sorry that you guys have to wait, but I'm working on this. I'm working on a new intro. And the thing is, I hold on a second. I want to hold on. Here we go. All right. I should have had this done, but I'm working on a new intro, okay? And some of the intro that I'm working on, just so y'all know, I had to up my game a little bit. Like, I can't just be, just zooming in on things and just, going in and out of opacity 100% to no percent, 0%, because there's curves to that, just so you guys know. So I'm trying to master all of the things, and that takes some time. All right. So this is the part where, hold on a minute, where he talks about how she treats the judge. So please don't be mad at me for not being all the way prepared. I'm sorry. Okay, here we go. Let me play this for you guys.
What's actually more messed up, she treats the judge more like she treated Charles.
Mm-hmm.
That's how she treats the judge. She was blatantly disrespectful to Charles in front of our entire family and belittled him in front of our functions. And I literally would pull her to the side and say, "You've got to chill out." She goes, "Was I being mean?" I'm like, "No, you weren't being mean. You were ruthless. You talked in front of our entire family and you called him an idiot, and you literally made him probably feel like an ant in front of your entire family on your side." So I think that there is and I will just say it like this: the Jezebel idea of a dominant woman that gets men to fall over her for some reason. That's kind of the idea to it. Is if you don't fall under her spell, then now she's going to destroy you. So it's like you either love her or you get destroyed, right? And I think that she's taking the way she talks to that judge reminds me of that. Then the disrespect, and I mean, obviously she's off a rocker with how many times she repeats and asks the same question. Like when they were talking about the IP address, I felt like I was gonna faint because I couldn't believe how many times he said, "I told you 5 times," and she's like, "How is he doing it wrong?" I'm like, I'm gonna end the live here. Thanks, guys. Have a great night.
I mean, didn't we all feel that way? Let me answer. Snow White's garage court starts in 2 hours. So it starts at 12:30 Central, 1:30 East Coast, Eastern time. Just want to go over a few little things before we, before the trial starts, just to refresh. Now, when Colby said, "I just wanted to end the live and I was done," bruh, I felt that in my soul. This is how I feel with Lori when we were watching her pretrial hearing, and she was saying, "How can it be wrong? How can about the IP?" From my perspective, look, Lori, nobody is going to give you, a guided tour. I'm not going to bust out the crayons and draw you a picture. You don't need to understand how your lawyer was doing it wrong. Your lawyer needs to understand how they were doing it wrong so they can fix it. Cut the crap. She's so annoying. Whew. So that is how I felt. But I felt like super validated in my assessment, because sometimes I wonder if I go in too hard. I don't know if you can on Lori, but sometimes I kind of like wonder if I'm just being too harsh with her. And let me go ahead and drop this link for you guys to watch this interview, because it wasn't, I don't really want to call it an interview because it didn't feel like an interview. It felt more like three people just sitting down and chatting. It felt like anytime I've had, like, you know, NJ or Allie or Dr. B up here, or anybody, it just feels like a chat. All right, let me just let me make sure I spell things correctly before we. Now, I also want you guys to know that I was so excited for this opening statements. I got up at 5 o'clock this morning. And I don't know why I did that. I'm upset about that. Hold on, let me paste this right here. I don't know why I did it like that. Anyway, so I got up way too early. I'm tired already. So if I'm a little, I might be a little extra today, just so you know. That's how it's going to be. I'm sorry about that. Please be patient with me. I'll be better tomorrow. All right. So they did a really good sit down with him. And there was another thing that he said that I thought was really, let me make this go over here. I'm going to show you guys a little trick about this. Control F. If you ever need to find something, right here, and you want to, you want to make it easy on yourself, Control F. It's a lifesaver. All right. I thought this analogy that he made was really, really good.
Oh, so you don't know that the frog's poisonous. You don't know that the fish are poisonous. You're just trying to
Hold on.
to survive, and you.
Hold on, I need to go back a little bit.
Hard to realize that, though, that was really the truth, because you and giving you the McDonald's and doing all the stuff constantly is the one who it's worth it, because I don't have to repeat anything she did. And no matter how much I'm hurt, that doesn't mean it's fair for me to say, well, I'm a hurt person, so F everybody, and I'm going to take all my stuff out on everybody else. And I just wish more people could see that, because, again, if my mom was hurt and hurt people, she could have made that decision too.
I thought this was an excellent point that he made here. He is recognizing that Lori has gone through some stuff in her life, right? And that hurt people do hurt people, but you have a choice. Every single day, you have the choice to break the cycle. And I thought it was really important that Colby talked about this, because it is important to break the cycle. So I think he's come a long way.
So I think it is tough, because it's hard for me to feel, I guess, the word sorry for her, because it's a choice. You make choices and you keep making them over and over and over, and they keep leading you where you go, but you can always make a different choice at the next fork. But what's unfortunate to see is that she took all of that, whatever trauma she did have in her life, and kept going the wrong way over and over at every opportunity.
Yeah. So well said. Many people saying, yeah, you are the cycle breaker. Breaking generational chains. You've got this, Colby. A real Jedi, says Edamame.
Oh, that's too kind. That's too nice for me.
No, I have to say that the title of his podcast is Scar Wars, which I think is really clever. And I appreciated the fact that he was super duper humble here about a Jedi, because it takes a long time to be a Jedi. You know what I mean? And so it's important to be humble. And I thought that was really cool that he said that. All right. Here's the frog part that I want to play for you guys.
Exactly. I think that you have to look at Lori as one of those. You ever been to the zoo and seen one of those little frogs that look so tiny and they're just beautiful color, but they're extremely poisonous? You can't touch them. It's kind of that type of thing where it's like they present no threat to you immediately, but if you touch it, you're dead. So it's scary because those are the most scary thing. I'm being serious. Like it's
I know you're
scary
being
because
serious.
it's
It's such a
so
good analogy.
right.
It's such a good analogy.
But
I'm
it's
like
so
laughing.
true.
Like, yeah.
It's so true. Because she's not coming out with her teeth up front. She's passive. She's quietly manipulative. She makes you feel bad. She makes you back down. And she's not dominant, but she is. But it's not up front.
Okay. I thought this was a fantastic analogy and a fantastic point, because this is how I see Lori as well. And I see her, the type of manipulation that she does is she gets the person to think that it's their idea when it's really what she's wanted all along. And I think that is important to know, because I think that sometimes when we look at cases like this, because it seemingly came out of nowhere, right? I feel like we human beings just in general typically try to fit other human beings into boxes, and we want to know, well, whose idea was it and who was running the show. And I think that the truth really is, between Chad and Lori, I think they fed off of each other, that they were in control at different times. One was more the leader than the other. I don't think it was 50-50, because I don't think life works like that. I don't think anything is ever 50-50 when it comes to human beings and relationships. I would say, it vacillates between 49 and 51, or 55 and 45, like that. And I think that with Lori, I think that she is like an undercover, quiet manipulator. And I think it worked very well for her. There was a part in here where Colby talked about, Lori not doing things for people because she wanted to, or just to be kind. She did things for people so that she could throw it back in their face later. Remember this thing I did for you? Remember, I've helped you so much. Yeah, like that. And all I could think about was Melanie G. Remember that time I cut your hair for you? I'm sure Melanie isn't grateful for that job on them bangs, but that's all I could think of when he was talking, when he was talking about that. I mean, he has a great insight into his mom. Really, he does. And he's done, to me, what I took away from this whole chat with Colby is that he's done a lot of self-reflecting. He's tried to figure out how all of this happened and how to move forward from it happening. He said the exact same thing. Oh, let me find it for you guys, about the domino effect, because I said that on when I did the cover. Right at the beginning. All right, you ready?
He did, and just the worst part last night was her saying it was a domino effect of unfortunate events. And I'm thinking to myself, you caused the unfortunate events. You're
Right.
your main catalyst. None of this would happen. Chad wasn't going to show up in Arizona and kill my family without you, right? So you can blame whoever you want, but you are the mother and you are the main piece to everything. Nothing happens. You're the gatekeeper, and especially to your own children.
See, that's what I said. And you know what else is really sad? You know what, Chris? I have not been able to watch that. Chris says, Jen, have you watched Colby's reaction video to her interview that he did on his channel the night before last? I didn't watch. I haven't had an opportunity to watch that. I did a reaction to it too. And from what I understand, everyone that did a reaction to that got hit with a copyright claim. Well, it's not really a copyright claim. It's well, yeah, it's a claim because it's not a strike. So it's a claim where, yeah, you can, we'll let you, we're not going to do anything. We're not going to demand that you take the video down, but guess what? We're going to take all the revenue. So anybody that watched that during the live that had YouTube Premium or after the live, that channel, that news station is going to get all of it, which is I don't care about me so much, but that's his mom. Like you could have foregone the copyright claim on Colby's, but whatever. He's just poor Colby. Yeah, it shut a lot of live streams down, including mine. But I mean, I can, that's neither here nor there. We'll talk about that later. It doesn't really matter. It's not germane to the point. But the other part that Colby talked about is Lori's, the way that she's now sort of added to the story of what happened, and Tylee seems to be the focus. It is just my opinion. I feel like when she talks about Tylee and calls it, a family tragedy, I mean, she told Colby it was Tylee's fault. Tylee is the one that unalived JJ. I think that's a leak. That's just my opinion. But I think she is telling the truth in a way. I do think that the reason that Lori murdered Tylee is because she viewed Tylee as an obstacle in her path and whatever the hell she was up to with Chad, right? I don't think, I don't think that Tylee was going to go along with it. And Colby talked about that in this chat with Hidden True Crime. He said that when he was a kid, when he was growing up with Lori, that he wasn't really confrontational. She said even if he didn't want to do it, he would just do it and just let Lori have her way. But Tylee really stood up to her mom, which is and I was thinking about this last night. That is kind of how the dynamic works with sons and daughters, I think, just from my experience. My boys, if I said, I want you to do, I mean, they would give me back talk, don't get me wrong, but they're not confrontational in the same way that my daughters are. Like my daughters would challenge my authority and like my complete way of being, like, why do we have to do it your way, mom? Who cares? Blah, 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 like that. And I thought that, I think that's why she is like leaking the truth. I think that Tylee was the obstacle, and that if, and I think she tried to handle JJ without Tylee, and it didn't work. Tylee was so patient, so close, and just knew how to handle and meet JJ's needs and just all of the things. So I think that's a leak. I think when she blames Tylee, although obviously it's not Tylee's fault, okay? How could it be her fault, for Pete's sake? I mean, if she's just, Lori is absolutely just ridiculous in her wrong thinking, the way that she will twist something to justify what it is that she wants to do. I mean, it's not new. This is not a new thing. Human beings have been doing this since the beginning of time. So it's not like it's not so shocking or whatever, but it's still, when it comes to I think what's shocking about it is the level of, or the way that she will twist things to, and it had to blame her own daughter. I think that's the issue that I know that's the issue I have. So let me go over here really quickly. But yeah, I just thought, wow, like you're really messed up, Lori. But the fact that Colby has, you can tell he has really, really thought about it. He has really, really reflected. And I was just so impressed with how much he's grown up and how articulate he is and how insightful he is. I just thought it was I just thought it was a really, really great sit down, and I absolutely recommend you sitting down with sitting down and watching it all. All right, there is something I want to play for you, but I'm probably going to have to scroll way, 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 way down. Let me just find it. Oh, you guys want to have, just some levity before? I mean, I can be serious if you want. And I can go back and yes, Sadie. So, Jen, call me Sadie. Jennifer said, Jen Lou, Colby saw the same thing you did about not believing in zombies. Yeah. I thought that was kind of cool. Because I was like, when you hear it from people that you don't know, right? Like I'm just seeing these people. I've never met them. I don't have any experience with them. I don't know them. And then you have, Colby, who does know his mom, who sat there and, he watched it. He listened to her. He knows her. And yet, and he's kind of agreeing with me about the whole zombie thing, which now I don't even remember what I said. I don't even remember what I said. I'm so sorry. Maybe call me Sadie. Jennifer can put it in the chat. I'm trying to find something really, really quickly here. Give me just a moment. Let me see up here. I want to find. All right. I want to play a bit of this interview with this body cam footage that started, with Charles coming home and finding out that, his truck was missing. And I used one of the quotes from this in the thumbnail because I just thought it was so poignant. Of course, this is on East Idaho News. That's Nate's channel. Please, please go check it out. Nate has he just does such a great job. And I'm so glad that, hold on a second. Oops. I am so glad that that, sorry, I'm so glad that Lori didn't get her way. I am so glad that Lori didn't get her way. I'm so glad that they're not going to allow Nate to be a witness for her, because I think she was being absolutely petty. I think she just wanted to keep Nate out of the courtroom. All right, so we're going to watch a little bit of this. All right. And then we're going to go back to when Chad was having his preliminary hearing and old Melanie Gibb was on the stand. Since we're not going to get any Melanie in this trial, we're going to have a little Melanie here. All right, here we go.
Why don't you come over here? So what's going on tonight?
I can't get in touch with my kids.
How old are your kids?
6.5 and 16. Okay.
How long have you been trying?
2 days.
Okay.
But she's lost her mind. I don't know how else to say it. We're LDS. She thinks she's a resurrected being and a God, and remember the 144,000. She's come. Jesus is coming next year. She took all the money out of her bank account today. My truck has gone from the airport. She went to the airport and got it. I just flew in from Dallas. Houston and Dallas. So
Where's your truck?
I don't know.
Okay.
A friend of mine's truck picked me up. I went to the CSI to file a report, which is the community bridges or something. To file a report.
So you did the petition?
Yeah, they ordered a pickup.
Okay. What time did you do that?
Hour and a half ago.
Okay. So what makes her a danger to herself and to
She's
others?
threatened me, murder me, kill me.
She threatened to murder you?
Yes. And she said,
How did she do that?
My bishop right there is in the car. He was on the phone with me today when she said, "I will have you destroyed," is what she said there.
Okay, that's not a threat to kill you.
Yesterday was a threat to kill me. Today,
Okay.
of course,
What did she say yesterday?
She said, "You're not Charles. I don't know who you are, what you did with Charles, but I can murder you now with my powers."
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Says I'm gonna kill you too. Yesterday was I'm
So
gonna.
she's speaking as a spiritual being.
She's not here. She's
Okay.
lost her reality.
Is this just all recent, or has it been going on?
It's been going on for about 4 or 5 years. It's gotten really, really bad lately. She goes to the temple every day and speaks with Moroni and Jesus Christ, and they tell her what to do. And now she came to her today, and last couple of days she says, "I'm not Charles. You're not Charles. You're Nick Schneider." I don't know where she gets his names from. She got all this stuff from these people in Utah who tell her how many past lives she's had and probation she's had. And she's was married to Moroni way back when, and she's also married to James the Just. And
Okay, this is all foreign to me. So
it's foreign to me.
Well,
too.
I'm not
It's
LDS.
Crazy. It's crazy stuff.
I know you're using LDS terms here.
But it's just she's nonsensical.
Okay.
And I haven't seen my.
Okay, I'm going to talk softly because I'm pretty sure you guys have your earbuds turned up due to the fact that that audio is so low. So I don't want to talk too loud and scare everybody. I just feel like I just feel awful for Charles here. See, in the end, really what Charles wanted was to get Lori help. He thought that all of this was due to mental health issues. And he just wanted to get her help. He wasn't being vindictive. He wasn't trying to keep the children from her. He wasn't trying to do any of that. He just wanted to get her help. And the thing is that makes me so sad is watching this, and I understand everybody's frustration with the police, right? But let's look at this objectively, okay? They don't know Charles Vallow. This is the first time they're ever meeting him, Okay. And Lori, they listen to him. They just don't know what to do. It's very difficult for law enforcement when it comes to domestic situations. For example, custody, right? They weren't divorced yet. There was no custody agreement. So each parent has equal rights. There's nothing that the cops can do to enforce that. But they did, however, follow up. And they did talk to Lori. Now, of course, Lori was not alone. She had old Mel G in there, helping her. See, this is why I'm irritated. This is why I don't have anything for Melanie Gibb. Okay. And Nene G, girl, well, I don't know. Let me just say this. Melanie Gibb, all these this is Melanie speaking now. All these internet people need to get a life and stop focusing on me. Right, exactly. Meanwhile, she's grown, talking, crap about a teenager and holding hands, trying to conjure up storms. And yeah. And they are, okay, they are coming across, Rachel says, I agree with this. Rachel says, yeah, but they are kind of dismissive and rude. And yes, they are coming across as dismissive and rude. I don't appreciate it. I don't think they knew what to do in this situation. I really don't. And I would imagine that the officers that were interviewing Charles on this day feel guilty. I'm sure that they do. I'm sure they're like, oh my gosh, all the shoulda, woulda, couldas, right? Yeah. All right. Now we're going to switch and we're going to go over here and we're going to watch Lori. Now, I'm not sure if this is going to come in because I do remember the motion, and it sounded like Lori. Correct me if I'm wrong, you guys, because this was a little confusing to me. It sounded to me like Lori wanted Alex and Tylee's statements to come in. And the state was like, no. You can't use them now for your benefit. You had them murdered, especially for sure Tylee, right? So you can't have Tylee murdered and then use her statements to benefit you because it's now convenient. Iffy Angel says not one of those officers came forward after Charles was shot. I didn't mean like literally came forward and said anything, but maybe privately they feel guilty. And perhaps, although this doesn't do anything to help Charles, perhaps they learned something from that situation. Going forward, there'll be more heads up. They'll be more ready to listen and not so easily swayed by Lori coming in there, all, bouncy, flouncy and, happy. I'm like, there's nothing wrong with me. I'm sane. I don't know what he's talking about. All right, so let's switch over here and listen to Lori's interview after Charles was murdered.
And then I'll time here. So just make it easier so you don't have to.
Sweet.
Yeah, you got it.
Thank you.
But I'll be up from desk. So if you want to.
Yeah, Moffitt's using the other one,
Okay.
so Brendan's gonna monitor for him.
Okay, so just run out this way
Okay.
if there's anything, but
Perfect.
that's right.
Okay.
Now, just for some fair use commentary purposes, normally I would skip ahead. I would skip this part, but there's this exchange before the interview actually starts that's actually kind of important. And I want you guys to see it because it just, in my opinion, anyways, it just speaks to Lori's whole demeanor, her, just everything. And it ain't good. It's not, listen, if this were a good, if this little snippet that happens before the actual sit down interview begins, if it were a Google review, it would get no stars. 0 out of 0. Do not recommend. She is, sometimes I forget, about all of the things. This was too much. All right, here we go.
Oh, wow. That's awesome. You know what? It was such a struggle because you're in the hospital, you go back to school, I try to talk to the teachers, but in high school, they don't care. They're like, you're not here to do the work or don't. Like, they don't care. They're
Well, and I
so
think
horrible.
with high school, it's like they're just pumping.
But
kids
when
through.
she was in elementary and junior high, all the teachers worked with her. They were nice about it. But by high school, there's so many kids that just don't care. And I was like, just take it. You're so smart. Let's just take it and see if you pass it. She passed it.
And got a really good score.
Yeah, she passed it with like college ready in every category the first time.
Well, and now she can do what she wants. So
Exactly.
she's better off that way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I know Lori's your first name, right?
Yeah.
Lauri.
Lori.
Okay. And then what's your last name?
Vallow. Vallow.
And your date of birth? And your phone number? And you live at the house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, I know this sounds silly, but it's probably the easiest way to start, is just to tell me what happened. And then, so you can start what makes the most sense to you, and we'll just work our way through, and I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions just to kind of clarify.
Sure.
So I know you talked to the initial patrol officer.
And he just got information. He didn't say
Okay.
anything.
So yeah, if you can just kind of tell me kind of what happened. It sounds like some of this may have started last night or something along those lines.
Right.
So start where you think it makes the most sense.
Okay, so,
I told you, it's a crazy question.
Well, so we moved into this house 3 weeks ago because he offered to get me a house here where all my family is. So we
Okay.
were in Houston. And so he's like, we had decided to separate or whatever. So he's like, well, I'll pay for a house for you and for JJ and whatever, because he's all about JJ. He's never about Tylee, but he's all about JJ. Because we adopted him together. He's his great nephew. We adopted him as a baby. And so we adopted him as a baby, and so we've been raising him together. And he travels all the time for business, so he's used to just going back and forth. So he's always gone like Monday through Friday. So he came when we first moved in and brought me stuff from Houston, like a U-Haul, and then he hasn't been back. But it's all these threats on my phone all the time, you know, like whatever, all these things. And then he told me...
What kind of threats?
Just... You'd have to read them to see, but he's always mad at me, right?
Okay.
And he doesn't want a divorce, but I don't like him and don't want to deal with him, so that's just how it is. Like, so we married for 14 years, we dealt with it for 14 years, of him being horrible to her. Like, he gets in huge fights with her, a lot of things. But anyway, so he said, I'm coming Wednesday night, all of a sudden. I want to see JJ, and I told him, I said, I will never keep JJ from you. You can come see him whenever you want to, come take him to school, whatever. Like, I'm not going to do that.
So when you initially moved, he had said he was going to buy you a house. So you moved here with your...
Yeah, he was going to rent us a house.
And so you moved...
All my family lives here. So we lived here for a long time.
Okay.
And then he moved us to Houston.
Okay.
And we were there with my son. He was out of school. He didn't have any of his, like, services, his DDD, his anything. He, like, ripped him out of school and said, we're moving.
Okay.
And I didn't go with him at first. And he took him. And I let him take him, and I didn't file anything or whatever. And then he filed something against me and said, I'm only going to get supervised visits because I'm crazy and blah, 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 you know, the story. And so I just didn't talk to him for like 30 days and let him take care of him and let him see what I've been doing for the past 7 years, because men need to do that. You know, I have 5 kids, I have grown kids, I have grandkids. Like, okay, you're going to threaten me that you're not going to let me see my child without supervised visitation? Okay, do it for 30 days and see how long it lasts. You're begging me to come pick him up.
Yeah.
Which he did. It's just like, come back and whatever. So I moved in with them to Houston for the family, you know, and Tylee went with me. We drove to Houston from here and left all our family and all his support, all my son's support, like his cousins, everything. And we were there, and I enrolled him in school there. I tried to start all his services, and it takes forever.
Yeah.
You know, it takes so long to get that done.
There's no...
Okay, something that I notice that Lori frequently does here is she diminishes while simultaneously making herself seem the consummate victim, right? So I need to quit doing that, saying right after things. It's annoying. It annoys me. All right. So she's made herself the victim, but simultaneously she is diminishing stuff. For example, she says, it's just constant threats. You'd have to look at the text messages to see. Well, I would think that if you're getting constant threats, it would be nothing for you to recall one example, just one example. It's not like the detective said, I need 10 examples or I'm not going to believe you. Just one would have worked. And she also says that Tylee and Charles argued all the time. And I don't think that's true. I don't believe that. I don't think it was all the time like that. Teenagers argue with their parents. That's commonplace. But I think the truth of the matter, really, that's projection. I think that it's her, based especially on what Colby says, that she's the one that argues with Tylee all of the time, because I don't think that Tylee will give in and allow her to be the victim. She sees right through it. Women typically see through other women. It's just the way that we're biologically made. I don't know. I don't know why we can do it. We just can't. So I think that that's what's going on here. I think that you haven't missed anything, Michelle. They haven't started the trial yet. The trial starts in about an hour. I will stream it completely all the way through today, from the first opening syllable to the last syllable. Okay. All week except for Fridays, because there's no court on Fridays, just to remind everybody, for those that are just joining us. So I think that this is absolute total projection here on her part. I do think it's like a sort of a leak where she admits that there is arguing, but again, it's never her. And I said that he could see JJ all the time, and he's gone all the time, and he just ripped him out of school. And see, I'm the victim again. Charles is this big bad meanie, and I'm the victim. It's gross and a lie, an absolute lie. She's so manipulative. And for the most part, for a long, long time, years and years and years, as you guys know, she got away, not years and years. I mean, they were on to her after the kids went missing. They were on to her after Tammy, the kids went missing, and then, you know, Tammy died. That's, you know, they started to, you know, they were on to her, but at that point it was too late, and Charles's death wasn't ruled a murder.
There's no easy transferring.
There's
anything.
no easy transfer.
You start from the beginning.
It's a total new thing.
Yeah.
And he didn't do any of it in those 30 days. So he just had gone without services, without even applying. And I'm like, do you even realize? Because he didn't ever do it in the first place. I did it. Long story. I'll keep it short.
Oh, and the other thing that bothered me that she said was that she said that it's always about JJ, never about Tylee. I find that, I'm dubious about that at all. Like, I just don't think that's the case. If Charles were this way, Lori. It actually speaks poorly of you, because Tylee was part of the Lori package from the beginning. So if Charles wasn't a fan of Tylee's, then why would you marry him? Because it's not true. It's ridiculous. She's so ridiculous. And she doesn't care. She doesn't come across as somebody who just was a part of something so traumatic that somebody lost their life. All right, let's keep going.
He hasn't been here in a couple weeks since we moved in.
Okay.
He came. He was very nasty when he was there, but he travels for business. So he went back to the Houston house,
Okay.
and he's like, I'm coming on Wednesday night, and I'm going to come pick up JJ and take him to school Thursday, pick him up Thursday, take him Friday, whatever. And I said, Casey wanted to come to the house. And I said, you can't come stay at this house because you can't get along with Tylee. She's a minor. She has to live here.
Yeah.
So because he gets in huge fights up there.
Okay.
And she hates him. And so I'm like, you can't stay at the house, so I will book you a hotel, because he stays in hotels all the time because he travels for business, and the business pays for it, right?
Uh-huh.
So I said, I will book you a hotel nearby.
What does he do?
He works with teachers and their retirement plans, but he goes to them at their school.
Oh,
He
okay.
mostly works in California.
Okay.
No matter where we live. And we
Okay.
lived in Hawaii, he'd work in California, he'd work in Texas, he has like books of business in different areas. And so he just goes wherever.
Okay.
It kind of just gives him freedom that he doesn't have to stay home every day and take care of special needs child. It's like an excuse, right? So I've done that myself for the past 7 years anyway. And I was a single mom before I married him with my 2 kids.
Yeah.
And he had 2 kids. We got married, tried to make a family. You know how it goes. Anyway. So he said he was coming last night. I said, well, you can't stay at this house because you can't get along with Tylee, and I'll get you a hotel and you can come play with JJ. But he goes to school all day.
Yeah.
I got him back into his school. His services, I met with the DDD yesterday.
Here's more manipulation. I do all of the things. You know, I'm the one that got him back into school and got him all of his services when she's speaking of JJ. Never mind the fact that you got rid of his dog, his service dog. Like, get out of here, Lori. Ridiculous.
Yesterday, and they finally are getting his services back, but we're paying $125 a day to have him back at school because he's so out of his routine. He's been a nightmare on the floor, kicking stuff, hitting stuff, walls. Like, he just ripped him out of his life.
Yeah.
So, anyway, just how he is, because he only thinks about himself. So he says, coming to get JJ, and JJ's like, I don't want Dad, because he knows Dad took him away. So
It's another little dig, you know, but at the same time diminishing. Let's hear that again.
ripped him out of his life.
Yeah.
So, anyway, just how he is, because he only thinks about himself. So he says, coming to get JJ, and JJ's like, I don't want Dad, because
Just how he is, you know, just thinks about himself. You know, let me ask you this, Lori, and to you guys in the chat as well. I know Lori can't actually answer me, but here when she started out the interview, right, she starts talking about, I just did it again. She starts talking about how Charles brought her a U-Haul with stuff from Houston, and he is paying for her to have a place to live, and he is making sure that, you know, she's gotten settled and whatnot, but yet he only thinks about himself. Already, those are 2 conflicting things.
he knows Dad took him away, so he was freaking out, right? So I didn't tell him he was even coming, like Dad's going to come take you to school or anything. So he didn't bother me last night, which I was surprised. I was expecting kind of an ambush for him to kind of like come over or be just mean and say, that's my house, I'm on the lease, I'm going to stay here kind of thing. Because that's kind of his macho attitude. And so he came this morning. I was getting JJ ready.
So he got in last night, but he wasn't at the house last night.
Yeah, I didn't hear from him, except for he texted me and said, I'll be there at 7:30 to pick up JJ.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, that was good, because I didn't hear from him. And then he came over in the morning, and he's like banging on the door. I'm like, oh great, here we go, you know. And I was just gonna be nice. I was just gonna be nice as possible, and I had JJ stuff all ready for school. And so,
do you remember about what time he got there?
He said he'd be there at 7:30, but it was more like 7:40ish or 7:35. I don't know.
Okay.
But I remember looking at the clock, and he wasn't there at 7:30, and he's usually Mr.
Yeah.
On
Punctual.
time. Yes. So I was like, okay. And then JJ was like, oh, Dad. And then he was like, Mommy, and like ran to me and was like holding me. He's like, you're not taking me to school. And I was like, it's okay, Daddy can just drive you to school. It's not a big deal. You know, just trying to make it whatever.
Calm.
Yeah, calm. And then he was just being real smirky and real like jerky, you know, to me. And I was like ignoring him, whatever. And so he was like,
And your brother lives there with you?
no,
Okay.
he had stayed with me last night because I was worried he was going to come over and
Okay.
cause trouble with me.
Okay.
And just wanted someone else there, like my brother there, because I trust my brother. And it's been a long story. Like, I had to go live at my brother's when he took JJ, and, you know, he's just been difficult. So, anyway. So I got JJ's stuff ready, and he was like, well, and he's like this about timing. He's like, I'm leaving in 20 minutes, because it's like 15 minutes to the school, and like you can't get there early, they don't open the gates until 8:20 or something like that. And I said, well, why don't you just go now? I don't want him in the house. I'm like, why don't you just go now and take him to Burger King, because that's what he likes for breakfast. And he's very particular about food. Like, he wanted chicken fries for breakfast and the Sprite. Like, and I just get what he wants, because if you don't get what he wants, then it's like on the floor screaming, dragging him into school. Like, and he's big and he's heavy, and it's hard for me to handle. But anyway, so I said, just go. And so he said, okay. So I gave him a backpack. He got in the car. This is his MO, right? He always leaves something in the house and comes back. He never leaves the first time. I always expect my husband to come back into the house, right? So I guess he had left his phone on the counter.
So he initially left with the backpack and with JJ?
And so he put them in the car, in the driveway, and then he came back in, right? So I kissed JJ goodbye. He came back in, and his phone was on the counter, and I had his phone. And he was like, giving me my phone, and I was like, why don't you show me your text that you've been texting, blah, 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 you know, whatever. Because he's like acting really weird, like he's plotting something against me. Like, I'm like, why are you even here? Like, what did you come here for, you know? He's been talking to my other brother, and my brother came into town at the same time last night, and I haven't talked to my brother in a while, my other brother, and I was like, and so he was texting him on the phone when he first got to my house, and I'm like, why are you texting Adam? Like, do you even talk to him? Like, my other brother. And, you know, he's been telling me all these texts, like, you're going down, blah, 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 blah. He's blaming me for our marriage breaking up, and my niece getting divorced, and my friend getting divorced. He said, I'm a destroyer of families, because I want everybody to get divorced. I'm like, what would my motivation be for people getting divorced? So I can babysit the kids more? Like, why would I have any control over what people do?
Yeah.
So it's just very odd. But anyway, he goes nuts. He's gone nuts on us a lot of times. Tyler and I have had to leave with JJ over the years probably 5 times and just stay in a hotel for 2 days because...
I totally forgot about this part. I totally forgot about her saying that she went through Charles's phone, right? Oh my gosh, I'm doing it again. You guys, please forgive me. So she has his phone, and this is just me because I hindsight's always 20/20. I know how the story is, how the story ends. And so when I hear her saying things like, he moved me down here to be here to Texas or to Arizona from Texas because this is where all my family is. And then she simultaneously says that she thinks that he's plotting against her with her other brother. To me, that comes across as a little paranoid, for lack of a better word, really, and kind of doesn't make sense with the rest of the things that she stated before. You're scared of him, but you're going through his phone looking for texts. Interesting. Okay, Lori.
He goes nuts. Like, you don't know what's going to set him off. Like, whatever. And she's mad at me for always, like, going back. But we had JJ, and he's special needs, and it's really hard. Like, it's even hard to take care of it by yourself.
So when you say he goes nuts, that can mean a lot of different things.
Right.
So goes nuts like yelling and screaming.
Yeah,
goes
yelling
nuts
and screaming,
like breaking
like,
things.
yes.
Goes nuts like physical violence.
He's never really, besides like grabbing us and pushing us, but not like punching us or something. But with Tylee, he has gotten physical
Okay.
before, and with my grown son.
Like physical how?
Like got into a physical fist fight with my son when he was 16.
Okay.
And he came after Tylee 2 times in Hawaii.
Okay.
And like went like he was going to hit her, but then I got in between them. Right.
How old was she when that happened?
Probably 13 and 14.
Okay. So this morning he comes back in and...
He comes back in, I wouldn't give him his phone. He was screaming at me to give him his phone. He was very worried about whatever was on his text that he did not want me to see. And so I was just holding it there, and he was screaming at me. And I was kind of walking around the house with it, so he couldn't get it. He's like reaching for it and stuff like that. And so Tylee came out of her room upset, and she had a bat, and she told him to leave her mother alone, like, right? So she was really whatever, and he's screaming at her, "Don't you hit me with that bat," blah, 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 blah. And then my brother heard all the commotion because he was in there in bed, and so he came out into the main room, and I guess whatever.
What's your brother's name?
Alex.
Alex, okay.
And then he just started, he was screaming and he was super upset and whatever, and he's yelling at Tylee, "Don't you hit me with that bat," and blah, blah, blah. And so Tylee, I guess, I don't know if she swung at him or what, but he like grabbed the bat from Tylee and then went to like hit Tylee with the bat. It was, and I was right there, they were right there, and my brother grabbed him from behind, like just to stop him from hitting Tylee.
You go like this, like he grabbed him like...
Yeah, from behind, like just kind of to pull him back. And then they got into the thing, and he's hitting him with the bat, and they're on the ground, like grappling around or whatever. And then, I mean, it was all
And he
quickly.
And he hit your brother with the bat while they were grappling and stuff?
Yeah, yes, he was hitting him with the bat, like swinging the bat, you know, back and forth, and they were kind of like on the ground, and I was like freaking out trying to go around, knowing JJ was in the car, right? And so then he got up and he had the bat like this towards me, and I was going around the other side to try to just get out of his range where he couldn't hit me. And then I had told Tylee, because she was on the ground, because after he took the bat from her, she fell back. And so I told her, I was like, "Go get in the car with JJ. Like, I don't want JJ coming in to the house." And I wanted her out of the way. I wanted the kids out of the way of whatever this fight was going to be. And then...
Do you remember what your husband or your brother were saying or yelling during all of this? If they were at all?
Just kind of... "Get off me, out," or whatever, you know, whatever. They were like, "Don't talk to my niece about it," whatever. Like, it was, I don't remember specifics, but they were kind of both, they were kind of in the heat of it. I don't think there was many words that I remember.
Now, in my opinion, that last little thing, well, one of the things that she said is, "I wanted the kids out of the way." That's an interesting turn of phrase, isn't it? I wanted the kids out of the way. So if you believe Lori's story, okay, Charles and Alex are fighting with each other, grappling over this bat, okay? Charles is hitting, I don't believe this, but this is Lori's story. Charles is hitting Alex with the bat, and she wants the kids out of the way. Most people would say, I didn't want my kids to see this. I didn't want my kids exposed to this. I wanted the kids out of the way is an interesting turn of phrase. Do I think that Charles or Alex and Lori intended to provoke Charles? Yes. Lori leaks that when she says, "I'm walking around the house and I wouldn't give him his phone back." Now, let's think about what's going on right now. First of all, she says, "I didn't want him there. I wanted him out of the house. And I was trying to think of a way where he didn't have to be hanging around the house. So I suggested he leave now and take JJ by Burger King, to get some chicken fries and a Sprite. But you knew he was going to come back in, which I kind of wonder if she had his phone then. I wonder if she took his phone so that he would have to come back in. That's what I think. I do wonder about that. So now she's got his phone. He's come back into the house to retrieve the phone so that he can leave, because that was his plan. But what is Lori doing? Walking around the house with his cell phone. I think, yes, Nitka. Nitka says, I really do believe this story. They planned to piss him off and attack, but I don't get how they got Tylee in on it. Well, I agree with that part. I do think that that they did intend to piss him off. And she baited him. She was walking around, and I think Alex was waiting. Like, he was ready to come and ambush him. I think what they didn't count on is Tylee coming out. And I think that Tylee came out because I think, like Rachel says, I think Tylee trusted her mom. And I think that she did trust her mom. And so I think when she came out and Charles is yelling, trying to get his phone back, Tylee perceived it differently. Tylee didn't perceive it as it was, which in my estimation was planned, and she was baiting him. She was trying to get him worked up. She was trying to provoke an argument. There had to be a reason for Alex then to come out of the bedroom to, quote unquote, defend her. That's what I think was going on. I think that, unfortunately, Tylee became involved because of circumstances. I think she trusted her mother. And I suspect that the events after Charles's death, murder, let's call it what it was, murder, I think Tylee had time to reflect. And I think that Tylee started putting 2 and 2 together and connecting all of the dots. And I think that she put up a stink about Chad, which who wouldn't? Okay. So if you're, and then you have JJ, who's supposed to be going on his way to school. You're so worried about disrupting his routine, but you provoke, but you're walking around the house with his phone, causing him to be even later, run even further behind, and JJ's sitting in the car. That's why this story doesn't make any sense. It never did to me. All right, let's keep going.
So Tylee goes outside.
Yeah, she was outside.
And then what happened?
Then they got up from that, and my brother had stepped back, I guess, and then Charles was coming with me at the back, yelling at me to give him his phone still, because I had it in my hand. It was all really quickly. And then when I went around kind of in the circle, then my brother was there.
When you said when you were going around and he was coming at you with the bat, how was he holding the bat?
Just like that, backwards, almost in one arm.
Like he was swinging it backwards? He would have done
he would have swung it backwards at me, not frontwards.
Okay, yeah.
He was a professional baseball player.
Okay.
So it wasn't a good idea for Tyler to get out of that.
Probably not the.
He played semi-pro when he was young.
Yeah.
But and then I was kind of turned around, and we were all right there in that room except for the kids had been outside by that time, and I heard the gunshot. And
so you heard the shot? Did you actually see the shot, or did you just hear it?
had gone around to the kitchen to get away from him, and so back around. So I don't know if he went in the house.
I didn't, so I'm like a little bit of a disadvantage.
Yeah, so I didn't see the shot. I heard it, and then I came back around and I saw that he was on the ground.
Okay.
And was freaking out.
Yeah.
And so I was just freaking out, and it just went into mom mode. I'm like, I've got to go to get JJ to school. I've got to get to the kids. I just felt like I got to get to the kids. And so I just went outside and to see if they were in there okay. I didn't want them coming back in the house when all that was going on. And got JJ in the car, and he was trying to come in.
Now, this part I think is true. I do think when she says I didn't want them coming back in the house, she's not lying, but I don't think that it's for the reasons that she's saying here. It wasn't to be protective. Frankly, it's because it would limit what they witnessed and then could be asked about. Because if the cops say, were you in the house when the shot went, when Charles was shot? The answer is no. So the kids can't really say anything about that. So the fact that she is also, let's rewind a little bit, because she's laughing. She's talking about seeing Charles on the floor with a gunshot wound, and she's laughing. It's so unsettling.
I didn't see the shot, I heard it, and then I came back around and I saw that he was on the ground.
Okay.
And was freaking out.
Yeah.
And so I was just freaking out, and it just went into mom mode. I'm like, I've got to go to get JJ to school. I've got to get to the kids. I just felt like I got to get to the kids. And so I just...
There's no pause there. There's no like holy crap moment reflecting on what she just witnessed. This is somebody that she spent 14 years with. 14 years. And there's no like, I've got to, in the end, we weren't really getting along. Yeah, I was totally cheating on him. But there's nothing there. Just nothing. It's not that bizarre. It's not bizarre because we deal with this in true crime all the time. People doing the worst things, and they are talking about the worst things that they do as if they're ordering off of the dollar menu at McDonald's. Like it's no big deal to them.
Went outside and to see if they were in there okay. I didn't want them coming back in the house when all that was going on, and got JJ in the car, and he was trying to come in, and Tylee was like looking at me with like the crazy eyes, like what just happened, and I told her to get in the car and we're going to take JJ to school, and I just left.
When you came back in and you saw him on the ground, where was your brother? Did you see him where he was at?
Yeah, he was right in front of him.
Okay.
Like it all happened very quickly. I feel like I was there because I was right there, and like a second later, I just went around the kitchen to get away from him.
Did your brother say anything to you at all? Do you remember?
No, we were both just in shock.
Okay.
Like it was just I didn't say anything. I went out with the kids just to check on them first, and I was gonna come back in maybe, but I didn't. I was like, I just have to get him to school and call the police and come back, whatever.
Did anybody say did you or your brother say anything at some point about calling the police or calling 911? Do you remember?
Yeah, he called me.
Okay.
And he said, are you taking JJ to school? And I said, yeah, we need to call the police. And he said, okay.
Okay. So he called you when you didn't come back inside, basically?
Right.
Okay.
Because I was like in the car for a minute, and then I was like, what do I do? And I didn't want JJ to go inside, and I didn't know what to do, and Tylee was freaking out. I was trying to get them away from the scene.
Understandable. And you may not know this, so, because I know you heard the shot, Do you know at what point your brother had the gun? Do you know if he had it when they got in their first fight, or did he have to go get it, or do you know that at all?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
And do you remember if you ever heard your brother?
I didn't see him ever leave the room.
Okay.
So it was so fast. All that was so fast. Like him on the ground rolling around and I'm screaming, and
this probably happened in a couple seconds.
Yeah, I mean it was like super fast.
And I don't know if you know this or not, does your brother normally carry a gun? Like, I carry a gun everywhere I go.
Right, like I know he's a gun person, like he has guns and things.
Okay.
He's good with guns.
Did you know that he had one with him?
No.
When he came over?
No, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did, because he's very, very professional with guns.
Proficient, professional. Responsible is usually a good
right, responsible with guns.
And then
I think professional is a leak. I think that I think that was a leak there. I think that she and Chad built Alex up in his mind, like he was a professional hitman. She's so gross, I swear.
do you remember if at any time, so you were trying to get away from him,
right,
and you heard the shot. Prior to the shot, do you remember at any point hearing your husband or your brother saying anything to either of them?
No.
So my second very ridiculous question is there anything else that I didn't ask about, or anything that we didn't cover that you think is important? I always ask that just because I wasn't there, and so we're going through something that happened a super small amount of time.
Yes. Can I
So, yeah, go for it.
Are you kidding me? Look at her. First of all, how you gonna take your shoes off anywhere in public to sit on? No, but that you can see that's clearly an interview room that's for children. There's a teddy bear in the room. Come on, Lori. Kids sit there and you're putting your feet all up on the chair. Your bare feet at that. Getting comfortable and smiling. So gross. How yes. So important. Ridiculous questions. Right. Darlene Valentine. Wow. Hold on a second. Let me see. Where's Nick? Because how long has she known Chad at this point? I'm going to have to, let me think about that, because I don't want to give you the wrong answer because it's been a minute. And I should know it right off the top of my head.
Just thinking. Just that he was just so angry, like super scary.
Did you
know how you take your phone away from like a 16-year-old and they freak out? Like their world disintegrates. Like I've taken my phone away from a 16-year-old boy before, and he's like wanted to kill himself because like they kidnapped him. That's how it was. It was like, is something on his phone that he does not want me to see, that he was like freaking out, like to the point where I thought he would hit me in the back of the head to get the phone.
Okay. So you thought, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you thought it was.
Okay. This is July 11th, 2019. Chad and Lori met in person October of 2018. So, yeah, not quite a year. So,
Possible that he was going to hurt you.
Absolutely, he was gonna hurt me and Tylee.
Okay.
Not JJ, he would never hurt JJ.
Okay.
And he hurt my brother. Like,
Yeah.
he was going, like, ballistic about, it was bad.
Okay. I'm going to go talk to her real quick.
Okay.
And then if, obviously, you know, we'll be here for a little bit, hopefully not too much longer. But if you think of anything or there's anything that kind of pops in your head or something else that we didn't cover, obviously. So I'm going to go talk to her for just a little bit, and then I'll kind of come back and check with you. And then we'll kind of go from there. So I know my partner's talking to your brother over in one of the other interview rooms. So we're going to just try to get, you know, as much done as we can and go from there.
Okay.
Okay? And then, is there anybody that you need to call or anything, or you want to wait a little bit?
I don't know what I would say.
No. And wait a little bit, we'll see.
Yeah. I don't know what I would say.
And if you want to, you can think about it. So we do have victim services that work within the police department. They're right over here. They're not cops, they're civilians. And they do, Jessica, who's out there with the fire department, so they're kind of our crisis response. They come right away. Mm-hmm. So our victim services that work in the department are kind of more long-term type support systems. So they're just a really good resource because they do a lot of stuff with our families and things like that, and can help with support services and questions you might have.
She's been through so much.
So it might be a good idea.
I just can't stand for her to have to go through all this.
Yeah, it might be a good idea maybe before I take you guys back today that I get one of them to come in and maybe sit and talk with you guys and see. And it's not something there's a bunch of stuff they can, you know, offer, but it's good to have a contact and like a name and a face and a phone number.
That'd be good.
You know, that way maybe a couple days from now, a week from now, or if there's something going on or you think you need help with something, it may not be something that's necessarily up like me and my partner's alley, but it very much may be up theirs. So I'd like for you to meet one of them before we leave. That way, hopefully if there's something that they can help you and your daughter with, they can, or even JJ or whatever else.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I hadn't even thought about him.
Yeah. So.
I mean, he's used to him not being there, but he wouldn't understand even if you told him.
Right.
Like, that somebody passed away, he doesn't understand what
that means. Well, I mean, it's hard at 7 to understand that anyways.
Right, that's true, but with him he just doesn't, which is probably better because he doesn't comprehend things, but I don't know, it's just, that's a lot to think about.
Yeah. So let me go find one of them, and then we'll make sure that you guys get to meet with them before you leave, because that might be something very helpful for you guys. And I'm going to go.
Lori ain't no victim. She don't need no victim services. Okay. I just want to update you guys on scheduling. I totally forgot about this part of it. So there's a 30-minute delay. So even though the court starts actually in 30 minutes, we're not going to be able to see it for an hour. So I'm going to keep playing more of Lori, and then we're going to hear from Alex. I don't know how I feel about playing Tylee. I just don't. I'm on the fence about it because it's just so sad. You know what I mean? So I'm not sure about playing Tylee today. Maybe another day. All right, here we go.
We'll speak with your daughter for just a little bit, and we'll kind of go from there.
Okay.
Okay? And if you need anything, let me know, okay? Okay.
She needs handcuffs. Give her handcuffs. That's what she needs. Arrest her. Arrest her now.
your daughter what?
She's fun.
Yeah. So one of the victim services, Denise, is here. So I kind of told her just a little bit of what happened.
So Creative Minds asks, when did the police start to suspect Lori of being involved with this? Not until Tylee and JJ go missing. And in the investigation into that, and their subsequent discovery, when they start, going through the texts and the communications between Alex, Lori, and Chad. All right, let's keep going.
So if you're good with it, I'm going to have her come over and I'm going to introduce her to you guys so you guys can talk for a little bit, which kind of works well too because I need to run over to where my partner's at and just talk to him a little bit. That way you guys will have a little bit, hopefully, extra support if you need it. So I'm going to go grab Denise real fast and then introduce you guys.
Okay.
Okay?
Great.
Conference room so you guys can sit and talk and stuff, and then you can just, once you guys talk and kind of, you can decide if you're comfortable with Tylee coming in or whatever.
Okay, sure.
And then we'll
I just don't want her to be left alone in
Yeah,
there by herself.
yeah.
She's freaking out. Like,
so we keep kind of popping in and checking on her and
I
stuff.
just don't want her to be alone too long.
Yeah.
We'll be as brief for as long as you want, okay? I'm here to try to, you got lots of choices when you talk, so we'll just get started and then then we'll go from there. Does that sound okay? All right, thanks.
They handed me this, but that was just out of his rental car. There we go.
We tend to do strange things sometimes.
Mel, I appreciate that, babe. I don't want people to think bad of Jen. People already think bad of me based on me. They get annoyed with me and my into the weeds and off topic and, just all those things. So there you go. Now we're switched over. We're going to listen to what Alex Cox has to say about all of this because, like I said, I don't actually think that these are going to be played, but I'm not sure because I don't see how they couldn't play these. Well, that's not true. I guess I can. All right, let's.
The underlying that, I'm slightly overweight. Gotcha. I'm gonna call paramedics, check nauseous a little bit, just a little sore. Let me see your head again real quick. Yeah. Probably get some photos of that.
All right, I wanted to pause right there because let me make this a little different. So you can maybe see better. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can make this even bigger. Now that's as good as I can get it. But you guys see the back of his head. I don't think that Charles Vallow ever swung that bat at the back of his head. And here's why. If you are angry enough, not yet, Blanca, it hasn't started. We're not going to get it for probably another hour because there's a 30-minute delay. So if you're fighting, right, you're arguing over a bat, you're arguing and fighting, and then you're grappling over a bat, and you feel the need to take a swing with that bat, you're taking a swing because you're defending yourself. You want to stop the other person. Okay. That is the tiniest. It's not even really, doesn't even have a lump. It has nothing. I believe that the bat caused that. Okay. But let me just hear me out here. Okay. I believe that it is Lori that hit Alex with the bat, and she didn't want to hurt him. She did it to make it look, because they needed to have Charles's fingerprints on the bat, but they also needed to have Alex's blood on the bat. Okay. So Alex was going to get smacked with that bat. It just wasn't from Charles. Because if Charles had done it, it would have been a bigger gash, and there would have been a lot more bruising and damage to the bat. I think I disagree. Boss lady, the boss lady says, I think Lori scratched his head to set the scene. I don't think so. I disagree. I think she did hit him with the bat. What I think is she didn't hit him all that hard. She just hit him. Look, it's very, very easy to make a head bleed. You can have the tiniest little scratch on your head and you will bleed. I'm talking about, like, where your skull is at. You'll bleed, 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 and that doesn't even need stitches. But so I don't know. I think if they were going to stage the scene, they would have thought about, there needs to be Charles's fingerprints on the bat, and there needs to be Alex's blood on the bat as well. I think she hit him with that bat. It just looks like she didn't hit him very hard. All right, here we go.
It's starting. How does it feel right now?
A little sore, but not bad.
Okay. Any headaches you have at all right now? No, a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay. You're not feeling nauseous or anything?
A little, but not bad.
Okay. Do you want me to call paramedics? Check you out, or?
No, I think it's more adrenaline than anything.
Gotcha. Do you have any medical issues that might be underlying that?
Yeah, I'm slightly overweight.
Yeah. Okay. Well, join the club. Other than that, high blood pressure, or anything, or do you take medication that you need to have?
No. Just It was a little high in my last physical, but not.
Oh, okay.
Nothing major. No medication or anything like that.
Really? Okay.
Hey, Rob, if you don't mind hanging tight, do you need another water, or are you good? Oh, you got one?
I got an extra.
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
I'll be right back, Rob.
Yep. All right.
So I think that, okay, look where he's hit. Okay. The skin right there is very tight over your skull. Like there's not a whole lot of wiggle room there. You know what I mean? And getting struck with a blunt instrument like a bat would cause the skin to like tear a little bit. You know what I mean? I don't think that it's also quite low. I would think that the bat would hit him in this general vicinity. You just took a bat to the head by somebody who played. It's a little swollen. See, you can see it's a little swollen. It's definitely, it was hit. He was hit hard enough to cause this, which is what makes me think that Lori is the one that smacked his cabbage, not Charles.
I want to stand a lot of the times, but sometimes it's just too hard to right and stand.
Agreed.
And also, both Lori and Alex have such a cavalier attitude right now. At the end of the day, whether it was, if just going by, obviously we know different now, but back then, right? Going by what they say happened, if everything they said happened just the way they said it and actually was self-defense, you still took somebody's life. And it isn't like a stranger. It's not like somebody was breaking into your home and you shot them. And they're a stranger. You were standing your ground and you shot them and they died. This is somebody that was part of his family for 14 years. And yet they got jokes for days. Now listen, I have been known to use humor as a coping mechanism. Okay. But I've never taken anybody's, knock on wood, I've never taken anybody's life on, in self-defense or on accident. I think I don't know how I would feel, but I don't know exactly how I would handle it, but I do have a deep enough respect for human life that I am 99.9% sure I wouldn't be making jokes. All right, I'm skipping forward because I don't know what's happening here. It sounds like a bunch of paperwork filling out. I wish they'd unbeep that telephone number. They're just kidding. Oh my gosh. Come on.
Okay, I have very little understanding or knowledge of what happened. Patrol kind of, the officer that talked to you out there, it kind of turns into the phone game. So, you know what I mean? When they go, yeah, this is what he says, but they're kind of rambling through it real fast. And same with your sister. Your sister's name is Lori or Lauren?
Lori.
L-O-R-I. L-O-R.
Okay. So Jennifer says, I accidentally hit a bird once and I was inconsolable. There was a time when I was driving and a squirrel crossed in front of me and it was so quick and I couldn't hit the brakes. I thought I hit the squirrel. I stopped my car and I pulled it over. It was in the neighborhood. I checked to make sure that squirrel, to see if I hit that squirrel. I did not hit that squirrel. That squirrel, somebody was watching out for both of us, but he or she was right across the street watching. Like, but Violet says, Jen Lou, is this a room surveillance footage that Lori tried to get access to, not the body cam? Well, no, it can't be. Okay. And here's why. This comes from, and I'll show you. This is the Chandler Police Department. What Lori wants access to is from the Gilbert Police Department. So it can't be the same one. Right? Let me just, yeah. Oh, Mel. All right, pay Gary.
All right, okay. So the big thing I want to do is just make sure that we have all the details accurate and factual. So, because kind of some of the information we got from patrol didn't really match up what Lori told us compared to. So, walk me through what happened today.
Well,
okay. Before Alex walks us through a whole mess of lies, I'm going to highlight Rachel's comment again, because I didn't mean to take it off the screen. So Rachel says, I think Lori is mistaken about that footage, right? Yes. What Lori is asking for is at the Gilbert police station, okay, yes, what we have seen comes from the body cams, okay, but where Lori actually was is in an interrogation room, and they do have the option of audio and video recording. However, they were not interrogating a suspect, okay? So the body cam footage in there at this is the Gilbert Police Department's discretion. They felt like that would suffice. But Lori is assuming that just because those interrogation rooms are equipped to record audio and video, that they must have recorded audio and video, and they're withholding something from her, even though they are not. That's the issue. Oh dear. All right. Merle Peters says, I was in the shower this morning with Lori and Chad talking to them about the trial. They said that I am a 7 dark and then I need leave to get out before Lori grabs the storm. Thank you, Morel. Yes. The storm. Yikes on bikes. I can't with that. So gross.
Stayed the night at my sister's.
Okay.
We were planning to go do something fun day. We hadn't really decided. I was thinking maybe I was going to take her to the range.
Okay.
Or go do something.
Okay.
I don't know, take JJ to some water park or movies or whatever. I stayed there last night, and then this morning Charles showed up. And I don't know what started it.
And Charles is your brother-in-law. He and Lori are married.
Yes.
Okay.
So he showed up. He was following her and yelling. And then I got between them.
Same. Merle says, I'm kind of waiting for Donald Adelson's trial. That should be good. Yup, I'll be covering that one too. I've been waiting a long time for that trial.
And Tylee came out with her bat, and I'd separated them for a minute, and then my sister had walked around me there in the living room, and then Charles was following Lori and yelling, and Tylee told him to get back. She took her bat like that and shoved him, and he took the bat away. And I said, what are you doing? And I got between them, and then he hit me, and I just went down, and when I got up, he was still yelling. And so I went into the bedroom where I was staying and grabbed my gun. I came back.
Okay.
And told him to put the gun down, or the bat down. And he came to me and was saying, what are you going to do? Like that, and come to me with the bat. I said, put it down. He wouldn't. He came at me, so.
Okay. So when that argument first started,
and told him to put the gun down. And when I got up, he was still yelling. And so I went into the bedroom where I was staying and grabbed my gun. I came back.
Okay.
And told him to put the gun down, or the bat down. And he came to me and was saying, what are you going to do? Like that, and come to me with the bat. I said, put it down. He wouldn't. He came at me, so.
Okay. So when that argument first started between Lori and Charles,
yeah.
Where in the house were they?
I don't know.
Okay. Where did you first?
I was in my bedroom.
Okay, so you were in your bedroom.
I was staying in.
And you heard the argument?
When they came right towards me.
Okay, so they were coming down the hallway towards the bedroom?
Yes.
Okay, so you hear the argument, you step out, what's the first thing that you see?
Charles chasing after Lori and yelling.
Okay. Had Tylee already gotten the bat?
No.
Did he already have the bat? Okay.
No.
So Charles is coming towards Lori.
He's
coming
coming
your
towards
way.
Lori, and I shoved him back.
Okay.
And I said, what are you doing? Because he's coming at her aggressively.
Okay.
He's a big dude, so he's not gonna hurt my sister.
Okay. So he's coming at her.
Yeah.
And you shoved him back.
Yeah.
What happened right after that? I'm sorry to interrupt you.
He got back up and he comes right to me, doesn't look at me, and continues to yell at Lori.
Okay.
So he's maybe this far away.
Are you in the hallway of the house, or
we're right close to the doorway of that bedroom.
Of the bedroom you were staying in?
Yes.
Okay. So you're right near the bedroom?
Yes.
Okay.
So then, I don't remember why, he backed up, and then my sister came around behind me, and they ended up in the living room. And then while they're on the way to the living room, Tylee comes out of her bedroom, which is adjacent to the one I was staying in.
Okay.
With her bat.
Okay.
Yelling at Charles.
Okay. So Merle says this is all for a big show because they don't even need these charges. It is interesting though. I mean, can Lori get, I mean, how many lifetimes can you do? You only get the one, right? So yeah, in that sense of the word, there's no more additional punishment that she can receive. Okay, that's true. That's you're not wrong there. However, Lori needs to be held accountable for Charles's murder. And that's really what this trial is about. It's about her being held legally, criminally accountable for being the director of every single thing that happened, starting with this. This started it all. Charles Vallow's death. She referred to this domino effect in this latest interview that she did with the local news. And she is the person who set the dominoes up and pushed the dominoes down. And this was the first domino. And she should, in my opinion, be held morally and criminally responsible for what she did.
Actually, she was behind Charles at first, and then she cut around in front of him in the living room.
Okay. So he then went back. They went back towards the living room.
Yes.
After you shoved him, did he fall to the ground when you shoved him?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So he falls to the ground. He gets back up. You're blocking between him and Lori.
Yes.
And he basically is talking past you, still yelling at Lori.
Yes, exactly.
What's he saying?
I don't remember.
Okay. So as you're standing there between them, what happened right after that? Is that when Tylee came out with her bat?
No, he backed up.
Okay.
He yelled something, and then he backed up, and then Lori went by me and around me in the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
So he backed up. I cleared the doorway. So then she came around, and then Charles was behind her, pursuing her again aggressively.
Okay.
Tylee came out, yelled at him with the bat.
Okay. And are you guys in the living room then, or still in the hallway?
It starts in the hallway and then goes to the living room.
Okay.
So Tylee gets around him in the living room. He stops. Tylee goes around to the front of him, tells him to back off.
What I find it easiest to do in situations like this is to kind of draw like a rough floor plan.
Sure. So we'll make this the living room. All right, and then this is the hallway.
Okay.
And then this is the kitchen. So Tylee's bedroom is here, my bedroom is here, and then the living room is here.
Okay, we just put living room on there so I know, and then you said that's kitchen.
Yep.
And then
so the doorway's here.
okay. Is this area of the house where all of this incident was focused at? Okay.
Yep. And then there's another bedroom here. This is JJ's bedroom.
Okay. So do you first get involved when they're down by your room?
They come all the way into she comes in the room and he comes right here and I stopped him right here.
Okay, so she came into your room.
Yeah.
Okay. So she comes into your room, he's coming at her aggressively, and that's when you pushed him.
Yep.
So you push him down.
Yep.
And then he gets back up.
Yep. And then he yells, and then he backs up.
Okay.
And then Lori goes around him, and they're still going at it.
Okay.
Right? And then Tylee comes out when she hears what's going on. She has her bat.
Okay. Is it a metal bat?
Yeah, it's
plastic
a
bat?
aluminum bat.
Okay.
So she comes at him, because she's tiny, so that's like her thing. You know, she doesn't have anything, but she wants to help defend her mom.
Okay.
So she comes at him, and then when
they've already moved back towards the living room.
So they're going this way.
Okay.
So Lori's here, Tylee's here, Charles is here, I'm here, Tylee goes at him with the bat, then he takes the bat away from her, and I step towards him and he turned around and cracked me.
Is that for the injury that's caused on your head? Okay.
Well, there was some shoving first, and I got spun around.
Okay.
And then popped. So I go back here, grab my gun, and come back out. He's still yelling and threatening me.
Okay.
And then, so I was standing here, and he was there.
Okay. So you're standing right there. He's right here.
He's there.
And you said, what happened? What happened when you came out with the gun?
I said, put that bat down. He's like, what are you going to do? He's like, you're going to threaten me? I was like, no, I'm just going to defend myself. So you put that bat down. He goes, what are you going to do like that? And he came at me.
Okay.
And he'd already hit me in the head.
Okay. So he came at you at the bat. What was he doing with the bat when he came at you?
It was in his right hand like this.
Okay. So he's holding it low and he's coming at you? Okay. So you gave him, how many times would you say you told him to like put the bat down?
Once.
Once? Okay. And then he started advancing towards you?
Yes.
How many shots did you fire?
I don't know. A couple.
Okay. Were Tylee and your sister?
I didn't see him, so I don't know where they were.
Where's JJ at during all of this?
He's already out in the car.
Okay, so he's sitting out in the car.
Yeah, I think.
Okay. But you, as far as you think or understand, you're not sure where they were.
Correct.
He's in the corner of the living room.
They were no longer in the room.
Okay.
When I come back out.
Okay. So they're out of the room, so it's just you and him.
Yes.
And he basically comes at you with the bat.
Yeah.
You tell him to put it down.
Yeah.
He's threatened, like, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
And what'd you tell him?
I didn't say anything. He's coming at me, and I'm holding the gun.
Okay.
If you're going to attack someone with a gun, you got to be ready for the repercussions.
Yeah. So I just want to make sure, because
Yeah.
he basically, you had said earlier that he had the bat.
Yeah.
And he asked, like, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
And you had already told him to put the bat down, and then he just came at you,
Yeah.
and you shot him.
Yep.
Okay. And you're thinking a couple times?
It was more than one shot.
Okay. So more than one shot. What kind of gun was it?
45.
Okay. What make?
It's a Springfield XDM.
Okay. So it's an XDM 45.
Yeah.
What type of ammo were you carrying in? Do you know?
Just standard.
Like full metal jacket?
Yeah.
Target shooting? Okay.
Yeah.
So you fire a couple times.
Yep.
You don't know where they're at.
They're gone.
They're gone. What happened right after that?
Right after that, I went to the kitchen and rinsed my hands off because I had blood on the back of my head. And then I went back into the room and put the gun down and grabbed my phone, and then went back into the kitchen and called 911.
Okay. And then, did you see your sister and Tylee again? Did they come back in or not?
Not till they drove up.
Okay. Then they drove up here?
Yeah.
Okay, so I see a lot of questions about this bat. What I have learned from all the trials and listening to medical examiners speak is that when someone is struck with a blunt object, the skin tears. It's not a clean line. And you can't see it. Let me see if there's a better, let me see if I can turn this. All right. This is not a cut, like with something sharp, like a knife or a blade or something. It's jagged. It's the skin tears apart. I learned this from what really, and more specifically, from Todd Mullis's post-conviction relief hearing, because the biomechanics and the forensic pathologists who testified for him were really good at much better than I am apparently in this moment at explaining how these injuries occur. But there's no way that he didn't get hit with the bat. It's just about who hit him with the bat. And my theory of the case, of course, I don't know because I wasn't there. I can't say, for sure 100%, that's this is what happened. But what makes most sense to me is if you're setting the stage, because what you want is You want to collect the $1 million life insurance policy. At the time, Lori thinks she's the beneficiary. Okay. So you're going to you're going to stage the scene. And if you're going to stage the scene, you're going to stage the scene all the way. And it's my opinion that she's the one that hit Alex in the back of the head with the bat. And I think that she did that because she needed to have Alex's blood on that bat, and she needed to have Charles Vallow's fingerprints on that bat. That's just my theory. That's the thing that makes the most sense. So we should be starting in about it's 12:35, so 25 minutes. We should be starting. We should get a live feed from the courtroom because the stream will be behind 30 minutes. There's a 30-minute delay. So there's that. You know what, Nini? I don't know if they did. Nini says, did they take better photos of his head, like when it was cleaned up as well? I don't know. And here's why I don't know. Because this part of the crime spree that Lori and Chad and Alex were all part of really wasn't, there wasn't like a lot of evidence presented in the trials in Idaho for Chad or for Lori, because this is an Arizona crime. So I would suspect that if they did, we will be seeing them in this trial. So yeah, that's what I think. All right. So he says they drove up. We're just going to play a little bit more of this and then we'll listen to this phone call.
Okay.
When they drove up outside.
Gotcha. What's going on with Charles and Lori? I mean, does he live there?
No.
Okay. So where is he living now?
He lives in Houston.
Okay. For work, or are they separated, or?
Separated and for work.
Okay. So both. How long have they been separated?
January.
Okay. So 6 months or so, 6-7 months.
Yeah. He's had some pretty erratic behavior since that split up.
Okay.
He came and threatened me and Tylee at my house. I don't remember, February or March or whatever.
Okay.
And there was a little confrontation from mostly between Tylee and Charles.
Were the police involved in that one?
No.
Okay.
No. I was just supervising to make sure that he didn't hurt her.
Okay. So, was he working out of state before January? Or?
He always has worked out of state.
Okay, so he always works out of state. What's he do for a living?
He does annuities.
Okay. So, what was he in town for today? Does he come into town often, or?
Occasionally to see JJ.
Okay.
All right, here we go, you guys.
Tylee's dad?
He's JJ.
All right, we're gonna switch over and we're gonna hear this phone call that Melanie G recorded. This is at this is at Chad Daybell's preliminary hearing. This is what we will be listening to. All right, here we go.
This is a recording on December 8th at 3:43 p.m. And I am calling Chad Daybell's phone number, and hopefully I will be talking to both of them, Chad and Lori. So here goes the phone call.
Sweet Melanie.
Hi, Chad. Hey, Lori.
Hey, let me put on speaker.
Oh, okay.
All right.
We're enough with the phone. How are you guys?
We're okay. How are you doing, babe?
I'm doing pretty good, thanks. I was wondering, where are you guys?
We're just hanging out.
Hanging out? Are you in Idaho?
We're near Idaho.
Okay. I just wanted to ask you a question, if you don't mind, Lori.
Yeah, of course, honey.
I want to know, you remember we talked about JJ going to Kay's house, and you told me they went there, and now he's not there? I was wondering what happened.
Well, I had to move him somewhere else because of her actions. So
Was she doing something? Like, was she trying to come get him or something, or like trying to kidnap him?
well, she said that lots of times before, but
Okay. When I asked Chad the other day, I was like, hey, where is JJ? And he said, for my security, he didn't want me to know. So is there a reason I should be in danger to know where he is?
no, it's nobody. It's his danger. It's the danger that there's people after me.
Okay.
We just felt that if you knew, that puts you in a danger.
Well, just in a bad position.
Bad position.
Everybody, if they don't know anything, then they don't have to say they know.
Right, so you're just worried. Okay.
I'm just to keep him protected and
keep you protected.
And keep everybody else protected.
I appreciate that. Well, I was wondering why you told the police why.
I'm sure you do appreciate them keeping you out of danger. You know what you don't appreciate, Melanie? That haircut that Lori gave you, them messed up bangs. I don't blame you. That was a terrible haircut.
It was with me.
I just needed to have somebody so I wouldn't have to tell them where he really was, because they were going to tell Kay where he is.
Oh, yeah. So do you think it's like your family, or like your family, your dad, or those
my
people?
Family. Well, not my whole family, but as you know, most of my family is working against me and with her, basically.
Yeah. Is JJ safe?
He is safe and happy.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. Are you afraid of anything? Like, are you afraid to tell me that you're just afraid that that I could be in danger? Like if I knew, like, how could that hurt me? I don't understand how that could hurt me if I knew where he was.
Well, I'm just not telling anybody so that nobody has to say where he is or get questioned to where he is, so I can keep him as safe as possible.
Yeah. Okay, I hope that he's okay. I hope you guys are okay. I did have a question that I asked Al at one point, your brother, if I wanted to know, like where he was, and he said I did not want to know, and that he could not be found. So what does that mean?
I don't know why he would say that, but it's the same story. Like I don't even want Al to know. I don't want anybody to know, so that nobody has to be worried about it. I mean, nobody has to be questioned about it, so he can be safe.
Yeah, so how long are you going to be away for? Like, are you ever going to be able to come out and come back to society again? Or are you going to keep, come back? What does that look like?
I will do whatever the Lord needs me to do every day, so we'll see.
I just wondered if I was ever going to see you again.
Absolutely, you will.
Okay, so maybe when they're done chasing you, you'll be able to come out again, or?
Yeah, it's a ridiculous thing for them to be working with Kay to find me. There's nothing that's gone on that's, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're working with her in some dark capacity. The police are working with her in some dark capacity. There's no reason for them to be after me. in the first place.
Yeah, has she threatened you at all?
Yes, lots of times.
Oh boy, like what did she say?
Well, it's in emails and everything.
So like she said she was going to come take him, or she was.
There's a lot of things.
Yeah.
Nellie.
Well, I know it sounds like it. I'm just worried for you guys because, you know, he's missing, and, you know.
I know exactly where he is. He's perfectly fine and happy.
Okay, well, I hope so. I had a scripture I wanted to share with you, if you don't mind.
I'd love it.
I was thinking about some of the things you guys have gone through, and I saw this scripture today. And I want you to contemplate.
Let me ask you a question about scripture. Okay. So
brace yourselves. There's going to be a Bible off. Hold on. Let me say thank you to Boho. Boho Hobo says, I still struggle with joining membership on iPhone. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, babe. And I'm so sorry about the loss in your family. My thoughts and prayers are with you guys. I'm just so sorry for you, babe. If you need anything, email me. Here we go. Bible off.
did Alma turn himself into King Noah? Or what was he required to do?
Well, King Noah was incredibly wicked.
Yes.
And so he fled his evil ways, which was adultery and living riotously and breaking all the commandments.
Right. So what was he required to do, Alma?
He had to go and flee so that he would be safe, and then help other people realize how jacked up the system was and the government was.
What about Moroni? What was he required to do at the end?
To carry on those plates and bury them. That was his responsibility.
What did he have to do to do that? Did he hide?
He had to hide. He had to hide because they were so. Everybody was killing everybody in the society. Everybody was dying. They were killing all the Nephites.
And the scriptures had to hide in the cavity of a rock by day and go out by night.
The prophets did.
They did.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you for sharing that with me. Okay. This scripture is just something that may be thoughtful for you. For behold, this is Doctrine and Covenants, section 3, verse 7 and 8. It says, for behold, you should not have feared man more than God. Although men set not the counsels of God and despise his words, yet you should have been faithful, and he would have extended his arm and supported you against all the fiery darts of the adversary. He would have been with you in every trouble. So when we work with the Lord and are obedient, He's going to protect us from adversarial darts and all kinds of negativity. But when we open the door to Satan, he comes in and then he attacks. And then he takes away to make it look like somebody else took it away. But that's not how God works. He doesn't work in darkness.
I agree with you 100%. And that's what the Lord is doing for me. Exactly what he's doing for me.
Oh, it just sounds weird.
Open the door for darkness, Mel. Darkness is knocking on the door all the time because that's the way dark works with the light.
Oh, Boho, this is so sweet. Jen Lou, your voice and commentary keeps warm memories of my mother close by every time I'm here. I always say it, but she would love you. She'd probably be a stalker. LOL. Thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate that so much. I'm glad that I can do that. Right, Rachel? I can't believe this conversation. It is so stupid. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Hey, if y'all get any knocks on the door later today, don't open it. It's probably the darkness. Satan's trying to get in, y'all.
And I promise you that I have done nothing wrong in this case, but sometimes you have to hide in the cavity of a rock for your own life safety. And that's what the Lord requires of you sometimes. And that's how it is. And I'm sorry that's how it is. Because
holy moly. I don't think I ever noticed that before. And I've listened to this call like 11 billion times at least. And I don't think that I ever Hey, I never caught that she said, hang on just a second. I never caught that she said, sometimes you have to hide in the company of a rock. Now we know that when JJ was where JJ was buried, when he, I don't even think you can call that a burial, but there were all kinds of rocks around him. Huh, interesting. I never noticed that before, ever.
Because there is a lot of darkness on the earth.
Yeah, I know.
It's been after me for zero reason besides the darkness of Kay, which you already know she's dark.
I haven't met her enough to know if she is dark or not. I've just met her slightly, and she seemed like a normal kind of person, but then I haven't engaged with her that much, so I don't know that personally.
So you don't know about her changing the thing for herself to be the beneficiary of the policy and all that stuff. None of that's dark, right?
Well, I haven't seen those documents, so I have no way of knowing.
You've seen them on my computer.
No, I have not. I haven't even looked on your computer before. You haven't showed me anything.
I don't know why you're being controversial to me, or if you're recording this conversation for the police or whatever. I don't know what your intention is on this phone call.
Well,
her intention is to record this and to get herself out of trouble. Yes, she's working with the Popo, Lori. Good call, idiot. But this is where Melanie gave herself away, in my opinion. And I do think if I would never be in Lori's shoes. But I think this is why where the tone changes in the phone call, because Lori is saying, you looked at this stuff. What are you talking about? What do you mean? We both sat around and talked a lot. Hella shit. In case hella dark. And now all of a sudden here comes Mel. Oh, I don't know. I just met her slightly. You don't meet somebody slightly. You meet somebody briefly, Melanie. Slightly met. What is that? Like being a little bit pregnant? You either met somebody or you didn't. Slightly met. Shut up, Melanie. Damn tuning fork bangs.
I love with all my heart, and I have forever, and I will always love you.
I appreciate those words, but if you really love me, you wouldn't have told the police that I had JJ with me. That's not what a friend does.
All right, Melanie, now you need to stop right here and right now. Stop playing with these people out here. They called you. They told you to say that you had JJ and that you took him to the movies. And guess what you did, Melanie? You agreed and you did it. You need to stop. You gave these fools a head start. You take some accountability there. Bangs.
I mean, that just makes me look weird, and it's not safe for me. That doesn't look good. I mean, you had to think of my welfare if you love me.
I do, and I did exactly what I felt the Lord was instructing me to do.
Melanie, if she loved you on any level or cared about you on any level at all, she wouldn't have given you that horrible haircut. Horrible.
And I appreciate you, and I love you. And I never do anything to harm you. And you can have all of this confirmed to you by the Lord.
I have. And my conscience is clear. I feel very understanding what's really going on, Lori. And I believe that you have been very deceived by Satan. I believe that he has tricked you. And I don't believe that what you're doing is correct. I just don't. I mean, Tammy dies, and then your husband died, and then he's missing. It just doesn't sound like God's plan to me. It gives me a gut feeling, like in my gut, it feels weird. It doesn't feel right. I don't have peace about it. I never have felt 100% peace about it. I always felt like a little weird in my stomach about all these things.
You know me, Mel. You know me. This does not sound like you. This sounds like you've been influenced by somebody dark who wants you to believe dark things and have fear of the celestial world.
I don't have fear.
You obviously do.
No, I have a peace of conscience and I can see clearly.
Well, I'm sorry that you feel that way. I love you so much.
I know you do. I don't know what else to say.
Stand Christ when he comes again, and he's coming soon, and we will all stand there, and you will know at that point that he has supported me and has supported me the whole time, and I have not been deceived.
I could not agree with this more. Also, thank you, Jen, for 6 months, babe. I appreciate that. I highlighted it and meant to comment on it, but then Melanie spoke and I lost my whole mind. Violet says, and God is saying, I don't claim you, Lori, so stop putting my name in your convo. God is saying, new phone, who dis to Lori. You're not. Stop it, Lori. Ridiculous. Foolishness.
I just want to testify that I know Tammy was.
Nobody cares, Chad. Nobody wants to hear your monotone testimony. Unless you finna start telling the truth. I just want to testify. Shut up, Chad. Here we go.
There's my sister-in-law's right behind it all, and I hope that you're not being influenced by that dark team.
I don't know who she is. I'm sorry, you said your sister-in-law? I don't even know her.
Oh, I know, but she's coming up with the same type of theories. Mm-hmm. And it's just not true. My own children were there. They testified that Tammy had been getting weaker and sick, and I begged her to go to the doctor. Her heart was failing her. She was physically falling apart, but she hates doctors, and she just passed away. That's how it happened. My son Garth was right there with me the whole time. My kids were at the house within 20 minutes of her passing. There were 2 coroners. They checked her out right there on the bed. All these conspiracy theories just make me sick to my stomach. Just absolutely sick. I know I've been told for years that Tammy would pass away at a young age. And I had no idea that Lori would even be a part of my life. I just knew that my life had 2 segments. And that I know Tammy's on a special mission and she's with my kids. She's visited them. There's so much, Melanie, that you just have to have faith, and this is not some sort of master plan. There's no way Lori and I could ever come up with this. It's just...
You can understand my concern, correct?
I can, from an outside perspective, but
From someone who knows as much as you know, no, not really. But we can feel Dave's influence on you. I can feel that, for sure.
He's a very good man, and he has a very strong foundation, that I know.
I know, but he seems to be the one that's putting the doubts in your mind.
No, you know what? I have come to understand.
Shut up, Melanie. Rachel, let me do it in my voice. You will know by name is Chad when I lay my vengeance upon thee and strike you down with, what is that? How's it go with? Anger and, I can't remember. Let me just read it again like Chad. And you will know my name is Chad when I lay my vengeance upon thee. Shut up, Chad. Ugh, gross. I'm going to get you with my storm, Rachel.
That my gut feeling, I was not listening to it. And I always felt uncomfortable with many things.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry that I included you in those teachings then for your own sake, because I wish that you didn't have as much knowledge as you have, as you will be accountable for the knowledge that you do have, Mel.
So will you.
I agree 100%.
Yeah.
100%. I have no fear.
Yeah.
I have no fear of that.
But I really, as I was reading the story of Korihor, And it is so very similar to this, you just can't see it. But he did it because he was trying to reclaim a people, and he thought at the very end, because of his carnal and natural desires, that's what influenced him. And he was very, very
Carnal
deceiving.
natural desires?
Well, honey, you got.
We're going to rewind that because that's my favorite part when Lori calls, or when Melanie calls Lori a hoe in Bible verse. Becky says, "Who are these masked people in the gallery?" Right up front are this Kay and Larry Woodcock. Ah, thank you, Jen, for gifting a membership. If you're the one that got the membership, please say thank you. All right, let me see. Still not in the courtroom yet. All right, here we go.
A lot of natural desires. And it is so very similar to this, you just can't see it. But he did it because he was trying to reclaim a people, and he thought at the very end, because of his carnal and natural desires, that's what influenced him. And he was very, very deceiving.
Carnal natural desires?
Well, honey, you got a lot of natural desires. We all know that.
That's what you think is me, Cora? Are you kidding me right now?
I think both of you have similarities. It's in the scriptures. It's in the scriptures. And the scriptures are very powerful.
Yes, they are. I live by the scriptures, as you know.
I know, but we can wrest the scriptures for our own vain glory.
I wrested the scriptures?
We can do that, and I feel that you have to see our belief systems.
Do I wrest the scriptures? Is that what you're accusing me of at this point?
I feel that you have.
Why do you feel that way? I need an explanation on this.
Because if you look, like the scripture just shared. Okay,
you read the scriptures every single day, you know?
I know you read them. I don't doubt that. But this scripture right here says that you will be supported by all against the fiery darts of the adversary. You would have been supported if you had not opened dark portals and dark junk. You would have been safe if you would have obeyed God. He would have had your back. But you have been chased and tortured.
Whether he do this or not,
I'm sorry?
He has your back. So,
well, if he has your back, you would not be able to tell me where you are, and we couldn't find JJ. Like, where is he? I've been asking, where is he? And you know what I mean? Like, that's
I can tell everybody where JJ is right now, and that would not be good for JJ.
Melanie, you helped these people. You helped. You were part of it. You were right there in the, in the circle, opening portals, conjuring God knows what, demons, Dybbuk's, all the things. Shut up, Melanie. Don't play. Oh. Here we go.
Just give it to my courtroom assistant. Thank you. Juror 3 also called my staff last week after the jury was selected, and the impression I got is Juror 3 doesn't have a problem with jury service. Juror 3's employer has a problem with jury service. So
Well, this is what we would have missed.
A little bit later start. I'll keep Juror 3 after into the lunch hour individually.
There we go.
About whether it's really him versus his employer, and offer to write a letter if he needs one to his employer about the requirements of jury service, and just sort of feel out that situation a little further, but we'll keep them on for right now. Please silence all phones. As I said, we are still missing one juror. As soon as those jurors all get here, we will proceed into the opening statements.
Judge, I did email the court staff about an individual, Brandon Boudreau, who would like to be present. He's in the courtroom currently. He has been noticed by the defendant back on March 6th as a potential witness. He has not been subpoenaed to date. He is here and would like to be present in the courtroom for the trial. I think that the court has previously allowed another witness that the defendant had also listed, reporter Nate Eaton, to be in this courtroom. The court had indicated that if these individuals were not subpoenaed, that the court would look at precluding them. It has been over a month since she has noticed him. He has not been subpoenaed. He is a victim in another case against this defendant. I'm asking that he be permitted to remain in the courtroom today.
All right, let me hear from the defendant.
Your Honor, our subpoenas were with OPDS, so I do not have any. We're looking for some confirmation for when those went out.
Well, is this a witness that is, first of all, have relevant information and likely to be called as a witness?
Yes.
What's the relevant information?
There's several things, but he will be called to talk about things that he was involved with my husband during that time.
Well, has the state interviewed this witness? Or potential witness?
Not with regards to this case. I don't know what he will be called to talk about things means, so I would like a little more information as to what the relevance is of this witness.
He has to have relevant information, which, as I've said, is testimony that makes a fact more likely or less likely. That's an issue in the case. So what fact would he testify about that make it more likely or less likely? Can you give me some sort of specific information that you would expect him to testify to?
Yes, Your Honor. His communications with my husband up to the date of his of this incident.
What would those communications be? And how are they not hearsay?
They're his communications with my husband. That's how they're not hearsay.
Okay, and what type of communications?
Phone calls, text messages.
I meant what substance. Can you give me some idea of the relevant information that he would provide to the jury that would help them make a decision?
Without giving away my entire defense?
Well, we don't just get to call witnesses that, are going to testify about, we talked about the weather that day, so you do need to give me some sort of information about what his anticipated testimony would be.
Well, his relevance in coming that day to do an intervention on me with the family.
Is this witness, Mr. Boudreau, is in the courtroom?
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
All right. All right, let's go on sidebar.
Erica, I appreciate your optimism that Lori might be thinking defending herself was a stupid idea, but babe, no, she doesn't think so. She's persecuted. This is not a prosecution. Make no mistake, in Lori's mind, this is a persecution, not a prosecution. And they're all working against her because they all sit at the right hand of Sauron, aka Satan. So, Lori, all you got to do, look how she can make she can blame it, but she can't name it ever. All he wants is one piece of relevant information. One little snippet of a conversation that Brandon had with Charles that is in some way, shape, or form going to help you, idiot. Violet says, Jen Lou, I wish you were in control of her shock vest clicker just in case she gets froggy. You can zap her. Well, listen, I'm going to tell y'all right now, if there were a line of people who could hold the clicker to the shock vest, okay, I would be the 11 billionth person in that line. Nobody in their right mind would give me the clicker to a shock vest ever. 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 Let's go on sidebar. Here we go. Come on, Lori. Let's get this show on the road, Lori. You should have been way more prepared than this, lady. No, Melissa, he wasn't. Melissa asks if he was even subpoenaed. No, he wasn't. He was not subpoenaed. Listen, Rachel says that would be so fun. Imagine. Listen, I've imagined it many, many, many times. And if there were anything that I could do, if I could think of any way that I could possibly get from the 11 billionth in line to the first in line, believe me, I would do it. I would even eat an egg. And I don't like eggs at all. At all. Yes, they did. They had Hilson House of Crazy said they had a juror that was late. Yes, they did. They did. Creative Mind says, you know who needs a shock vest? Shabusiness. Man, when she hollered out WrestleMania, then went to attack her attorney, and they snatched her up like that officer snatched her up like I would snatch up a cheeseburger, okay? I mean, just with a quickness. Tallulah says, does anyone know if Colby is in the courtroom? I don't know. I don't think he's going to be there in person. I think he's watching, but I don't think he's going to be in the courtroom. I think that I think it might be too hard for him to be that close to his mom. You know? Rachel. Yes. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. So there was a hearing on Friday, and Taylor came in there with some kind of bootleg version of Rainbow Bright's hairstyle, but there was no rainbow in it. It was all just one color, and that color was anger. And she sat down, and they were talking about sequestering a witness. And I don't know if that's like some kind that word, because you could see it on her face. Let me just tell you what your girl did. So when that video came out, okay, see, I didn't. I watched it repeatedly, and I needed to know what Taylor said at that right before she pounced. Okay, so I kept like messing with the speed so that I could hear what she said. When I was doing that, I also like zoomed in a little bit on her and the lawyer's face because I was trying to understand what the F triggered it. See, the last time she attacked her attorney, which was right before her trial, he was talking about time and pushing and needing a continuation. And she was like, hell no, no more continuations. And she pounced. This time it was about sequestering, but I wanted, you can watch her face, and she starts to furrow her brow. And then she turns to her attorney and furrows her brow even more. I'm sorry, the lawn's getting done today. So she furrows her brow even more, and then boom, like like a like a ninja, she's all WrestleMania, and then she attacks. Hey Remy, good to see you. And I mean, you could hear her cabbage bouncing off of that floor, that courtroom floor. And they tackled her, and they tackled her hard. And the thing is, she was in trouble because for attacking an officer while she at Taichita, she was already in trouble. Already in trouble. That's what the hearing was for. And her defense attorney, like he has no idea how close he was to getting snatched, right? But the officers intervened way too quick, right? So he just like throws his hands up and kind of shrugs to the prosecutor, like, see, I told you this chick was crazy, like legitimate crazy. Okay, like actually she's very mentally ill and she needs help. She still needs to be locked up and held accountable because of what she did, but she's definitely not well. And oh dear. Oh my God. MK says, you know what it would have made it even better if Ric Flair was there. Whoa! I forget how he says it. Hold on, let me see if I can hear a little sound bite. Then I'll be able to imitate it. Hold on. Let's see. Let me see. Let me see if I can hear it. Give me a sec, you guys. Woo! Ric Flair. Woo! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Come on, this is always an issue with Lori. She knows dang right. Lori, why? Oh my goodness. I need to find some kind of video for me because this is too much. Let's just get this show on the road. Maybe I'm behind a little and I can scooch forward. No, I'm completely live. Oh, wait, not completely. They're currently, everybody just anybody just coming in, or everybody just coming in, anybody just coming in. Right now we're having a bit of a sidebar because Brandon Boudreaux is in the gallery, okay, and he's been noticed as a defense witness since, I don't know, a year ago or something like that, but he's never been subpoenaed. Give me just a second, you guys. You know, MK said, snap into a Slim Jim, brother. Oh, yeah. You know what it makes me remind? That oh, yeah reminds me of the Kool-Aid Man. Hey, Kool-Aid. Oh, yeah. That would have been funny. I see some jiggling. Is action happening? Are we getting some action in the courtroom, or did the camera person just give up? Lord. The Great Seal? Oh, no, not the Great Seal. Let me read correctly. Great Seal of the state of Arizona. Did y'all know I was born in Arizona? I was born in Tucson. My mom was born in Maricopa County. Oh boy, come on. It's this kind of malarkey that's going to make this trial last 11 billion years. Anyway, Lori didn't give him a subpoena. And so here's the deal. If you don't serve your intended witnesses with subpoenas, right? Then you can't like just make them testify. And the thing is, you can subpoena anybody you want, but just because you subpoena them and you want them to testify doesn't mean that the court is going to allow them to testify. You can't just you just can't be calling people. Like if I were on trial, I couldn't be like, let me call, Mrs. Means, my 4th grade teacher, just for the hell of it. She has no you can't you can call whoever you want. That doesn't mean they're going to get to testify. They got to have relevant information. And if they are found to have relevant information, then the other side has to have the opportunity to interview them as well. And Lori's just out here like she doesn't have a care in the world. She's just out here like, I mean, her last interview that she gave with the local news station, she's all, and I just want to advocate for like all the women on the death row that are just here for like 7 or 8 years and they still haven't gone to trial. And, I'm just gonna minister to them and, try to uplift them. Yeah, Lori, because you're surely a gal's gal. We just listened to that phone call between you and Melanie where, you guys are reading each other for filth using scripture. Give me a break. Ooh, really, Love Louie? How did you find that out? That Adam Cox is testifying on Thursday. They didn't approve your jury request, Tinkerbell wannabe? Man, you want me to write a letter for you? Yeah, Allie, it's her purpose. Get bent. Oh, I see the camera operators practicing smooth zoom in and zoom out. Now, see, why can't this just be cut? They're 30 minutes behind. There's a 30-minute delay. So why didn't they just skip this part? While we're waiting, let's hear a word from our sponsor. Here we go.
And Kai, when you're on Jen Lou's channel, what do you do with the like button?
Smash, smash, smash. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, our other sponsor, hold on a second. This next little clip is brought to you by Sneakers for Chickens, so that when you are on your way to the like button, you can wear good shoes. Here you go. Like, I'm sure that video gets me every time. I'm pretty sure that there's probably some law against putting sneakers on your chicken. Oh, are you talking, Jenny? Are you talking? Hold on, let me find you. Are you talking about the documentary on Netflix about Kai? Is that what you're talking about? Oh my goodness. Wait, what? Oh, Casey, well, listen, I appreciate the support, babe. I appreciate the support. You do what you got to do. I won't judge. Maybe we could, I too like reporting from my sofa. Maybe one day we could collab. Hold on a second. I wanted to see if. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is going to be a long trot. Like, why can't we clip this part out? There's a 30-minute delay. Clip it. We're going to be here all day. But if you were talking about Kai, Jenny, I agree. I'm working on a documentary for Patreon just because of the subject matter, but about Kai and the murder for which he's currently incarcerated. And I'm gonna lay out the facts, and I'm gonna say that this is how I do all the documentaries. I'm just gonna present the facts and the evidence and let you guys make up your own mind. I don't even know how I feel about it, honestly. Nick Kaditka says, Auntie Bev wouldn't allow this. Come on, Judge. Show the book at Lori Cox, Lori Cox, Ryan Vallow Daybell, Ding Dong. Devil. Oh, I love the chicken sneakers gif. It's the best. Yes, I will put it out for you. Absolutely. Just give me some time because, I'm trying to figure out, I'm not going to go live this early every day. Okay. Cause I don't like for you guys to have to hurry up and wait. That's so annoying. But, so I'll be more, Oh, thank you, Aries. I appreciate that so much. You damn devil. Rachel, you devil. I appreciate that, Aries. Thank you so much. But yeah, I'm not going to I'm not going to start this early tomorrow, but so that means that I have all the times to do the documentary and everything. So there's another video I'm working on that's just going to be regular on just for YouTube, but I'm waiting for the answer from the judge in Todd Mullis's post-conviction relief hearing. I'm waiting for her decision to see if he's going to get a new trial, and then I can include that at the end. So I just got to wait for that. But yeah, that's what's going on. So if they're not going to start until 2 every day, I think we should start at what? Like 1:30? That way, that way we don't have to hurry up and wait like this. This is ridiculous. This is radonk. Give me just a second, you guys. I'm doing something. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. All right. Oh my gosh. We're going to be here forever. Aw, thank you. Nini says, if we have to wait, the chat and your commentary is always great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hey, Neat says, I'm betting that my TMJ is going to be raging from all the teeth gritting I will be doing during this trial. Seven Lilies, have fun. There is, Nitka, there is nothing speedy about this speedy trial. By the way, Texas is getting the most ridiculous weather ever. Okay. I'm so annoyed with the weather currently in Texas. Well, my part of Texas, not South Texas, but we had a freeze warning the last 2 nights. It's April. April. Do you know what the temperature is? Do you know what the weather is in Florida right now, you guys? Do you? Do you know? 86 degrees. It's perfect. Perfect. Meanwhile, Texas is over here. Hey, Gary. Court restarted 11:17 their time, which is 1:17 our time. It's 1:30 now. So, what are they doing, Gary? It's taking too long. Can you call over there and see what's going on? I don't really appreciate this. I don't think we should have to wait like this. I like Central, Kelly Renee. Oh my goodness. Oh, hold on. I just got an email. Hold on, let me see what this email is about. Is it important? Let me see. Okay. Chicken shot, you're at 27. Yeah, but you're up there. You live in Antarctica with the penguins. Okay. So what? Sarah says, it snowed last night. This past week has been wrecking my sinus migraines and plans. Otherwise, I would have contacted you. Oh, no, Sarah, don't worry, babe. You get back to me whenever you can. It's no biggie. Add 30 minutes on. Okay. So we have another 15 minutes. Is that what you're telling me, Gary? Now, Gary, if you're going to come in here with this bad news, could you bring a snack to soften the bad news? I like cherry sours. I like Mike and Ike's original fruits only. I like Skittles also, original fruits only. Cheez-Its, something. Y'all got... We've been anticipating this for so long, and this is how they do us. My goodness. My goodness. And on top of everything else, you guys want to hear the rest of that call? Oh, I see movement. Here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. Is he just faking us? Come on. I hear noise. No, Shelly. No, Shelly Beans, babe. No. I was never a fan of root beer barrels in the first place, but if I had been, Stephen Stearns effing ruined them. Oh, that's another thing, by the way. Stephen Stearns' trial is coming up as well, and guess who will be streaming that one? Your girl. So I think what I'm going to do from now on, I think from now until the end of time, I'm just going to, I think this channel is just going to be devoted to streaming trials. Okay. So while I have you guys here and you can't really go anywhere, I mean, you can, but don't. I was thinking, you know how I have that second channel and how I haven't really done anything with it other than put up like a few recaps of old Gypsy Rose? What I was thinking is, what if, ooh, Erica, I could do that. What if I turn that second channel into the place where I put all my documentaries? What do you guys think? Let me know. I don't know why this makes me laugh so much, but it does. Chicken Shite says, does she have to stand at the desk the whole time or does she have a range she can walk? She's on a tether. She can only go from her desk to the podium. That's it. That's all. That's it. That's all. Yeah. Okay. You guys think that's a good idea? Because I've been thinking about it and I feel like YouTube doesn't really know what to do with me because I do both. And so I feel like YouTube is like, can you just pick something? You know, she's on a leash, one of those retractable leashes, you know, those are so mean. I can't. My sister used to have 2 Jack Russell Terriers and she used to walk them on those, walk them with those retractable leashes, you know, and her female, Katie, well, both of them really. Usually Katie would instigate Toby. All right. So Katie would start to run and then she would slow down. But then by that point, Toby was just, he'd reach the end of the tether and he would get yanked back. And I just. Kelly says, Jen Lou, you remind me of the Allstate commercials with the guy who is guiding the new homeowners from becoming their parents. You remind me so much of his students in a deliberate and hilarious way. Hold on a second. Ooh, the roast will be on this channel because I think I'm going to keep this channel for going live, doing the roasts on all of that. And I think I'm going to make the other channel like all my documentaries and stuff. So I don't know. It's just a thought. Any moment now, you guys. Any moment now. Remy says, question, are they conducting trial at sidebar? Because TikTok. Well, this is what had happened. What had happened was there were a couple things. First, there was a situation with a late juror. Then there was a juror that the juror's work was not pleased that he was on jury duty. Then the state let the judge know that that Brandon Boudreaux was sitting in the audience in the gallery and that Lori had noticed him as a witness back March of last year, I think it was, but he had not yet been subpoenaed. So then Lori's like, So the judge says to Lori, what's the deal, basically? Okay, I'm just going to summarize it for you. And then here comes Lori. Well, Judge, he's just going to say stuff. I don't have to give away my whole defense, do I? Because the judge wanted to know, what's he going to testify to that would be relevant. So Lori gets very snarky. And, well, Judge, do I have to give away my whole defense strategy? And the judge is like, no, you don't. But you could tell me just like, well, he had conversations with my ex-husband, Charles Vallow. There was, and about and like nothing, just ridiculousness. Okay. It's not just one example. Then she finally comes up with an example. And she says, well, he and Brandon had conversations about staging an intervention. Kelly said, the shit that comes out of your mouth kills me. I'm trying to be professional here and you make it so hard. I know. Sometimes I make it hard for myself, the shit that comes out of my mouth. We're not doing any Gypsy Rose. I'm over it. Look, she's got a kid. She's booed up with Ken. I don't give a rat's that kneecap. Whatever happens, happens. There's nothing I can do. And I just don't. I just am over it. I think that Gypsy has learned that it doesn't matter whether she's getting good attention or negative attention. She still makes money either way. I'm not going to be part of that. So she gets nada from me. Now, if she commits a crime, another one, then, yeah, then I'll cover it. Oh, I'll be all the way unprofessional, quiet, Tosh, with Stefan. I can't stand that low worm. And I have a lot of things to say. A lot. But I still can't move past the conversation he had with his parents where he says, I wish that I had gone downstairs and shook her awake. And he's talking about Jennifer Soto. And it just, and keep in mind that the phone calls that conversation took place in are very early on. I want to say where's Allie? June or July of 2024. They're early on. So, and his mom at that time was very, very much convinced and had no shame about it. She really believed that Jennifer is the one who unalived Maddie and that Stefan is the one it covered up, helped her clean up the mess, for lack of a better term. And there he is, saying, well, I wish I would have gone downstairs and just shook her awake, which, you guys, that means that she was asleep when this happened. So Kelly, I haven't heard that phone call yet because I have done and it's been hard. Do make no mistake. Allie, if you're in here, I want you to hear me when I say this. The amount of restraint that I have had to exercise to not click the 11 billion videos that are out there of these phone calls is astronomical. This is a lot of restraint, and everybody knows I am not good at restraint. Okay? But I've been doing it because I've been waiting to I can only
the defense can
finally
produce text messages or some information to provide to the court that shows he does in fact have relevant information, he might be called as a witness. But so far, the court can't find that Mr. Boudreau has any relevant information to this case. Therefore, Mr. Boudreau struck again without prejudice from the witness list. He can remain in the courtroom. We're going to bring the jury in. The other matters that were raised by the defense we'll talk about at another time when the jury's not waiting.
Hey, Soap Dish, they're bringing in the jury right now. Jennifer asked me, Jen Lou, did you take a nerve pills in preparation for Lori's opening? I have no nerve pills. So no. You're going to get me like ODB, raw. Raw and unedited. Somebody's standing just off camera, like directly in front. Jeez, Lou. Here we go. Okay, so my plan is I'm not gonna interrupt either side's opening statement. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna behave, and then we'll talk about it at the break. Okay. All right. I don't know what's happening or why this is muted. Because it sounds like he's just reading instructions, which doesn't need to be muted.
Testified to by a witness who has been sworn in and is answering questions from the witness stand. Therefore, it is important to remember that what is said by both the prosecutor and the defendant in opening statements and later in closing arguments is not evidence. The purpose of an opening statement is to help you prepare for anticipated evidence. The state can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are you going to use, yeah, put a mic over there.
Old dirty bastard. I don't know nothing about no Office Depot business solutions.
So I'm going to need you to stay close to me the next couple days. Mel, too. She can't go to Utah. They're planking some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and secure it. Lots to do. Thanks for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. Lori Daybell, the woman seated over here, wrote this to her brother, Alex Cox, on July 9th of 2019, 2 days before they killed Charles Vallow. But to understand why this is so meaningful, why this is relevant, you have to understand the context. So let's talk about it. In July of 2019, Lori Vallow was married to Charles Vallow. Lori Vallow lived here in Arizona, Chandler. Charles Vallow lived in Texas. In July of 2019, Lori Daybell was Lori Vallow, married to Charles Vallow. In July of 2019, Lori Vallow wanted to be Lori Daybell, wife of Chad Daybell. And in July of 2019, Lori Vallow wanted to keep the same lifestyle that she had with Charles. And she could get all of this if Charles was dead. She could marry Chad Daybell and become Lori Daybell. She would get a $1 million life insurance policy from Charles Vallow. She would get Social Security for herself and their son, JJ, as a child of a dead spouse. And all of this would be true if Charles Vallow was dead. So what about Nephi? Well, Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, and Alex Cox all believed that those who disagreed with them were dark, possessed by evil spirits, sometimes called Z's or zombies. Sometimes they had names for these evil spirits like Ned. Lori, Chad, and Alex used religion, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and a story of Nephi, a prophet, who was directed by the Holy Spirit to kill Laban, to obtain brass plates and secure the long-term prosperity of Nephi's descendants. Lori used this religion and the story of Nephi as justification to kill Charles Vallow, just like Nephi killed Laban. On July 9th of 2019, Lori Vallow invoked Nephi when she messaged Alex to provide them with that religious authority to kill Charles. After months of trying to get rid of him, they were finally ready to be like Nephi. So how did this begin? We go back to 2018. Lori Vallow met Chad Daybell. You will learn that in November of 2018, that Chad Daybell came to Arizona for a Preparing the People conference. And he and others stayed at Lori and Chad's house. Charles was actually out of town with JJ. Lori and Chad acted as if there was nothing between them, but nothing could be further from the truth. By January of 2019, Lori Vallow claimed that Charles Vallow was possessed by an evil spirit that she called Ned. You will see text messages where Lori and Alex refer to him as Ned. During this trial, you're going to hear from some women who initially were close in Lori's circle. These women will tell you they met her through the Preparing the People conference. They are spiritual women within the LDS Church. And initially they found Lori's spirituality infectious. But the more they listened to Lori, the more they started to find concern with what she was saying. One of them called it red flags. Lori began saying things like she didn't need to repent, that she was beyond that. And you'll hear from these women that that goes against everything that their religion follows. Everyone must repent. You will hear from Serena Sharp that in March of 2019, she attended a girls' weekend with Lori and some other women. They went to the temple, they had lunch, they did volunteer activities, and then Lori asked them to do something a little unusual. She told them that her husband was possessed by an evil spirit, and she referred to that as Ned. She told them that Charles was no longer in his body. She asked them to come together and try to cast out this evil spirit. Serena will tell you that she didn't ask Lori what would happen to Charles if that evil spirit went. She only knew that she had said Charles was already gone. She didn't know if he would come back or his body would just die. Later that month, on March 26th of 2019, Alex Cox texted his sister, Lori Vallow, and said, quote, "Ned is still alive, just confirmed." Lori responded, "It's not Ned. It's a new one. Ned is gone. No one has seen him, right? Just talk to him, question mark." Alex said, "Correct. Charles' body is alive." "What did you learn, question mark?" And Lori responded, "A lot. Still working on it. We'll call you later." As the year went by, Lori and Alex became more determined to get rid of Charles Vallow's body, whatever they wanted to call him. You will hear from Christina Atwood that she attended a gathering on June 9th of 2019. Again with Lori and some close friends, but this time Alex Cox attended. This was the first time she had met him. Christina will tell you that she heard Alex say that he just wanted to kill Charles. In fact, she heard him say this a couple times. And she heard Lori say, in response, that she had been drugging Charles, crushing up JJ's pills and putting them in Charles's protein drinks. Christina will tell you she was so disturbed by this that she actually went and confronted Lori the next day and told her that if Charles ended up dead, she would have to go to the police. That's how disturbed she was. Now, Lori, of course, said it was all a joke. What else could she say? But 1 month later, Alex and Lori created that situation to be like Nephi and killed Charles. What about Charles? You're going to learn that Charles and Lori had been together for a long time. They had adopted one of Charles's family members' children, JJ. JJ was everything to Charles. JJ was the reason Charles and Lori were still together. You'll learn that Charles knew about Lori's beliefs, that he was called Nick or Ned or some name. You will learn that Charles told a lot of people about this. And on February 26th of 2019, Charles made a big decision. He had a $1 million life insurance policy, and his wife, Lori Vallow, had been the beneficiary. He changed it. He changed it to his sister, Kay Woodcock. You will learn he did not have to notify Lori about it, and she had no idea. You'll learn that Charles desperately wanted to bring Lori back to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. You will learn that he was close with Lori's brother, Adam, and he was reaching out to him during this time period. You will hear from Adam. Adam will tell you that he himself had heard the defendant say things that were outside the LDS religion, that she was translated. Charles was possessed. He knew she was no longer following the LDS faith. Then, June 28th, Charles found out that Lori and Chad were having an affair. You will hear that he reached out to Lori about it, Chad's wife, and out to Adam Cox about it. Now, you're going to hear about a lot of these things because the police executed numerous search warrants. You're going to hear that they executed search warrants on cell phone records, cell tower records, and iCloud accounts. You're going to learn that an iCloud account is basically a service through Apple where you can store everything, photos, emails, documents, whatever you want. This can be intentional, or sometimes it can be unintentional. Your phone or your computer may be saving items there without you even realizing it. You'll learn that for years, Lori Vallow had an iCloud account that was loriforstyle@icloud.com. But after Charles learned about Chad Daybell on that June 28th, she created a new iCloud account, lollytime@icloud account. Many of these text messages between Lori and others that you're going to hear about at trial were recovered from those two iCloud accounts. You're also going to learn about Charles's cell phone. The police eventually recovered it, and they were able to extract the data, look at the messages and things that had been in there. And you're going to learn about those text messages with Adam Cox from July 9th through the 11th. You're going to hear from Adam that they were talking about an intervention, about maybe recording Lori, saying these things and taking those recordings to the stake president, or just confronting the stake president about it. They didn't have an exact plan. But on July 9th, Adam agreed to fly to Phoenix to help try to talk to his sister, talk to the stake president, get her back into this faith. Ultimately, Adam flew to Phoenix on the 10th, as did Charles. Adam will tell you that he actually, when he got his reservation on the 9th from Charles, reached out to his brother, Alex. He asked to stay with him. And Alex said, sure. You'll see phone records. They had a conversation about it. But when Adam flew into Phoenix on the 10th, remember, that's after that message by Lori that he needed to stay close to her. Adam tried texting his brother. Adam tried calling his brother. And Alex didn't respond. Adam didn't know that his brother Alex had been summoned to help his sister Lori be like Nephi, that it was time to kill Charles. The text messages from Lori to Alex about that intervention that she knew about and being like Nephi show that by the evening of July 9th of 2019, Lori knew that Charles was trying to have an intervention. An intervention. In that text message, remember, she said they are trying to have an intervention. She knew it was Charles and others. She also told her brother he had to stay close for the next couple days because she knew that she was going to be seeing Charles on the 11th when he came over to pick up their son, JJ, to take him to school. She told him, it's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. A few minutes after Lori had texted Alex that message on July 9th that they were going to be like Nephi, Alex called his sister Lori, and they talked for over 56 minutes, planning how they were going to get rid of Charles. Alex would stay close with his gun, and he and Lori would be like Nephi. July 10th of 2019 is a day before Charles was killed. We know from text messages that by 7:18 p.m., Alex was already at Lori's house. He brought a garbage bag with some clothes and an orange duffel bag with his .45 caliber handgun and 2 extra magazines of ammunition. He was prepared. We also know that the evening of July 10th, Charles sent a message to Lori letting her know that he would be over at 7:30 a.m. the next day to pick up JJ, to take him to school. Lori and Alex knew exactly when this murder would happen and where it would happen. They just had to make sure that Charles stayed in the house. You'll hear that on the evening of July 10th, Charles spent his last night alive on a date. He had been on several dating apps and appeared to be moving on. You will hear from his date, Nancy Jo, that she and Charles had met on an LDS dating site a few days before. You will hear that she had talked to him and texted him for hours. Sometimes they would talk for 3 hours on the phone. Nancy Jo will tell you that Charles told her about everything of his relationship, his wife's beliefs, everything that was going on. And he had told her about this change to the beneficiary of his life insurance. She will tell you it sounded like a lot of drama, but she still was interested and wanted to meet this person, and so they met that evening for dinner. She'll tell you that she understood on the 11th that Charles would be picking up his son, that he was actually going to meet a realtor about finding a place to rent here so he could be closer to JJ, and that he was going to try to get in touch with Adam to meet up. And then they were supposed to meet later in the day. She will also tell you that she actually told Charles, kind of joking, but in a way to end the drama, why don't you just tell Lori that you changed the life insurance policy so she knows it's not her? Nancy Jo will tell you the next day, she texted Charles, she called him, and she actually thought he had ghosted her. She didn't know he was dead until a few months later when she saw something on the news, a photo of him, and actually learned that he had been killed on July 11th. So let's talk about July 11th. That morning, Lori Vallow was up early and she was texting with Chad Daybell. You'll learn that we do not have those text messages. They were not saved in the iCloud, but we have them from the phone records. Alex was already at Lori's house with his gun, and everyone knew that Charles was a punctual person and would be there around 7:30 to pick up JJ so he could get to school. You're going to learn that, like many people, Charles had left his GPS data locating service on his phone. So that means when his phone is moving around, it was constantly documenting with GPS the location of the phone. During this trial, you're actually going to see this data mapped out. You'll be able to see Charles come to the house, and then you're going to see his phone leave with the defendant and what she does all day with it. What we know is that Charles arrived at Lori's house at about 7:35. He texted Adam Cox and told him that Alex, or Al, is here. You'll see from photos that Alex's truck was parked in the driveway. Adam responded, "Really, I wonder why he never called me back." Charles didn't respond to that. Adam then texted, "They're planning something." And Charles responded, "Absolutely." Adam told Charles, "I was supposed to spend the night at his house last night. She probably blocked that." Charles told Adam, "What you do is up to you." Adam then told Charles he was going to reach out to Alex and ask him to come get him and see what Alex would do. And in fact, he did text his brother. You'll learn that Charles read that text message from Adam, but he didn't respond. Adam sent one more text message to Charles at 7:49 a.m. on July 11th. He told him that he and his son were going to go play basketball at 8 p.m. to look for a specific church leader who was usually there and have a conversation with him. Charles Vallow never read that message, but you will learn that Lori and Alex did. Charles went to the front door of 5531 South Four Peaks Place, a house that he had rented for his wife, Lori Vallow, a house that he paid for. Charles would have had to knock on the door, alerting Lori and Alex that he was there. He got JJ, put him out in the car, and then Lori Vallow created the reason to keep Charles from just leaving with JJ. Lori Vallow wanted to stop this intervention. Lori Vallow wanted to stop Charles and Adam from trying to take her Temple Recommend away. Lori Vallow, who wanted to be Lori Daybell, and Lori Vallow, who wanted Charles's money. So Lori took Charles's cell phone, and she refused to give it back. Lori Vallow, or Lori Daybell, whatever name you want to call her by, is why Charles didn't just leave with JJ that morning. Lori Vallow is why Alex was able to shoot Charles. Lori Vallow is why Charles is dead. So I want to tell you a little bit about the scene, this house, so you can understand what's happening here. When you walk in the front door, there's a big room. It was empty, no furniture. There were mirrors on 2 of the walls, windows on a 3rd wall, and the 4th wall had doorways going into the kitchen and a hallway off to the bedrooms. This is where Charles Vallow was killed. This is where Alex Cox shot him 2 times. The first shot to Charles Vallow was to his chest. It exited out his back. Charles Vallow fell to the ground. He put his left hand to this wound, and blood transferred onto it. You will hear from the medical examiner that this shot went through his heart, and that a person can take seconds to up to 2 minutes to die from that type of wound. You will hear that a person can still talk and move after they're shot in the heart. And we know Charles was able to move since he put his dominant left hand on his chest and transferred that blood to his hand. You will see that. As Charles lay on the floor of 5531 South Four Peaks Place, Alex Cox stood at his feet and fired a second shot. That shot entered his abdomen, and it exited his left shoulder. The angle was significantly upward. Dr. Baumgartner, who is the medical examiner, will tell you that this wound was shored. You will learn that shored means that there was something hard behind that wound. So when the bullet exited it, it caused a different tearing pattern than the other wound that exited Charles's back. It is this shored wound, this exit on Charles's left shoulder, that shows us that there was nothing accidental about this second shot. You will learn from the cell phone that at 7:49, Lori left Charles's house, or left her house with Charles's cell phone, his wallet, his rental car, and JJ and Tylee. She drove to Burger King, Walgreens, dropped JJ off at school before she and her daughter Tylee drove back to the house. During this time, while Lori is driving around in Charles's car with his phone, she spoke with her brother Alex twice. The first call was at 7:52 a.m., 3 minutes after she left. The second call was at 8:06 a.m., 17 minutes after she left. You will hear that when Alex and Lori are talking, neither of them had called 911 yet. In fact, you will hear that Alex didn't call 911 until 47 minutes after Lori left. Charles Vallow lay dead on the floor of that house for 47 minutes before he called 911. During this 47 minutes, Alex began staging the scene and making mistakes. You're going to learn that the police found a bat that was located on the right side of Charles to the north of his head. Like he had been holding it, and when he was shot, and fell. It dropped. It rolled up against one of the walls that had mirrors on it. What you're going to learn that is Alex forgot that Charles was left-handed. In fact, you're going to learn that Charles was a semi-professional baseball player. He pitched and he batted left-handed. So that bat was on the wrong side. Next, you're going to hear about an injury to Alex himself. Lori had told police that Charles hit Alex in the head with this bat before Alex shot Charles. Classic self-defense. But in all cases, we must look at the physical evidence because it doesn't lie. And the physical evidence doesn't have a bias or a memory loss. Sometimes it's the lack of physical evidence that doesn't lie. So again, we know that this room where Charles was shot had no furniture, mirrors, 2 walls. You'll learn that although Lori claimed that Charles hit Alex with that bat and then Alex shot him in self-defense, that Alex's gun had no blood transferred on it. Alex was allegedly struck in the head with a bat by a semi-professional baseball player. Doesn't go unconscious, and he never touches that injury. Pulls out a gun, is able to shoot this man twice, and then he takes the gun down a hallway and puts it into a room. Never apparently touching his head or this wound. And again, Lori says that Alex was hit with the bat in this room by Charles. But again, what we don't see is any blood on the floor. Charles strikes Alex in the head with a bat. They're grappling on the ground. There's not a single drop of blood on the ground in that room. There's pooling of blood around Charles as he lay there on the ground. There's not a drop of blood going down the hallway to where Alex put the gun. There's not a drop of blood in the room where Alex put that gun. There's not a drop of blood on the floor in the kitchen where Alex went to go wash his hands. There are no towels, sheets, clothing, napkins with blood on them, where Alex was holding his head and trying to stop this bleeding from this injury. You will see on body-worn camera, Alex Cox, who's on with 911, come out of the house. He will have a phone in one hand and his other hand up, and you will notice that he actually has a pair of sunglasses resting on the top of his head. You will see at some point Alex sits down, and they ask him to move to another location. They talk to him for a while, and then you'll see him eventually touch his head a few times, and then he obtains a napkin or towel, something, and you'll see him at times rubbing his head, patting it. That is the only bloody item you will see. Those sunglasses on Alex's head. He is struck in the head by a baseball player while grappling on the ground. He then pulls out a gun and shoots his brother, puts away this gun, deals with his injury, and yet those sunglasses are still right there on the top of his head. No blood on the floors, no blood on the gun, no damage to the mirrors, bat on the wrong side. The lack of physical evidence to help support this self-defense claim. Next, trajectory. The medical examiner will talk to you about the trajectory through Charles's body. The detectives are going to talk to you about the trajectory through the room. Dr. Baumgartner will tell you that the trajectory of that first shot to Charles, the one that went through his chest, through his heart, and out his back, was front to back, and slightly downward. It will be less than an inch downward. The detectives will tell you that the bullet from that shot, actually, as it exited Charles's back, ended up across the room in the baseboard. They pulled it out and recovered it. Both of them will say that this shot is consistent with Charles being standing upright with a person in front of him. The gun could be slightly down, or his hand could cause that little bit of downward angle. Dr. Baumgartner will tell you that that second shot that entered Charles's abdomen and exited his left shoulder, that the trajectory of that shot was front to back and significantly upward, 13 inches upward. Dr. Baumgartner is also the one who will tell you about that shored wound. What you will hear from the detectives, though, is that when they found Charles on the ground, off to the side of his left shoulder was the other bullet on the ground, not embedded. They'll also tell you that when they finally moved Charles, they took his body away, they cleaned up the blood on the ground, and they noticed a defect in the flooring, in the wood, consistent with a bullet striking the ground. That defect was located where Charles's left shoulder had been. You will hear that both Dr. Baumgartner and the detectives found the trajectory, the wounds, were consistent with Charles laying on the ground, Alex being at his feet when that second shot was fired. The physical evidence does not lie. Charles was on the ground when Alex Cox fired that second shot. The injuries to Charles, the location of the bullet strikes, the trajectory of the injuries both in Charles and in the house, all show this was not self-defense. This was a staged murder scene. I told you that Lori Vallow left the house at 7:49 a.m., and we know this because of Charles Vallow's cell phone. The 911 call was placed at 8:36 a.m., 47 minutes later. The police arrived at 5531 South Four Peaks Place at about 8:41 a.m. Lori Vallow and her daughter Tylee returned to the house at 8:48 a.m. When the police first contacted Lori Vallow, they thought she had no idea that her husband was dead, that he'd been shot and killed. Initially, you will see body cam footage of an officer going up and just getting her information. Lori doesn't ask, why are all these police here? Why is there a fire truck here? Why is my brother sitting on the ground over there? Or is he okay? Instead, she comments about her neighbors. You'll learn that the police then pulled her aside to do what they call a death notification, to let her know that her husband was dead. Only to their surprise, she told them she knew, she was there. So at this point, the police knew they needed to take her to the police station and question her. You'll learn that Lori Vallow was interviewed by the police. She was treated very kindly. The police asked her what happened. Lori Vallow told the police that she took Charles's cell phone. She admitted that she was the reason that Charles didn't just leave and take JJ to school. She told police in no uncertain terms that Charles was demanding his phone back, and she refused to give it back. She told the police that even as Charles screamed at her for his phone, she walked away from him, wouldn't give it to him. No matter what happened or what Charles said or did, she would not give his phone back to him. Lori told police that her daughter Tylee came out of the room during this screaming with a bat, and that Charles took it away from Tylee, and Tylee fell on the ground, and she told Tylee to go out to the car with JJ. She still didn't return the phone. She told police that Alex came out, that he and Charles got into this scuffle with the bat. that Charles hit him in the head with the bat. She still didn't give Charles back the phone. What she did instead was take his phone and go around that wall into the kitchen. Left the situation. Time to let brother Alex be Nephi. While she's in the kitchen, she said she heard the gunshot, came out, saw Charles on the ground, and her brother standing at Charles's feet. Then she told the police she left. You'll learn that the police actually had no idea that Lori still had Charles's phone. Even when they're interviewing her, she still had it. Police are processing the house, looking for it. Where is it? I can't find it. Later in the afternoon, you'll hear that the police actually called Lori and Alex and asked them to come back to the scene. And when Lori arrived, they told her they couldn't find Charles's phone. And she told the detective that she found the phone in the car. Found it in the car. She gave Charles's phone to Detective Enclan and then provided her with Charles's PIN number to get into the phone. You'll learn that after those interviews in the morning, Lori and Alex went back to Alex's house in Santan. And there they went through Charles's phone. You'll learn that Alex actually took photos of some of the messages between Charles and Adam, including Adam's flight reservations. And he later sent those to his sister, Lori. July 11th. Lori didn't tell any of Charles's family he was dead. She didn't tell Adam that Charles was dead. She certainly knows they had been talking. The next day, Lori texted Charles's sons from his prior marriage and told them, "Your dad is dead." Charles's sons reached out to their Aunt Kay about this, and you'll learn that Kay and her husband had to Google this, see if it was true. They found out that Charles had been shot. So what about the money? That life insurance policy. Charles Vallow had $1 million life insurance policy. When he got it, his wife, Lori Vallow, was the beneficiary. We know that Charles died on a Thursday, July 11th. That next Monday, July 15th, Lori Vallow called Banner Life Insurance. The call was recorded and you'll hear it. She told the agent that Charles had been accidentally shot. It was an accident. And that she was the beneficiary. Both of those statements are not correct. There was nothing accidental about that shooting, and she was not the beneficiary. 3 days later, on July 18th, Lori Vallow learned that she was not the beneficiary. Banner Life Insurance could not and would not tell her who Charles had changed it to. But Lori was angry about it. And you're going to learn that on July 18th of 2019, there's another very important text message in this case. The first one on July 9th between Lori and Alex when they discussed being like Nephi. And on July 18th, 7 days after Lori and Alex killed Charles and Lori learned she is not getting $1 million life insurance policy, she sends a message to Chad Daybell. Quote, "So I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. So it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. You can't tell me who, of course, but it's done. I'll still get $4,000 a month from SS." In this text message, Lori tells Chad that it was probably Ned, that evil spirit inhabiting Charles's body, that changed the life insurance policy before they got rid of him, before they killed him. After Lori found out that she was not the beneficiary, she was so angry that she actually went through Charles's laptop, found the beneficiary change form, sent photos of that to Chad. She also confronted Kay about it. The $1 million she had expected to get was gone, but as Lori told Chad on the 18th, she was still going to get money from the death of Charles. Lori knew already that a month before going to see Social Security, how much money she would get for JJ and for herself as a caregiver as a result of Charles being killed. $4,000 a month. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence in this case is going to show you that Lori Vallow Daybell conspired with her brother Alex Cox to kill her husband, Charles Vallow. When Charles let Lori know he was coming into town, she quickly got the pieces into place. Alex came to her house with a gun. Lori created the way to keep Charles inside the house so that Alex and she could be like Nephi. To kill Charles Vallow to better at least her life so she could be with Chad and she could live off that life insurance policy. As we go through this trial, you will see photos of Charles's injury, photos of the crime scene, and hear testimony that will prove that this was not self-defense. As we go through this trial, you'll be provided with phone calls, emails, text messages, and hear testimony that lays out the motive for this murder, money, and Chad Daybell. You will see text messages and hear from people who Lori trusted and who were later pushed away, people who really don't want to be part of this trial, but were pulled into it by this defendant and her desire to get rid of Charles to be with Chad. People who heard Lori for months saying Charles was gone, possessed. People who will establish that this murder was premeditated. You will hear text messages from July 9th by Lori to her brother, Alex Cox, that he had to stay near her, that it was all coming to a head, and she would be like Nephi, and so would he. A justified killing, just like the prophet. And later, the text message to Chad where she told him that Charles changed the life insurance policy before they got rid of Ned. A confession by Lori of how religion and money were twisted to justify Charles's murder. At the end of this trial, the state will come to you and ask you to hold the defendant responsible for the death of Charles Vallow and find her guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
All right. Will the defendant be giving an opening statement? Okay, because of the lunch hour, let's.
Oh my
your
God.
opening statement will start after lunch.
Are you
I'm
kidding
going
me?
to excuse the jury for lunch. I'm going to ask juror 3 to stay back. I need to talk to you about something. Please remember the admonition, jurors. We'll see you. Let's start. Everyone be back in the jury room about 1:20 p.m. and we'll resume at 1:30. Thank you.
Oh my God. I mean, it's 12:30 there. For the love of Pete, they were sitting back there for at least 30, 45 minutes. Why couldn't they have eaten a snack? I mean, you're right, Soap Dish. It doesn't matter Like, she's not going to get extra, if she gets life without the possibility of parole, you only have one lifetime that you're required to give up. Like, it's not, every lifetime after that, if you believe in reincarnation. But I saw that, Jen, I'll talk about that in just a second. But yes, I mean, in theory, they can't punish her any more than they already have. All right. However, she should be held morally and criminally responsible for Charles Vallow's death. She just should. Yeah, it's Rachel. It's 2:30 here. They're wasting my whole day. Give them, just look. Go put out, go. Somebody at the courthouse, make these jurors a snack pack. Let's get this show on the road. Ridiculous. You guys want to hear the rest of that phone recording? We don't have very much to go. Let's hear that instead while we wait.
So I'm sorry that you don't want me to protect my children, but I would never ask you to not protect your children.
Of course you wouldn't.
So I can tell that you're just adversarial, Mel. I love you. I'm sorry that you feel this way.
Because I actually do care. I'm sharing what I feel for you because I know your salvation's in trouble for what you've done.
If my salvation is not in trouble at all, and I think you should check that with the Lord again.
Well, I felt a lot of things from the Lord, and this doesn't feel right.
Well, I'm sorry that you feel that way, sweetheart. I'm sorry that you're friends with all those who are against me. Joseph Smith's friends turned against me.
I'm not a friend. I'm not friends with people that are against you.
Apparently you are.
I am not. I don't know Kay. I don't know who you're talking about. Your sister. I don't even know what her name or who she is. I don't know any of those people. Why would they contact me anyway? How would I even know about that?
Well, you're friends with Dave, and he's apparently,
Well, David is a very righteous man, and I've always known that grounding about him. And he has a lot of beautiful experiences with the Lord, and these are not the same. When you get the priesthood, that's Peter, James, and John shows up, and then he confirms all of those in the circle that are to get it, and everybody's a witness of that. Everybody's a witness that the pattern is in the scriptures. There's no witness that you ever receive what you think you received. Nobody has seen that but you. There's no witness. The witness, Joseph Smith, Oliver Calvary, Martin Harris, the 8 witnesses, they all showed up.
Is there a witness when Jesus, Heavenly Father, gave that to Joseph Smith by himself in the grove? Was there a witness?
No, but they had it later with other people. That was one experience, but others joined in later. When he brought other people into it, they had experiences.
Is that in the scriptures, yes or no?
I'm sorry?
Is that in the scriptures, yes or no?
That Joseph was alone when he saw God the Father and Jesus Christ?
Yes.
Yes, he was alone.
He was alone.
But he had to open it up first.
That's not a pattern at all.
Honey, what I'm saying is that after he saw that and other people joined in, they saw the things with him. He wasn't alone. There was a witness for them. There was no witness. Anybody's never seen what you've seen or experienced what you've seen. That's your own witness, but nobody's had that.
No, God knows it, and I will never deny it. For my soul would be at stake if I did. So you can say it didn't happen to me, Mel, but if I say it, then I am accountable. You didn't witness it, but I did.
But your behaviors is not, okay, I understand that's what you believe you saw, but this is the thing, as I see, is that your behavior is not one of somebody that's in Christ. Your behavior. What?
Never had any idea that you would be the person of all people to turn me. I cannot believe
I am asking questions, and I am concerned for you. That is what somebody does when they care.
You don't sound like you're concerned. You sound like you're accusatory. You do not sound concerned. You sound pissed off.
I'm not. I am troubled. Maybe that's the better word. Troubled. Because these things, like you being with Chad before he's even divorced, It's unusual behavior for a person that's seen Jesus Christ.
I was never with him, and he was never divorced.
Honey, I've seen you guys together. So I haven't ever seen you with, I've never seen you with Chad kiss him and walk around the track at BYU with him. I never saw that. You
say you're the one that's just feeling guilty about being with someone before they were divorced.
Oh, honey. I think that's not what we're talking about here.
Wait, it's not what we're talking about here. That's what I'm saying. You are going off the deep end.
Well, I'm just saying this is not a behavior of someone that sees Jesus Christ. It's not the behavior.
Really? Have you ever seen Jesus Christ? So do you know what the future behavior would be if you had seen Jesus Christ?
I know that when I pray.
Each of you every day, and he does protect me, and he is protecting me, and he will protect me against this accusation as well. And we will both stand there with him, and you tell me if I was lying or not. But we're both standing there with Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Yeah, Melanie, say it to Jesus's face. All right, so now the lunch hour is upon us. What did you guys think of the opening statements? I thought that she did really well. I now understand the witness that Lori is wanting to keep out, why she's wanting to keep that witness out, because evidently Charles told her some things, and Lori doesn't want those things told. Also, I thought that she did a really good job of laying it all out in a very easy, concise, chronological order. And, excuse me. I thought she did a good job. I am definitely curious about how Lori is going to do now that she has an even longer time to prepare. So now, Lori, I don't want you coming back saying nothing about how things weren't fair for you, how you didn't have enough time to prepare. You got plenty of time now. I can fine tune that ratchet ass opening statement we know you're about to give us. So I think what I'm going to do really quickly, because I need a human moment, is I have the roast of Melanie Gibb that Dr. B and I did. And I would like to present that to you guys. So without further ado, hold on a second. Make sure it's up there. Yep. All right. Here we go.
Yes.
She thought she had the power to do that.
Sound good?
And I remember Chad and Lori said something, and I don't know if anybody else said anything. So who was it?
So Chad was there.
Oh, yeah.
Lori was there.
Yep. And I think Melanie
Yeah.
and Alex, Sulema, me and David. David doesn't remember any of it. You can ask him. He's blocked it, dude. He was so under blocked. He can't remember it.
And this was after Charles died.
This was right after he died when we had.
Well,
that
we already
meeting.
saw this,
we got
right?
together one time. At Charles's house.
We did.
So,
it might have been Brandon.
We're just at the part where the demon almost comes out, remember, because she makes that noise that's like one octave below only dogs can hear, and then she flings herself back real quick in the chair. That's where we're at. Okay. We're right past the table flop. Let's
tell me again about the knocking on the door.
So something about one night there was this is what Chad would tell occur with Charles, they said. So okay, this was the first thing, is they were trying to cast out normal, like casting out.
Yeah,
right?
okay, normal
But they
casting
said,
out.
oh,
Normal,
still in there.
like
Chad
casting
had
out,
demons
like,
still
you know.
in there. We can't get them out. They're breaking eternal law, right? This is what we're saying.
Okay, the
Cast
bangs are
his
back and
personal spirit out.
back and banging.
So then they
The
finally said,
bangs are in full effect.
So our
They're
person
literally
was
pointing,
out.
like when you When you point your two fingers at your eyes and then you point them at the person you want them to know that you're watching them, the bangs are doing all the work. Hello,
Yes.
Heather, whatever.
I am watching it. Hi, Heather. Oh, girl, Heather, I just got your email today. So check this out. How rude is this? At some point during some random Apple update, right? It decides to turn off all of my notifications. And I'm sitting there today wondering, like, I haven't heard from anyone in quite a while. Like, I wonder what's going on. So I open my email, and lo and behold, there's like 169 messages. I've not been getting notifications for like the last month. So I'm so sorry. Like, I have a lot of catching up to do.
Wow.
Obviously the dark side is trying to tempt me. So
Yeah, clearly, that's exactly what's going on. Just resist.
yes, I am
Just
resisting.
resist.
That came into Charles.
Okay,
This-
well. Oh,
What
This
happened?
is supposed to be more advanced, darker spirit.
Okay, so if
Look at her.
Oh, like the darker spirit has a PhD, or what? Advanced darker spirit. What does that even mean? I need to better explain,
This is
Melanie.
supposed to be more advanced, darker spirit.
Oh, look what she's doing. She's bewitching
her
him with
face.
those two. Yes. And
She
the
has
bangs. Look at the bangs. They're
she's the woman with the fire behind her eyes, remember?
yes.
Oh.
But no special power.
No, she just sees Jesus.
Yeah, right. And has
her
hot head.
Yes, her head gets hot.
At random times for zero reasons. That's what it is.
Okay, so if
according
the
to
body,
him.
if the body keeps receiving dark spirit,
Yeah.
Does that body have to be destroyed?
Oh, no. See, they were learning. It was a never figured out. This was Chad pretending more and more along the way. It's my opinion now. It's like he was just like, okay, that didn't work, but what can I come up with to keep Lori happy, right? And let me just figure this out and come up with. I don't know if he even played all the way through, because Lori was so pushy about being with him, and I think he was so infatuated, which you and I both know he was with her. I think he just got more creative in his darkness. And I think it just went on line by line by line. I don't think that's my feeling. I could be wrong. Maybe he had some people say, oh, a writer, knows the end of it. I don't know.
All right, so let me ask you this then. With these castings, we know that, I think we know, it was with Charles. They tried casting Charles.
Look at her face.
They, at one point, tried casting Brandon.
I think so. It feels familiar. I'll just say that. Because they deemed him as really dark right about the time, probably either right after Charles died, because then they were trying to help Melanie, because now she would go hooks into Melanie. She got totally taken out by Lori. Brandon.
Hooks and Melanie.
That's right. We did see this part.
This is the part we were left off at. Hooker hearts and the hooker hooks and the Melanie.
Oh my. He's dark. He's actually, we found out more about him. So first he's this. Oh, wait, we discovered more about him. Now now we know he's actually a high level. He's like up there with Hitler kind of thing, right?
Right.
And yeah.
Did they ever say that?
He was one of the Hitler crowd. He was one of the group that associated with Hitler. Mm-hmm.
Was he?
Yeah, did you know that?
I must have missed that somewhere.
Yeah, well, you're not missing much.
But Tammy.
Look, those banks cannot be controlled. They don't give an F.
That's a good one, because that one's different.
She tried it, and they're like,
She was sweet.
Nope,
right?
not today, Satin.
No, it was at the very...
Yeah, Shinner.
Well, that's a good thing,
Shmita.
because I got
Shmita, get that Shmita.
Tammy, what would they have said about her? Because she didn't have an evil spirit in her. So then at the very end, she
Her
did.
bangs look like those rods they use to find water.
Because it was, she probably told me once, so it's not like it was a lot of time.
I was thinking they looked like the divination rods.
What did she say about Tammy? I don't know that I remember she said right
in September. Oh, there's evil spirits starting to work on Tammy now. Tammy's good, but they're not in her yet. They're like working on her. And they're coming around the house, something like that. And then she had this knock at the door one night, and Tammy wakes up to go see it was. And of course, Chad and Lori
Please
say, oh, that
pause.
was Julie Rose's spirit that came and knocked on the door.
Okay. What was the point of knocking on the table? We're all familiar what a knock on the door sounds like, okay? And you, why does she have to do everything so friggin' extra? Like, you're not entertaining children at the library reading a story, ma'am. You're discussing casting evil spirits from a human. Oh my God, I can't take her already. I'm already annoyed with her knocking on the door.
I mean, but that bang is very serious, and we're missing the number 2, so this is an emergency.
Okay,
That sound
you
familiar?
lost me right there.
So she knocks like the cop.
I did share this with somebody. I really feel like it's come out somewhere along the journey.
It probably is. But you gotta understand, man, there's so much that's coming out here. Sometimes we have trouble keeping straight.
I don't blame you. That's why I keep saying, call me. If you have like a brain cramp, Melanie can help me sort me out, because I can at least I got my memory.
Yeah, that's why we're here.
I know, but I'm just
Melanie,
saying, when
you're not
going through
sorted
stuff
out.
and
How are
you're
you going to
going
sort
through all this stuff,
anybody
you
out?
Keep it collected. Ask me.
Ask me.
She's awfully helpful, huh?
She sure is. She's like a
If you
Girl
have a
Scout.
brain fart, just holler at
She
me.
said a brain spat. What'd she say? Cramp? A brain cramp? Okay, my brain's done a lot of things, but cramp ain't one of them, ma'am.
I think she had FOMO with
And then
the
she
podcast.
busted out Blondie. Call me.
Because I'm going to tell the truth. Nobody's going to tell it like me.
All right. So tell me.
Oh,
Melanie,
something about one night.
I wonder.
Challenge accepted, Melanie.
It was, this is what Chad would tell Lori, that Tammy woke up to a knock at the door, and then he would say, maybe to Julie, I don't know. I mean, to his wife, I don't know. But he said, she told me that he said it was Julie's spirit knocking at the door. That's what woke her up. So that was one indication. And it seems like there could have been other things. I can't recall. But she just said, I felt this feeling of like they were.
Why are you looking off into the distance as if the answer to what you're trying to recall is over the horizon? Ever notice that people do that? They look off into the horizon. Yeah, as if the memory is going to be coming over the horizon like the fucking sun. No. No. This is how you know people be lying. This one, she's just making shit up now.
That these evil spirits are now trying to get a hold of her. Oh, and then she says she's starting to question if he's seeing somebody else.
Lori was. Or
No,
Tammy
was. That's what she
right.
would tell. So that's how they knew the evil spirits were in her, is because now she was starting to, and I don't remember what she said, something like, are you seeing another woman? Something maybe like that.
Do you know when that was?
Yeah, that was that time we went September, that weekend.
Oh, conveniently a month before Tammy.
What?
A month before Tammy was killed, Tammy started questioning Chad because he was like walking around with Lori open around,
But that's how you know the evil. And knocking, what is this? An Edgar Allan Poe poem?
Yes.
Knocking at my chamber door. Quoth the raven. Is that what her spirit was?
Exactly.
You know, ravens do carry messages, but whatever. That's not what we're here for.
As soon as Tammy started questioning Chad, whoop, the spirits are getting to her.
See, again, why I couldn't be part of this cult or probably any other, because of all the questions that I do, which obviously means that I'm possessed by evil.
Obviously.
Like Mermaid Man. Evil.
Bloop, bloop.
And I was up there. She would tell me that while I was in her apartment.
Lori told you that.
Yeah, and that was when she was telling that JJ.
I think we did know that.
Yeah, everything I can remember, I tried my best to as fresh as I could. Yeah, I did share. I feel like I shared it. It feels super familiar with me sharing that. Anyway, so, but she didn't tell me when she got in her spirit.
It feels super familiar, me sharing that. Anyway, don't interrupt me again, officer.
And I don't know that she ever said who was. She was trying to describe it, but I don't even remember what she said.
Can I interject really quick?
Yeah.
Let's go back to the castings because we're kind of getting just sidetracked just a little.
She's clearly not impressed with Officer numero dos.
About 10 of them, and then some over the phone. Roughly.
Oh, she's doing the lean in and listen. Okay, Melanie, I see you,
on
girl.
Charles, I can remember, if not all of them. There might have been a few that weren't, but it felt like they were, if not all, Charles.
And Lori would start it, and you would go
always.
Around the room.
She'll always.
You'd go around the room, and each person would say something.
Have something to say.
Describe to me. Let's say we're in the casting. What would you say?
I would say so they would always refer to the evil spirit. So if it was Ned, they'd say
all by name.
And I can't remember if I said Ned's name or not. I don't know. But anyway, I just say, Jesus Christ is your Savior. Come to Him and remember that you can always repent and come to Him. So it was my testimony of the repentance and the power of the Savior. That was what I said.
Look, her bang, that's the divining rod is pointing at officer number one.
He went through hard
No matter what she does with her head, the bang follows officer one.
You can come to the light side.
Also, you know what else I noticed? Every time she does that weird thing with her mouth, she reminds me of that chick in Up in Smoke after she does that rail of Comet, and she does that weird thing with her mouth and she's like, and then she makes her tongue roll and creak. I don't know what she does to crack. I don't know what it does. But when she does, that's what she reminds me of, is the chick from Up in Smoke.
Oh my God. I simply can't.
I can't either. If she says the number 4, I'm quitting the internet. 4 times.
Wasn't doing it in a way that I was angry or upset or any negative. Like, I like Charles, so
I mean,
it
the
wasn't
officer
like I was
seems a
against
bit
anybody.
defensive.
So you would say that.
Yeah, and then somebody else would.
He's
and
like,
then they would move on to the
yeah,
next
she's
person.
full of shit.
And so a person would say, "Oh gosh."
So what was your gift that brought you into that circle? What was your gift? Because each person in the circle had a gift.
Nobody
right?
really had a gift until they stepped. It seems like they had a gift all of a sudden when they stepped into the circle. Does that make sense? Like, there was no gift outside of it except for Sulema. Sulema seemed to be the one that had the gift of moving the earth, because she seemed the visionary stuff. She could see, so she was the only one that I knew of that had that kind of gift.
Do you remember Lori giving anybody assignments? Okay, you be water, you be fire.
Yeah, a little bit as she started to learn it more, but that probably backed off after a while because she stopped. Like I said, she got rid of some people in the group. So then it kind of just branched off to her and Lori would do a lot of it on their own in the temple. And I'd come and see them in the temple later. I was like, hey, what's going on? And she's like, oh, we just were talking about how to, do this and da.
Zulema, Lori?
What?
Who? Lori and who?
Zulema. So they'd be in the temple doing it sometimes. And they would just do it like they'd sit beside each other and just hold hands or something like that. Like, nobody could really tell what they're doing. And they would I'd see them talking and then they would just close their eyes and then think that they could do something like leave their bodies, and I've heard people do weird stuff like that. Like, it happens to people. I don't know. I've never had those experiences, but anyway, so somebody would do something about water and I can't remember the words. They were so different. Sorry, I'm trying. Crystals or whatever, and I'm trying to remember Nicole and Christina. Like, what would they have said?
That's okay.
I don't really remember.
So you guys go around the circle. Each person says their part, right?
Yeah.
And then it comes back to Lori.
This sounds like the most messed up game of Duck, Duck, Goose ever.
Like, how do you guys get done with
the
casting?
She would invite the spirit to come out of the body, and I think a few times, if I remember now.
But did she use the magic word? Maybe that's what went wrong.
Well, asking the spirit to come out of the body is committing murder, basically.
I see. It's okay.
So yeah.
I see.
So this is the delicate part because their version of exorcisms involve killing people.
I see.
So
I
this is the dance now because this is Thriller, you know. So Melanie has got to really delicately dance around this.
I see. Okay.
Hence
Okay.
hence the glaze into the horizon.
They would try to, what's the right word, seal it up or something like that.
Like shoot him in the head, yeah.
Yeah.
Like sealing the blessing.
Like a sealing, yeah. Like try to seal it where they could that light energy that was going to them that would cause that evil spirit go, okay, I'm gonna leave now. So they were trying to invite it to leave now, and she just talked to I think at the end she would just try to seal that up and try to think she had the power to talk it out of leaving the body.
And that's something you believed in at the time.
I kind of believed in it. I didn't 100%. It's hard to 100% believe in anything that's not true. So at the time, I thought, well, I don't know if this is a fact.
Wait a minute. Did she just say it's hard to believe 100% in something that's not true?
Yes, that's exactly what she said. And this is what I'm thinking. Ma'am, I don't know how to say this to you, so I'm just going to friggin' say it. But I don't typically roll with people I consider to be liars. I don't hang around with them. I don't take their phone calls, and I don't participate in their fucked up games of Duck, Duck, Goose or castings or whatever you want to call it. So, I'm going to go ahead and say that's a lie, that you a liar.
Active or not, but it seems that's the direction she's going because she doesn't know what to do about this evil spirit in the body. I don't know if it's working or not because she's saying one time it's here and then I said, Chad, all the body left. So when the first entity first left, Ned, it got really weird after that. Actually, she called Chad. She's like, "Did we get the body? We had a prayer. Did we get the spirit out?" Because he would be the one that dinged it, and he'd say, "Yes, it left." And then, well, where is it? And then, what is his body dead? Because they thought maybe his body would drop dead, which never happened. So she thought that Charles was dead. Okay. Yeah, thank you. It takes a while to remember all this stuff because there's so many details. And
the Adderall is probably starting to kick in.
Yes.
on
yes.
top of the Coke.
On top of the rail.
Oh my gosh. So she just said that basically Lori sits in a temple with Zulema holding hands. Zulema is trying to summon the winds and the water and the fires to try to kill Charles Vallow, who is actually...
You know what? It's been so long since I've listened to this, but it sounds like the most jacked up bootleg X-Men ever.
Mad. And then she would call Chad Daybell and ask him, hey, did it work? Did our little spell work? And he'd be like, oh, yes. He'd look at his map and his pendulum and he'd be like, oh, yes, Ned did leave him. But then, of course, Ned would have to come back because this is all bullshit.
Correct.
Until Lori's like, you know what? Fuck this. I'm going to take matters into my own hands.
Yeah, I'm going to get rid of... Correct.
We're about to perform an exorcism.
For reals.
Chad. Let me show you how to cast.
Correct.
I'm just visualizing as much as I can. So I remember then she said that something like Brandon was involved. It was so dumb. And Brandon was helping get rid of the bodies, something. But anyway, we find out. Then he said, so he kept changing things, the story all the time. And then he would say, oh no, that's not really what, because, she obviously found out Charles was alive. Oh, that's not what happened. It was Brandon's father's body that died or something stupid like that. He would always try to put it off, like find an excuse why it didn't work. So when, that first time she said that Charles was going to get in the car accident and die, that January, because I remember it was right around my birthday, and then because it was right after Christmas, and then I said, well, why didn't he die? And then Charles's excuse, which was always Julie Rose's excuse that I heard, was, oh, because of agency, it didn't happen. You know, these people didn't meet up with the right plan and it didn't go
Yes,
according to
and
plan. So
probably
it just
both.
failed it. So
Mhm.
that would always be excuse for why things didn't go. He just would lead her along to one, and so they thought they were always discovering things, and the adversary was getting smarter and smarter, and they were just leading, and it just got stupider and stupider. The story did, and it just got more crazy. And you know, sometimes I'd go, okay, whatever, and I just kind of blow it off.
Well,
I highly doubt that.
It doesn't seem like you just blew it off.
Yeah. Doesn't really seem you blew anything off because
Sure
according
doesn't.
to the evidence right here in your bangs,
Correct.
they're crispy as a, you know.
They're crispy as some good fried chicken.
Yeah.
now let's back up. So Tylee was deemed dark back in July.
She
Did
was
you guys
deemed
ever
dark at some point.
cast for Tylee?
I do not recall that.
Okay.
But I know at some point she was called dark, and
Who called her?
well, probably Chad would tell her, because Chad was the one she would go to. And I remember I said this out loud to you guys, is she used to think she got a lot of revelation, but now that Chad's in her life, she just would relies upon him more. So she kind of didn't think she had the power anymore because he seemed to have more power than her.
Do you know at that point in time if there was any tension between Lori and Tylee?
There was always tension.
Was there?
When was there wasn't tension?
They don't know.
From day one that I met her.
They weren't there. Weirdo.
Look at her face, man.
Well, I can't because you have it way skewed for me. For some reason, it's like way moved to over.
What do you
But
mean?
it does.
Hey?
Oh, I can't. It's weird how I got it on the tablet and I can see it now. Yeah, her face is very angry. She's an angry face.
Can you see her now?
Yeah. I
mean,
can see it on my tablet. I don't know what the heck my phone is doing.
It's imperative that you see her.
Oh, I can see her face. She's very she looks angry.
You know, I walk in her room.
Tylee didn't like her.
Hi. She's like, if we were each other, I was like, hi, and she didn't even want to look at me, and she was probably thinking one of her friends that she just totally
Tylee
does,
did not like
knows,
her.
but she would never contact
And I
me.
feel like
did
the
one time have
feeling
to try
was
to be-
mutual, the way that her face was right before she said her name and when she's talking about her.
Exactly. It's like she got that disgust in her.
Just like she's
right
disdain. Mm-hmm.
Right here, like in her little
Grimace.
Oh,
Her mouth is
Melanie.
grimace.
affection and kind to her. And we were sitting at the table, going to California with her friend, and we're sitting at the little that wiener place. I forgot the name of it. Anyway, that fast food restaurant.
The wiener place.
Wiener Schnitzel.
Wiener Schnitzel.
Well, not that one. The
Schlotzky's?
Yes, I don't even know how to say it. We were there. That was one of her favorite places.
I like food.
Schlotzky's is a sandwich place,
big on food,
weirdo.
and now she loved her fast food. If you didn't know.
You actually know what that is?
Schlotzky's?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a sandwich. Hello. You know how much I don't find there are a few things that I like. Sandwiches are one of them. You know, I like snacks and sandwiches
That's
and
good.
hamburgers.
That's a good combination.
Yeah, it's served me well.
I mean, look at all these chairs and like 1, 2, 3, 4. Were they having a preppers meeting in here like
right
before this? Like, were they expecting the whole gang to show up? Can you imagine getting all of them in that room and
No.
trying to get this story straightened out?
No, that she did. And so we were sitting there, and I just, just like try to put like Tylee's hair, women just do that kind of stuff. And I just pulled her hair off, and she was like,
Why are you telling these officers what women do as if they've never been around women ever? And no, women don't do that. That's a lie. Women do that to their friends, to people they are close to. They will fix their friend's hair, adjust their friend. Okay? Not, this is probably why Tylee wasn't having it with you. I wouldn't want you touching me neither. Weirdo.
Well, let me tell you something. I just missed the comment that was up there about the blushing, or is the wiener?
Oh, yeah.
So, yes, Heather. So, actually, I was listening to several interviews on a podcast on YouTube. They've interviewed a lot of these people that were in these circles. So a lot of questions about Julie Rowe, and she's very eccentric, and if you wanted to be a part of her little group, which her mission is also a gatherer. What's happening?
Sam, no, it's for all the demons coming out of her. They need all the seats.
Can Sam come up here and roast her with her Irish
Sam,
accent?
please come up here.
Girl, please. But yes, so Julie is like making tent cities or something and safe houses and stuff. And she was recruiting like all the husbands, right? Like she had all these secret meetings with the husbands. Yes, Sam said, okay. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. So,
hey, AJ McCleary, thanks for coming. Sorry.
Accusations of like orgies and things going on up in those tents. So it wouldn't surprise me if she's like, oh, officer.
Oh, sorry, officer. The wiener place, it starts with the schlong, schloon, schling, schlotsky, schnitzel. Get the. Oh my god.
Oh, I'm so excited for Sam.
Me too.
I knew her mom was her mom. Like, she had a rough life. I was like, whatever. And I think it upset Lori. That kind of upset her. I was like, you don't need to be upset. But anyway, so she didn't think she was dark at that time. That was another time. That was earlier on.
And I know this stuff, bringing it up can be kind of embarrassing to think that I actually bought into some of that
Absolutely,
stuff.
It is.
But it's super important that if you did buy into it, you let us know because we've recovered text messages and conversations between you and Lori, or you and Zulima and things like that. So there's some things where.
What happened?
It shows that you actually believe that Charles was a zombie.
Well, like I said.
Or you and Zulima and things like that. So, and that if you did buy into it,
Oh, I'm muted. How long have I been muted for?
This whole time, because I've been talking to you and you've not answered me one time.
Oh my god, you could have said that. I was telling Sam's devices are not connected, it says, and I was saying, Sam, you gotta allow access to mic and cam. You don't have to have them on, but you have to allow access to it. So
okay.
Because Sam is Sam is getting on, so that's why.
Okay, good.
Oh my gosh! Wow, I am seriously.
Just let it go. This is just how we roll up in here.
you let us know. Because we've recovered
It's the bangs
and conversations between you and Lori, or you and Zulima, and
he
things
just
like
confronted
that.
her with the text messages.
He did.
And she's grooming her hair for this.
Clearly. Hey, Cement Shoes, how's it going?
It shows that you actually believe that Charles was a zombie.
Hang on a second, you guys. I have Anjanette Levy in my ear from she's on Law and Crime doing the lunch. Okay. All right. Now, it's 3:12. I think they should be back in about 15 minutes. And I'm kind of curious, you guys. One of the things that they were talking about on Law and Crime, and hold on just one sec. I'm sorry. Okay. One of the things that they were talking about on Law and Crime is these opening statements. And because today was such a rough start and we missed, instructions potentially, or these would actually be sidebars. So this would be something that would have been discussed, without the jury being present. But one of the things that I'm curious about is if the judge put in a time limit on these opening statements, because you guys know how Lori, gets to talking, and you can ask her a question that simply requires a yes or a no answer. And she's worse than me at giving Miss America answers. Okay. At least I try to stay mainly close to the topic that we're actually supposed to be discussing. I like, if I get off in the weeds, it's only like a little bit. Like I might just have like a tire in the weed. Lori has the whole car and she's like down the road in the weeds in a whole different direction. So I'm curious. I'm curious if there's a time limit. And I'm also curious about what do we think Lori's opening statement is going to be? Because when she gave her interview on Saturday, no, I guess it was Friday. Was it Friday? And we reviewed it Saturday. Yeah. See, all the days are messed up now. It's all I can't be exposed to Melanie's bangs for too long because it messes up my brain waves. But anyway, all she really talked about was this, domino effect. This was a family tragedy, even though she's the one that set all the dominoes up and then decided to push them all down. Yeah, whatever, Lori. And that she's an advocate and she just wants to minister to these women in the prison and advocate for speedy trials for people who don't understand that they've waived their right to a speedy trial and blah, 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 blah. Listen, how long do y'all think her opening statement is going to be? Number one. And number two, how many objections do you think the state is going to raise during this opening statement? I'm very, very curious about that because I think it's going to be an absolute, complete and total dumpster fire. Yeah, we're on a break, you guys. I have this is an old roast that Dr. B and I did, which, by the way, speaking of the jelly to my peanut butter. Hello, True Psych Ward. Good to see you, babe. Dr. B herself is in the house. So, yeah, I mean, yes, the family tragedy, it was so disrespectful. This is current Bindi talking. See, here I am. Let me make it over here. See, there I am, you guys. I'm talking. It's like a Bindyception. It's a Bindi on Bindi on Bindi. This is present Bindi talking to future Bindi, or to past. This is present Bindi to past Bindi. Ooh, let me do a poll. Okay, hold on. Let me do a poll right quick. Hold on. Now I'm going to have 4 people in my ear. Oh boy. Let me see. Here we go. All right, let me see here. Now, what am I asking the poll? I already forgot. No, I haven't busted out the Capri Sun monkey in so long. Hold on. What am I supposed to? How many times will she say tragedy in her opening? Okay. Let me get over here and do that right quick. All right, hold on. Engage with your audience. Okay. Oops. Start a poll. how. I don't know how to do it. Gives you options. Many. Oops. Oops. I tried to miss. It only gives you a yes or a no. What the F? How can I change this? Oh, yeah, here we go. Wait, hold on. Let's do it like this. All right, here we go. Here we go. All right, how many times will Lori say tragedy in her opening statement? Under 10, more than 10, 11 billion. Those are your options. Let me just check in on the lunch. Turn it up just. No, 11 billion is not. No, Tess. No. 11 billion is not subjective. It's an actual number. That's obviously far more than 10. So yes. Okay, do another what? One poll at a time, Wolfie. Calm down, ma'am. All right, what's the next poll that you guys would like me to do? All right, let me see these results. We have under 10 is 5%. We have more than 10 at 5%. And we have 11 billion. And there's only 21 of you jokers who have voted, even though there are 130 of you. We're about 110 shy. Y'all get in here and vote. What's the matter with you? Yes, 11 billion is the only correct answer. Excellent job. So you are a good ma'am. What poll would you like me to do? If you want me to do another one, I just need a suggestion. Come back. Don't hazmats, Wolfie. You know that I love you. Hold on. Merle says, can you write your name phonetically so that I can say it correctly? Because I feel like I'm not saying it correct. Hold on. I have so many tabs open. Okay, here we go. I think this woman here is the most unlikable out of the whole cult, because she knew everything that was going on, and that's pure innocent. Here's the thing. Oh, I know what I'll pull you guys on. Okay, Woofy, this one's for you. All right. Hold on a second. Hold on, let me move some stuff out of the way. I've got too many things going on here, and I can't focus, and I can't get right. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. The new poll is, what will Lori use for lipstick and blush? Hot Cheeto dust, red Skittles, Kool-Aid. All right, now, let's see. There's no GIFs at YouTube. They should make GIFs, though. They really should. Oh my goodness. I forgot what I was going to say. This is why I don't like Melanie. Okay. Now, I can't say for certain, and neither can anybody else really, if Melanie had done the right thing and told the truth from the very first phone call when the cops first contacted her. What we know is for sure that Lori and Chad would not have had such a head start with respect to JJ and Tylee. I mean, that's just facts. Can I say for certain that if Melanie had stepped up and told the truth from the beginning, the first time the cops contacted her, that JJ and Tylee would still be alive? No. I can't. I wish that, Wolfie, this is a fantastic point. It would make totally make the comments if they had gifts. YouTube needs to bust out the gifts. Okay. Dr. B says, Skittles are only available in the visitors vending machine. I vote Kool-Aid for blush and Cheetos for lip and fingertip stain. Yes, soap dish. Let's see. What? Yes, we should have gifts. Absolutely, we should have gifts. Okay, so the country life of Chicken Lady says, wasn't Tylee gone before they contacted Melanie? My timeline may be off. Yeah, I think you might be right, because Melanie and David Warwick came out to Idaho to visit, and David had that horrible nightmare. He had a screaming Mimi and woke up for Chad to give him a blessing. Now, let me ask you this, just while we're on this subject. Here's Melanie right here in this roast that we've done. This is her interrogation, telling, these detectives, and then we heard it in the phone call, that David doesn't believe any of this crap. It's just baloney. He's a very righteous man, right? You don't believe in anything. So in any of the things that Chad is saying, look how excited I'm getting. I'm screaming. Let me tone it down. You don't believe in any of this. It's all mumbo jumbo. You don't believe in nothing, right? None of it. Why are you going to ask the person you don't believe is connected and can do anything, really, is a big old liar? Why are you asking them for a blessing in the middle of the night? So with JJ, it's not really Tylee, but more JJ. Would JJ have survived? I don't know. But also I don't think so, because maybe the only one that could have been saved was Tammy. Because at that point, even after JJ was murdered, she was still alive. So maybe the only person, if Melanie had told the truth, that could have been saved maybe was Tammy. And, the thing of it is, this is what irritates me with Melanie. She should have had red flags way before, right after Charles died. Because look, here's the deal. At the end of this is how it all played out. Okay. So they were all standing around in their, circle from hell. Okay. Doing all the castings, being the most bootleg version of evil X-Men there are. And calling, saying that, that Charles, was dark and all of the things. And then, and they said it for a long time before Charles was actually murdered. Okay. Then Charles is murdered. At that point, Melanie, I think the red flag should have been up and you should have been, and they were already talking. And then when they started talking about Tylee being dark, Brandon Boudreaux being dark, Tylee and JJ being dark, all of them, everybody else, anybody else that they ever said was dark, they were all in jeopardy. And you said nothing at all. Even though, I mean, shouldn't you have, I would have connected those dots. I don't give a rat's fat kneecap. Usually I don't like that. I don't like to say what I would have done, because who gives a rat's fat kneecap what I would have done? I wasn't, I wasn't there, and I have hindsight, but I have seen some, like I've been around the block a few times. That doesn't sound good either. Shit. How do I put this? I have some life experience. I'm 48 years old. Okay. I've seen some things. I've been through some things. I've done some things. Okay. And if somebody said to me, Charles Vallow is dark, dark, dark. Charles Vallow's dark. He's got an evil spirit. Let's all stand around and cast this evil spirit out, blah, 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 blah. And then Charles Vallow ends up dead. And then and then somebody starts naming, 11 billion or 5 other people who are dark. I think I would connect those dots. I would have, which is why I'm not cult material, because I ask too many questions and I would have connected the dots. And furthermore, this whole thing was all about the gathering of the 144,000. Now, how does that work? How are you gathering? You're supposed to be collecting people. 144,000. That's a lot of interviews to give. Okay? And you have to get all 144,000 people, and you've got what, maybe 6 already, and now you're offing people. Does that even make good sense? Hold on, let me see what you guys are saying in the chat. True Psych Word says they testified they saw Alex carrying JJ upstairs while he was quote unquote sleeping. Felony Melanie skated in this video whole ordeal, in my opinion. Just those bangs deserve $5 to $50,000 fine. Hell yeah, they do. This should be starting any moment. Any moment, any moment, any moment. I see. Hold on. Hold on. You know why I like Anjanette Levy, just by the way? Because sometimes she messes up on the stream, when she's streaming, when she's on the panel or whatever. I guess she's not really streaming, but when she's on Law and Crime Network, sometimes she makes mistakes, and I like that about her.
What she needed to do.
Because it's like she's like a normal person.
Lori, Chad, and Alex used religion.
All right, here we go. Let's see what's going on over here real quick.
And a story of Nephi, a prophet, who was directed by the Holy Spirit to kill Laban, to obtain brass plates and secure the long-term prosperity of Nephi's descendants. Laura used this religion and the story of Nephi as justification to kill Charles Vallow, just like Nephi killed Laban.
And Jesse, this is kind of
was my thought about this a lot of the time covering this case. It wasn't necessarily that they were religious, but possibly using religion and their beliefs to justify what they wanted to do.
100%. You can find, it doesn't even have to be religion, right? You can, if you want to, if you're so motivated, you can find any text you want to in any book that's justification for doing anything you want to do, not just murder. You know, you can you know, people will always find a loophole, always. Oh, really, Nitka Ditka? See, I thought about covering that, but I can't do it all. I'm only one person.
For standing by me. It's to
What
a
the
head
hell?
this week. I will like Neffy, I am told, and so will you. Or when Lori sent Chad a message, I talked to the insurance. Changed it in March. It was probably Ned before we got rid of him. This is inextricably tied, the religious aspect to it, and I agree with you. It wasn't, you know, one would say that it was just a devout, twisted belief system, or is it being used to get rid of the people that were in your way of A, living a life without your significant other, as we heard during the trial with respect to the kids, money, right? Why is an insurance company? The same thing with getting the benefits of JJ and Tylee.
Okay. So Lil Red says, I've been lurking here reading 3 chapters to finish a book out loud. StreamYard recorded 10 seconds, just done. Okay, so when you're in StreamYard, Lil Red, if you pause the recording, if you hit record again, it's not going to unpause it. You have to hit the pause, if I'm remembering correctly. I am absolutely not cult material at all. The Country Life of Chicken Lady says, I can totally see myself getting wrapped up in a cult. I'm an idiot. Random guy asks me if I want to come to a SCAR to see his dog, and I'm like, of course I do. Ted Bundy would have loved me. See, the thing about Ted Bundy is, I never thought that he was good looking or particularly witty or smart in any way. Like, you know, you can have a guy that's an average looking guy, say like a 6, okay? But he's got a really good sense of humor. He's witty, which there's a difference between being witty and being funny. See, I think you got to be smart to be witty. And because that combines both, you know. So yeah, he's neither. Hi, Shmita. Oh my God. Shmita's making me relive catechism. Okay. So if you're not a Catholic or aren't familiar, you go to catechism. It's the classes that you take before you can take your first communion. Okay. And the nuns were teaching us about God. And basically what they were telling us is that God is omnipotent. Okay. But they didn't use that word. They said that, you know, God is everywhere all the time. He sees everything. And it kind of freaked me out. And then when I got older and I really started thinking about, you know, how Jesus died on the cross, they buried him, and then he rose again. I have made the joke, please don't be offended, that Jesus might have been the first zombie. Okay? And Shmita's reminding me. Good to see you, Shmita. I don't know. I listened to some of Ted Bundy's like interviews prior to him actually being convicted. And hey, squirrel. When they were interviewing him after he'd been arrested before he escaped the first time. And he's out in front of the courthouse and he's making, jokes about representing himself and all of that. So I know it's your favorite, Shamita. Oh gosh. Gosh. Yeah. The things that come out of my mouth. Okay. We're now up to 57 people who have voted. Come on, you guys. We're gonna come back from lunch. And I'm gonna end that poll. Oh boy. Okay, let's see. Jennifer says, I'm not Catholic, but my mom made me go to a Catholic school for 2.5 years. In 4th grade, no one told me that I didn't have to go to confession. So I went into the confessional and just sat there. Oh my goodness. They probably will, Michelle L. All right, hold on. Come on. How much
Hanging out
longer?
with you here on the live
You
stream
too.
this afternoon. Always fun. Love hanging out with you.
Love hanging out with you, Anjanette. Even though we're not, we're distances away. We get an opportunity to talk. Oh, by the way, wait, one more thing. We know for a long time that Lori had regular contact with Emma. So this is Chad's daughter.
Yes.
And presumably she would pass messages between them. So that's a little update again from our producer.
Oh, Kathy has a lot of tea. Well, Kathy's here later this week too. So
Kathy's much better than I am, so you're in good hands.
A lot of tea, as the kids say, later this week. So I've also heard about some weird stuff where they do stuff with the phones, where they do this, but that was probably old school, like turning phones like this. I don't know. We'll talk about it another time. Is this the way you
secretly communicated? Because you've lost me. You've lost me.
No, just stuff I've heard over the years covering crime. But yeah, it's been fun hanging out with you, Jesse. We'll do this again sometime. And we're going to wrap it up for now, though, everybody. Thank you so much. Stay tuned. Lori Vallow Daybell's opening statement. You can watch it right here very, very soon.
When?
But we do have that 30-minute delay. So just hang out and be patient.
Hang out for how
we will
long?
have that for you. So don't go anywhere, but maybe go, I don't know, refill your drink, get a snack. I don't know, do whatever you need to do. And then get back right here to the YouTube. And remember, we'll be doing the lunch show Q&A all week long. I'm Anjanette Levy. Again, thanks for being with us, and we'll see you back here later and tomorrow. Have a great day.
What the frack? Y'all, it is almost 4 o'clock, okay, here. It's 3:41, which means it's 1:41 there, Arizona time. Now, they are supposed to be back from lunch at 1:30. Oh, gosh, is it time? Please let it be time. I can't do the... We have been hanging out for hours. Listen, I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me and being patient with all my, bendyisms. And if you wouldn't mind and haven't done so already, strap your shoes on like my chicken friend here and run on over to the like button. I need to fix that. Yeah, I'm going to fix that. Waiting for Lori for Lori's opening statements. She better not pull any BS. You better get back, Lori. You've had plenty of time to eat your PB&J and drink your juice box. So in 12 minutes. That's what I figured. Nate. Bless you. Nate is always coming in clutch. Well, guys, what can we do for 15 minutes? Laura, where is court over, babe? Which court? Are you talking about Michigan? In Michigan, I'm sure the court is over, but in Arizona, it's just getting started. Oh, Merle, I'm saying it right. Thank you. Yay me. Look at me being literate. Yay. I'm so proud of me. What if she decided after lunch, like, what if she just decided, no, I'm not even going to put it in the universe. I did see this. Soapdish says, did you all hear the judge say the jury can request it's up to $300 a day plus their $12 from the jury fund? That's more than I make in a day. And that's right. Michigan didn't have court today. That it's tomorrow. I don't know how I'm going to do both of these trials. My goodness. My goodness. Then we got Koberger coming, Stephen Stearns. Who else? Lori has yet another trial where, once again, she has made the wise decision to represent herself. Who else is coming up? We need a court calendar. I need to get on that. We put that on the list. How come what, Rach? Oh, no court on Monday? I think that's just the way the court, maybe because this is the second time they haven't had court on Monday. So maybe what's going on in Michigan is that the judge handles all of the other stuff that she has to handle on Mondays. I have not seen the Chicken Shite asked me if I'd seen the other half of Friday for Linda's trial. It was awesome. I heard that Katie Fox testified and she said some things. She spilled some tea. I don't know. Is he? Let's go look. Let's go look. I highly doubt that he has any special powers, but let's just go check. Hold on a minute. Give me just a sec. I'm looking and he is showing a different trial. So, yeah. Oh, yes, I will be covering Stephen Stearns. I wanted to say something else because I just saw it. Hey, True Crime Tea, I will be covering Stephen Stearns. So I think what I'm going to do with this channel is I'm going to use this channel exclusively to cover the trials. And I think what I'm going to do with my second channel, because I'm not, like, I watch a lot of stuff, but I know right now, because there's like back to back trials that I want to cover, that I'm not going to be able to do that. Like give reviews on things that I watch. I'm not going to be able to watch stuff. So what I was thinking I would do with my second channel, I'm going to have to change the name. It can't be a dose of Jen Lou. I'm going to have to figure out what to call it. I mean, I'll have to keep Jen Lou in it so that people know who, what it is. But I was thinking that I would use that second channel to upload like all the videos that I make, the whatever happened to, the documentaries, the like recaps, stuff like that. So yeah, that's what I think I want to do, is just use this channel to exclusively cover true crime. Because the fact of the matter is, as our good friend No Sweat Andy says, is that while I do like reality TV, I love it a lot. and I love horror movies, and I've branched out into other genres now. I'm never going to be a rom-com or a chick flick. I like 2 chick flick movies. That's it. That's all. Ooh, Jurisprudence with Jen Liu. That's a long one. Tess Mack, but that's a good one. I like it. But yeah, I'm not gonna have time to do it. I know I'm not gonna have time to do it. You guys know that I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna, do it. I know me. I know I'm familiar with my brand. ASB says, I just caught up when you said, can't they have a snack? I was cracking up. Yes. Because come on, we've been sitting here for hours and hours and hours. It's almost time to go home. Oh, I'm glad your husband donated his phone for you so you don't have to miss anything. What a good hubby. Good hubby, good hubby. That is a good one. So yeah, I know for sure how we're going to do Linda Sturmer is we're absolutely definitely going to cover get caught up with Linda Sturmer over the weekend. We'll do Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Because I feel like if we're able Hot Cheeto Dust Chronicles with Jen Liu. Because if we're covering something that's already been streamed, it'll go a lot faster. Think of how much time we can skip completely through the 15-minute break. If they break for any reason at all, we can skip through that. We can skip through lunch. We can skip completely through the afternoon break. We can knock out 4 days in 3 lives, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Don't you guys think? I think we could do it. I think we could totally do it. And I'm really worried about how that's going to turn out. I really, really wonder because for me with Linda Sturmer, the question is, can the state prove their case? But that's really all that, and then as a side conversation, we can talk about, for side quests, then we can talk about is she actually innocent? Because not proving beyond a reasonable doubt is one thing, but actual innocence is something completely different. So, Michelle, seeing is that I'm going to ask your expert opinion. We would like to. I move to qualify Michelle as an expert witness. Who says, "Neat Noodle, my super." Whoa! Get your paw off the camera. Neat Noodle, my superpower is what I do for a living. Gorgeous dimensional color, beautiful haircuts, and special events hair. Been doing it for 25 years, and I still love it, and I'm very good at it. All right. In your professional opinion, Michelle, is there any situation or scenario that you would let your friend, Melanie Gibb, walk out of your chair looking like she did with those banks? Oh, wait a minute. Nitka, are you talking about Linda Sturmer's son? Is that who you're talking about? Ooh. This is an interesting comment. I love these. 541 Hollywood says she's guilty of sin, in my opinion. Not sure that the state has proven it yet. See, that's where I'm at. I actually am leaning towards, I think she did do it. But can the state prove it? Here is our expert witness testimony. Michelle says, never. It reminded me of Jodi Arias with her 4 strands of hair that were supposed to be bangs. Hideous. Yes. Bruh, oh my. Let me do it right. Hold on a second. Let me get a drink so I can really do it. Hold on. Oh my. Linda's son testified. Wow. Ah. He is a nephew that Linda and Todd raised as a son. I see. It is. It is, Rachel. Rachel says it is. It's a really bad look that her kids think she did it. It is. It really is. It really is. You're welcome, Michelle. Well, it's oh my God, what is his name? Hold on a second. Let me tell you. Hold on. It's on the tip of my tongue, but I just can't think of it. Hold on. George Takei. It's George Takei who does it from Star Trek. Oh my. Oh, well, yes, but okay. So Sassy Southern Witch says Rachel Lee only her sons think she did it. Her daughters stand by her. This is true. So Linda has 2 daughters from a previous marriage, and then she has 2 sons with Todd. So, well, you're absolutely an expert witness. Oh, interesting. Interesting. During testimony, Corey called Todd dad and Linda by her name. Damn. All right. Hold on a second. Let me get over here to the tubes. Okay. The way that they have the camera position, I'm curious about this too. So hold on a minute. All right, hold on. Let me move this out of my way so I can type. All right. All right, so let's see how this poll is doing. Okay. The poll was, where did it go? Hold on a second. What happened to the poll? Oh, here we go. All right. What will Lori use for lipstick and blush? Option 1, hot Cheeto dust received 34%, Kool-Aid 33%, and red Skittles 32%. Also, there were 84 people who voted. Okay, if you vote in my polls, you're not going to be called for jury duty, so none of y'all have to be as scared. Okay?
All right, we're on the record.
Absolutely,
versus Lori Daybell, the attorneys,
Sassy Southern Witch.
Present.
I'll watch it.
The jury is not present. We ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Let's bring in the jury.
My goodness. Well, it's okay. It doesn't matter. Listen, if you vote in my poll, I'm not going to call you for jury duty, so don't worry about it. Nobody's going to have to be on jury duty. All right, so, I'll think of another poll. That's true, Marjorie. We do, at least we have a sale and not that dirty vent. I'm gonna write to the courthouse and tell them. I'm gonna send them a picture. All right, so all right, so from now on, we know.
All rise for the jury.
That testimony isn't going to start until 1 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Eastern, and that lunch break goes until roughly 4 Central, 5 Eastern. I don't need to, yeah, because we're on a delay. All right, I think I got it now.
All right, the jury is now present.
All right, I'm going to be quiet.
All right, the defendant can proceed with her opening statement.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I have been charged with a crime, a serious crime. And the only question here is, did I commit this crime? Conspiracy. Conspiracy is an agreement between 2 or more people to commit a crime. Okay, so you see, okay. There has to be an agreement. There has to be a plan. The evidence in this case will show that Charles Vallow and I got married in February 2006. It will show that it was my 4th marriage and Charles' 3rd marriage. At that time, we each had 2 children. I had Colby, who was 9, and Tylee, who was 3. Charles had Cole, who was also 9, and Zach, who was 7. The evidence will show that our family moved from Austin, Texas to Chandler, Arizona in 2009. The evidence will show that Charles and I adopted our great-nephew, JJ, who was born in 2012. It will also show that Charles and I were married for over 13 years and were raising 5 children. The evidence will show that I was a licensed cosmetologist and worked as a hairstylist for 20 years while we lived in Austin, Texas. The evidence will show that Charles was a licensed life insurance salesman and worked as an independent contractor, selling life insurance policies and annuities, and owned his own business. The evidence will show that Charles and I purchased life insurance policies early in our marriage, and Charles had them issued to the maximum amount possible to each of us. The evidence will show that Charles was 17 years older than me, and that because of Charles' age and an issue that he had with high blood pressure, the maximum amount of life insurance that could be approved for Charles was $1 million. The maximum amount of life insurance that I could be approved for because of my age and my health was $2 million. The evidence will show that throughout our 13-year marriage that we always had life insurance policies. When a 10-year policy lapsed, Charles would shop for another company who would approve us for the maximum amount of life insurance. The evidence will show that this was Charles' job. This is what he did. I helped him in this business, and this is what he did. The evidence will show that in 2016, Charles repurchased a new $2 million life insurance policy on me, and he was the sole beneficiary. The evidence will show that Charles and I had a happy marriage for 13 years. that he was, in fact, a baseball player, and that he played high school, college ball, and AAA ball, and that he was, in fact, a left-handed pitcher, a southpaw, they call him, but he was a right-handed batter, as could be attested to by anybody who knew Charles well and his high school baseball coach, Greg Davis. The evidence will show that Tylee was, and in 2014, our family moved from Chandler, Arizona to Kauai, Hawaii. We lived there for 3.5 years and returned to Chandler in 2017. The evidence will show that Tylee was 3 years old when Charles and I got married, and that when she became a teenager, the relationship between Tylee and her stepfather, Charles, became so difficult that Tylee and Charles had to seek a therapist, a family therapist, to stop them from fighting. The evidence will show that together, Charles and Tylee met with this therapist after we moved back to the mainland in 2017. The evidence will show that in April of 2018, Tylee's biological father passed away from a heart attack. And at that time, Charles called Social Security and made an appointment at the Social Security office.
I'm going to object to hearsay.
Sustain.
It will show that we did get Social Security for Tylee for her deceased father until she was 18 years old, and she was 15 years old at the time. The evidence will show that Charles and Tylee's fighting increased greatly in January of 2019 when Charles and I temporarily separated. The evidence will show that several people witnessed these terrible arguments between Tylee and Charles that increased to physical in 2019. Charles and Tylee had major increasing arguments, 2 in February of 2019, 1 of March in 2019, which was captured on video, 1 in May of 2019, 1 in June of 2019, and then the worst of all in July 2019. The evidence will show that in March of 2019, Charles pulled JJ out of his special school and moved him to Houston, Texas, while we were temporarily separated. Tylee and I then joined Charles and JJ in Texas in April 2019 to reconcile. The evidence will show that JJ was diagnosed with severe autism when he was 3 years old while we lived in Hawaii. The evidence will show that for 2 years, JJ was attending a school in Gilbert, Arizona, a special school for children with autism. It's called Lauren's Life Academy. The evidence will show that in June of 2019, in JJ's best interest, Tylee, JJ, and I moved back to Chandler, Arizona to re-enroll JJ back in Lauren's Life Academy since he had a difficult time with the Houston, Texas schools with no services for his autism. The evidence will show that Charles and I agreed it was in JJ's best interest to be in school where more services were available to him, so Charles and I rented a house here in Chandler. On the day in question, July 11th, 2019, Charles and I were renting 2 houses, one in Houston, Texas, where he mainly resided, and one in Chandler, Arizona, where I resided with our 2 minor children, Tylee and JJ. By this time, our 3 older boys, Colby, Cole, and Zach, were adults and not living at home any longer. The evidence will show that during the months of June and July, that my husband, Charles Vallow, began to send me threatening text messages. These messages were seen by my sister Summer, and that worried her. The evidence will show that Charles insisted on flying into Phoenix on July 10th. As we've heard from the state. The evidence will show that I advised Charles that he could not stay with us at the Chandler house because he could not get along with Tylee, and I did not want them to get into another fight like they had 3 weeks prior. The evidence will show that it was ultimately decided between Charles and I on text messages that he would stay in a hotel because he traveled for business all the time and stayed in hotels all the time, and that I would book it for him since I worked for him and booked all of his travel. The evidence will show that Charles did, in fact, fly into Phoenix on Wednesday, July 10th, and stayed in the hotel that I booked for him. The evidence will show that Charles paid to fly my brother Adam Cox into Phoenix from Kansas on the same day, Wednesday, July 10th, 2019. The evidence will show that Charles planned to come to our Chandler home and pick up JJ and drive him to school on Thursday morning, July 11th, 2019. The evidence will also show you that Lauren's Life Academy opens its gates at 8:25 a.m. in the morning. And the evidence will show that Charles showed up at our Chandler residence around 7:30 in the rental car I booked for him on the morning of Thursday, July 11th, 2019. The evidence will show that Charles began texting with my brother, Adam Cox, before he entered our residence, and that Charles and Adam were discussing in their text communications that my other brother, Alex Cox, was at the residence. The evidence will show that on the morning of July 11th, that Tylee was asleep in her room and my brother Alex was asleep in the guest room. The evidence will show that when Charles entered the house, only JJ and I were awake and present. The evidence will show that after we put JJ in the rental car, that Charles came back into the residence to receive his phone, leaving JJ in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running. He was 7 years old. The evidence will show that Charles began to scream at me when I refused to hand him his phone. The evidence will show that Charles' screaming woke up Tylee and Alex. The evidence will show that Tylee came out of her room with a bat to protect me, her mother, from her stepfather, Charles Vallow. The evidence will show that Tylee and Charles fought over the bat, and that after a struggle over the bat, Tylee fell onto the ground, and Charles lifted up the bat to hit Tylee with the bat. The evidence will show that Alex then intervened to protect Tylee from being hit with the bat. He did not have a gun. He was not wearing a shirt. He was pulling up his jeans because he just woke up and came into the room where he heard the screaming. The evidence will show that Alex and Charles got into a physical struggle for the bat and fell onto the ground. The evidence will show that Tylee, who was on the ground, was lifted up by me and sent outside to get away from the struggle and to protect JJ, who was still in the running car, in the rental car in the driveway. The evidence will show that after the struggle on the ground between Charles and Alex, that Charles prevailed with the bat and began to come towards me with the bat as I ran away from him into the kitchen. The evidence will show that at some point while I was running away from Charles, who was chasing me with the bat, that Alex apparently retrieved his gun. The evidence will show that I ran outside to the children and that Alex shot Charles in self-defense. The evidence will show that Tylee and I had both run outside without shoes. The evidence will show that JJ was still in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running and struggling to get out of the car. Tylee was trying to keep him in. The evidence will show that Tylee and I got into the rental car with JJ and drove away. The evidence will show you that I drove the children away from the residence towards JJ's school. Can I grab a tissue?
Yes.
The evidence will show that I drove the children through the Burger King drive-thru that Charles had promised JJ. The evidence will show that we continued to drive towards JJ's school and that the gate was not yet open at JJ's school. So we drove a block west of the school to a Walgreens where I ran in to purchase flip-flops for Tylee and myself so that we could walk JJ into school on the hot pavement. The evidence will show that Tylee and I returned directly to our residence where we met with police in our driveway. The evidence will show that we were spoken to by the Chandler police officers. And the evidence will show that Tylee and I were told by the Chandler police detectives that Charles had passed away. The evidence will show that we were put into a police van and driven to the Chandler Police Department. The evidence will show that Alex was taken by police in a police car to the Chandler Police Department, and that we were all three separated into interrogation rooms and we were each interviewed. The evidence will show that next, Tylee and I were brought back together into a room at the Chandler Police Department and were introduced to a victim's advocate who was very kind to us. The evidence will show that after speaking to the victim's advocate, that Tylee, Alex, and myself were put back into the police van and driven back to our residence. We were directed by the Chandler detectives to take the rental car and return later to the residence after we picked up JJ from school. The evidence will show that we did as instructed by the Chandler detectives. The evidence will show that we drove to Alex's residence where we attended to the wound on the back of his head. The evidence will show that Alex was then contacted by the Chandler detectives to return to the residence so that Alex could walk them through the events that occurred with the detectives at the residence. The evidence will show that Alex, Tylee, and I did return to the residence as instructed. And the evidence will show that Alex entered into the residence with Detective Moffitt, but that Tylee and I were met by Detective Inkland in the front yard. The evidence will show that at the time, Detective Inkland asked Tylee and myself if we had Charles' cell phone. Tylee retrieved Charles' cell phone from the rental car and gave it to Detective Inkland at 3:11 p.m. on July 11th, 2019. And at that time, Charles' phone was placed in the custody of Chandler Police detectives. The evidence will show that Detective Inkland asked us if we knew the passcode on Charles' phone, which Tylee proceeded to give to Detective Inkland. The evidence will show that Tylee and I left the residence to pick up JJ from school, while Alex remained at the residence with the detectives. The evidence will show that by the time Tylee, JJ, and I returned to the residence, that all police, EMS, CSI, and detectives were gone from the residence and only Alex remained. The evidence will show that the next day, I contacted Chandler Police to inform them that Charles' belongings were still at the hotel. I asked the detective if I should go get them, and I was told that they would take care of it. The evidence will show that I asked the detectives, what should we do next? And they directed us that they would contact us in about 3 weeks after their supervisor passed off their reports and Alex could go to the police station and retrieve his gun. The evidence will show that the last thing I heard from Chandler Police Department until June of 2021, 2 years later, when I received a grand jury indictment from them for this alleged crime. The evidence will show that Chandler Police treated this incident as self-defense.
I'm going to object to that.
Objection sustained. The jury should disregard that last statement.
The evidence will show you that my brother, Alex Cox, passed away on December 12th, 2019, almost exactly 5 months to the day after Charles, my husband, passed away. The evidence will show that Alex passed away from a blood clot in his lung.
Objection again.
I'll sustain the objection. It's not relevant for this matter.
The evidence will show you that I am the only person being charged with this crime.
I'm going to object to the relevance of that.
Sustained.
As the state has mentioned, they're alleging that insurance money was my motive. Social Security was my motive. Spouses having insurance policies is not a crime. Collecting Social Security is not a crime. Self-defense is not a crime. A family tragedy is not a crime. It's a tragedy. Thank you.
All right, the state can call its first witness.
Thank you. If I may go get him.
Wow. The evidence will show that you said the evidence will show 11 billion times in your opening statement. And also what MK Lynn said, the evidence will show that you should have hired a lawyer or kept the lawyers that were provided by the state, something other than you. This was abhorrent. Also, let me just say the evidence will show that it appears that Lori reviewed her interrogation video prior to writing that opening statement, because pretty much what she showed or what she said was things that she said in that interrogation video. I can't believe that she tried to call this a family tragedy. She didn't know. You'll notice she did not address the fact that she was doing the horizontal mambo with Chad the Thumb Daybell. She also didn't address any of the issue, nothing about zombies, nothing about Ned Schneider. None of that came out. I could only see her from the side.
All right, sir, you're going to come up right here. My clerk will swear you in.
So I'm
right
not
here.
sure what makeup she was wearing.
W-I-E-R-Z-B-I-C-K-I. And your first name? I-R-W-I. Thank you. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir. All right, you're going to have a seat up here.
Sir, would you please tell the jury your name?
My name's Sergeant Erwin Wurzbicki. I work for the Chandler Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Chandler Police Department?
June will be 10 years.
Did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
10 years in Illinois.
Back on July 11th of 2019, what were your duties at that time?
I was working as a patrol officer, I believe in Beat 18.
And what were your hours?
0600 to 1600.
Is that 6 a.m.?
6 a.m. to 4 p.m. Yes.
Thank you. Were you dispatched to a residence at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you dispatched for?
It was a shooting.
Were you the first on the scene when you arrived?
I
What
was,
did you
ma'am.
see? Okay. What were you wearing at the time?
I was in full patrol uniform.
Does the Chandler Police Department, back then, did they have body-worn camera?
They did.
And can you describe where that was and how that works?
I believe back then I wore it on my left shoulder.
Okay. And how does it get activated?
You have to press a button and it'll turn it on.
Does it normally record audio?
Yes.
And did you have that on and did you activate it when you arrived to this scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there other officers on scene at some point when you got there?
After I arrived, yes.
And you're saying it was 760, so I pulled the printer to see if I could get.
Sorry about that.
What other officers arrived on scene?
Right after I arrived, Officer Krautheim arrived.
Can you describe to us sort of what happened as you get to the scene? How did you and Officer Krautheim handle the situation?
When I was getting out of the car, I believe the gentleman that called in was still on the phone, and we advised dispatch to tell him to come out with nothing in his hands except his phone. As he opened up or came out the front door, I started giving him commands as what I wanted him to do.
So you're talking with dispatch. Is that the same as 911?
Yeah, it's the same dispatch center.
So is the person who's talking to the 911 person then just relaying information to you?
Yes.
Okay. So you're able to tell that tell dispatch to tell the person to come out?
Yes.
Did you and Officer Krautheim have someone come out?
Yes.
Can you describe for us the person's demeanor as they're first exiting?
He was very nonchalant, very compliant with us.
Okay. You said he still had his phone?
Yes,
Do you recall if his other hand was up?
I do not recall.
Okay. Do you recall where he came out of from the house?
He came out the front door.
Okay. When he exited the house, what did you guys have him do?
We gave him commands to come towards us and then have a seat on the curb.
Okay. So there's just two of you officers still at this point?
Yes.
What did you do at this point?
I decided to go check for anybody that was injured inside and clear the house, make sure there was nobody else in there.
Okay. What did Officer Krautheim do?
I believe he started speaking to the gentleman that we had come out the house.
So he stayed outside
Yes.
and you went into the house?
Yes, ma'am.
When you talk about clearing the house, can you tell us what that means? What do you do?
We just wanted to make sure that if anyone needed aid rendered to them, we could render aid to them, or if there are any more suspects in the residence, that we could try to apprehend them.
Does that mean that you walked through the entire house?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And all that's when your body cam is on?
Yes, ma'am.
When you first entered that house, can you describe for us what you saw when you walked in that front door?
Yeah, initially when I walked in, it opened up into like a day room or something like that, and just off to the right, I saw somebody laying on the ground, motionless.
Did you notice anything about that room?
It was empty.
So no furniture?
No furniture, yeah, it was just an empty room.
The person that you saw to the right, male or female?
Male.
And can you describe how you saw him laying on the ground?
Yeah, he was laying on his back, I believe with both of his hands to his side, motionless. And then I went over to him to check his pulse.
Is that standard for police to check the welfare of any potential victims?
Yes.
When you checked the pulse, did you find one?
No.
Did you notice anything else about this victim?
Yeah, I noticed that there were 2 apparent gunshot wounds to his chest area, and there was blood pooling in like his kind of like neck collar area.
Did he appear to still be alive to you?
No.
As part of your job, both with your prior experience in Illinois and your experience here in Arizona, have you seen deceased people before?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you think this person was dead?
Yes, ma'am.
If you didn't think he was dead, are police trained to do CPR?
Yes, ma'am. We're all certified to.
Would you have done that if you believed that would have helped him?
Absolutely.
So even though a person appears deceased to you, is fire still called out to check on them?
Yes.
Why is that?
They go through their own process and procedures, and I believe they usually give the official time of death.
Okay. Did you notice anything else in that room where that male was lying?
I can't think of anything right now, no.
Do you recall seeing any projectiles on the ground near the victim?
Objection, leading.
The yes or no question.
I believe I did, yes.
Okay. When you walked in the house after you saw this male on the ground, did you continue through the house?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that to clear it?
Yes.
And will paramedics or fire come in if you haven't cleared the house yet?
Usually no.
So they want to make sure it's okay as well?
Yes.
After you cleared the house, did you, or as you were clearing the house, did you ever locate any weapons?
Yes, I believe we located a firearm in one of the back bedrooms.
Okay. Did you touch that in any way?
I don't recall.
Okay. After you cleared the house, did fire enter?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did fire do?
They began to try to render aid to the victim.
By the time fire came in, were other officers now on scene?
Yes.
Were you still wearing and recording with your body cam?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the body cam, you told us that it's on your shoulder, does it always show where you're looking?
No.
So your eyes or your head can be turned to a different direction than what the camera is actually
Yeah,
showing?
if I was turning and talking to the judge, my camera would be facing the crowd.
I want to show you a video. And if I can have my paralegal bring that up and have him identify it. And sir, if you could just look at that and let me know if you recognize that as your body cam minus the audio of it.
Yeah, that's my body cam.
Do you recognize that as you in it?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have previously watched that?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit exhibit number 2, I believe. Exhibit number 2 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
2 is admitted.
And Your Honor, if we may publish it.
You may. Also right there.
So this is the house you're walking up to, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As you're talking to dispatch?
Yes.
And this is the individual that is coming out that you asked dispatch to have come out?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that Officer Krautheim in the back?
It is.
Are you announcing?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that standard?
Yes.
That where you checked to see if this male had a pulse?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the weapon that you told us that you found?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you letting people know on your radio that you found a weapon?
I believe so, yes.
You told us that other officers were arriving?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what we see here happening?
Yes.
And is fire also starting to come in?
I believe they were right behind him, yes.
But you continued to clear the rest of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
So what do we see there?
It appears that the fire is rendering aid to the victim, or attempting to.
Were you walking around trying to find identification for the individual on the ground?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to ever find an identification for him?
I was not.
So no wallet laying around?
No.
No ID in his pocket?
I didn't check his pockets, but no, I don't think fire found one.
So you're kind of talking with them to let them know who this is as well?
Yes,
Because they're documenting it.
yes.
And is that the individual who came out with the phone from the house?
Yes, ma'am.
The one that dispatch and 911 told to come out?
Yes.
When you were interacting with him there, what was his demeanor like?
He was extremely calm.
You told us that you were looking for the wallet for this individual. Did it seem unusual to you that you couldn't find one?
I wouldn't say it was unusual. I didn't know if he lived there or not, so I just kind of looked around to see if there was anything laying around.
Is this you still trying to see if there's anything in the residence that might be related to that individual?
I think I was just giving Officer Cohen a recap of what I already went and looked through.
And I've shown defense counsel or defendant exhibits 3 and 4. I have a paralegal send those up to the officer to review as well. Do you recognize those as sort of screenshots of two different views during your body cam footage.
Yes.
State will move to admit exhibits 3 and 4.
Any objection?
No objection.
3 and 4 admitted.
And if I may publish them. So in this photo, when you were looking at it, were you able to see here's where you are checking to see the pulse of this individual?
Yes, ma'am.
And did this also reflect what you had talked about of the blood pooling that had run towards his neck area?
Yes.
Exhibit 4. Is this sort of when we first see you walk back in and we see fire working on the individual?
Yes.
You told us that when that individual who was on the call with 911 came out, that you observed the phone with him. He was kind of holding it.
Yeah.
Did you ever see any other phone in the house as you were looking around? Anything obvious laying around?
I don't recall, no. I don't believe I did.
No phone on the ground near the deceased male?
Not that I recall, no.
After you had cleared the house, allowed fire to enter, and other officers were arriving, were you tasked with going out to put up some crime scene tape?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean?
It's just tape that keeps the general public out, keeps the media out, so we have a secure scene, and it doesn't get tainted by anybody or anything.
So that included both the house and some of the street?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that sort of end your involvement?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, cross-examination.
It's Sergeant. Where's Vicky? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I like to get that right. Okay. You said that the individual exiting the house was nonchalant. Is that correct?
I don't know if I used those words, but he seemed very calm, yes.
Very calm.
Yes.
Is that the same thing to you as nonchalant?
I wouldn't use that word, so I would say he looked very calm and unbothered.
But you said nonchalant a minute ago.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay. Does everyone act the same in a stressful situation that you've experienced? No? Are you qualified to give someone a psychological evaluation?
No.
No. You put your hand on my husband's neck for checking for a pulse, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you did when you first came in?
Yes.
Did you perform CPR?
No.
No. Why not?
Because it was apparent to me that he was deceased.
And that's not your protocol?
To what?
To perform CPR until fire comes in?
Not if it's going to make it even worse because they had apparent gunshot wounds to the chest.
What do you mean by that?
Well, if I start pumping on his chest, it's going to start spewing blood out of his chest even at a more rapid pace.
So when the 911 operator was telling my brother to do that, that same thing would happen?
All depends on when the call came into dispatch.
But I'm saying if you're doing CPR on someone with a gunshot wound in the chest, on the chest.
Could, yes.
Yeah, okay. And you said something else. You said fire gives official time of death. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that time of death? Do you know?
I do not recall.
And you cleared the house before fire came in. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were looking for some kind of identification?
When
Yes.
I cleared the house,
Yes.
I was looking for other potential victims and/or suspects.
Okay. But you were told on the phone that no one else was in the house but Alex. Is that correct?
I don't recall if I was told that or not.
Okay. Do you have any crime scene investigation experience?
Just my 20 years of experience as a police officer.
And you said something about, and this is just for me to understand, you said something about the casings being to the left of him or to the right of him?
I didn't say they were to the left or to the right.
Oh, did you say west or east?
No.
Oh, sorry, that was my interpretation. Can you tell me what the weapon was that you found?
It was a handgun.
Was it a 45?
Don't recall.
Okay. Could you tell what direction the bullet came from?
Based off the way the body was laying, I could assume it came from where his feet were at.
Near the feet? Mm-hmm. Did you see the projectile that was in the baseboard?
I don't recall if I saw that or not.
You said he did not appear alive, that you already thought that he was deceased. Is that correct, when you entered into the house?
Yes.
And what time was that?
I believe I was dispatched to the call at 8:41. So I mean, if I was going to make a guess on what time I walked into the house, I would say I was probably at the residence within 10 minutes.
So around 8:51, perhaps?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And then when fire took over, is that the normal protocol for fire to take over and do the CPR?
Yes.
And so you didn't do CPR, but they did do the CPR. Is that correct?
Yes.
On top of the gunshot wound?
Yes.
Is that normal protocol?
I don't know what their protocol is.
Okay. I'm just asking because I wouldn't think to do that either. And then you said that you went outside to put up the crime scene tape. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So after you cleared the house, you left and went to the front yard?
Yes.
And then you were there for how long at the residence before you left?
I couldn't give you a time.
Did you stay for a while, or was that the end of your job there?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago. I have no idea how long I was actually on scene for.
And who is your direct supervisor?
I believe that day was Sergeant Nocella.
I'm sorry, what was the last name?
Nocella?
Okay. And what contact did you have with Detective Moffett that day?
I don't know if I had any with him on scene.
Okay, what about Detective England, perhaps?
I may have briefly spoke to her while I was on scene.
Okay, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times?
I couldn't tell you a number.
Okay. And then when you have to report to your superior before you left the scene?
He was on scene, I would imagine.
Nocella? Is
Yes.
that what you said? Okay. And then you don't know what time you left, but you arrived at approximately 8:51?
Give or take, yes.
And then did you see me arrive at the scene?
I think as I was leaving, yes.
So approximately around the time that I arrived, you were leaving?
I don't know if I left when you arrived, but I was on my way out of the crime scene as far as I know.
Okay. And then you said something about 2 wounds. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how did you see the 2 wounds through the shirt?
Just was an observation that I made when I saw him laying on the ground.
So did you see 2 holes in the shirt?
I'm not sure exactly what I saw when I was there, but I could see that there were 2 apparent gunshot wounds to his chest.
And then I'm sure, well, I won't speak for you. So when they began CPR, they did open his shirt. Is that correct?
I have no idea.
Because when you walked by, his shirt was open.
Objection to question.
Yeah, please ask questions only.
Did you discuss this case with Sergeant Nocella?
I don't believe so. I would imagine he was on scene and he got briefed by the detectives.
He got briefed by the detectives? Is that what you
In
said?
fact, I would imagine, yes.
Okay. And then have you spoken to the case agent on this case? How many times would you say?
Who's the case agent?
Oh, Detective Duncan. That's my
Detective
understanding.
Duncan? I mean, I've spoken to him many times in my career.
Regarding this case, how many times do you think you've spoken to Detective Duncan?
I couldn't even put a number on it. I would say very few.
Very few? Like, how many would you guess?
I would say maybe 5 times.
5 times. Thank you. And would that be in-person kind of discussions, or?
Yeah, I wouldn't even say there were discussions, probably just in passing.
Okay. So how many times have you emailed with Detective Duncan concerning this case?
Objection to relevance.
Overruled, you can answer if you know.
I have no idea.
What about text messages?
No idea.
Phone calls?
Ma'am, I have no idea.
Okay. And your report that you wrote about this, about how long after the incident did you make your report?
It was done by the end of my work shift at 4 o'clock.
And then did you ever make any revisions to that report?
I don't believe so.
So you left the scene approximately sometime in the morning, and by 4 o'clock that day you had written your report. Is that
Yes.
correct? And you've never changed anything on your report?
Not that I recall, ma'am.
And the report is exactly as you left it when did you review it for this testimony today?
Yes.
And it was exactly the same as when you wrote it at 4 p.m. on July 11th?
I don't know if I wrote it at 4 p.m. It was
Or
done
by 4 p.m.?
but It appears to be, yes.
Okay. Thank you, that's all I have.
All right, redirect.
Sergeant, you were asked about the shooter's demeanor. Were you just telling us what you observed?
Yes.
What did you observe?
I just observed him very calm and collected after just shooting somebody.
And that's both seeing him come out as well as having some interaction with him on the curb?
Yes, ma'am.
When a person is been shot and you check for a pulse and you believe they are deceased, as a police officer, are you supposed to touch the body?
No.
Is the body basically a crime scene?
Yes.
Based upon your training and experience, did you believe that the victim was deceased?
Yes, ma'am.
Do fire have EKG heart monitors and things that they use to determine if maybe you missed a pulse?
Yes, ma'am.
When you talked about giving CPR, if an individual is now a crime scene, would giving CPR to that deceased person change the crime scene?
Yes.
And so as someone who believed the person was deceased, you did not want to modify or change the crime scene?
Correct.
You were asked about the gun. Is the gun part of the crime scene?
Yes.
Were you responsible for processing the crime scene?
No.
Why didn't you go in there and pick it up and start handling it?
Because I didn't want to alter where it was laying when he got done using it.
You were asked a lot about when 911 was called, when you were dispatched. This was a few years ago,
Several, yes.
2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there something called a CAD report that documents when 911 was called, when you were dispatched, when you arrived, and even when you left?
Yes, ma'am.
Would looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when those events occurred?
Yes.
If I may have my paralegal provide him with a copy of the CAD report.
You want me to?
Starting, does looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when the 911 call was received?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
It was received at 8:36.
Does looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when you were dispatched?
It appears it was dispatched at 8:37.
So your memory of saying 8:50 or so was perhaps incorrect.
Yes.
Was looking at the CAD report indicate when you arrived?
8:43.
So again, that was a little earlier than your memory was.
Yes, ma'am.
And does looking at the CAD report help determine or refresh your recollection as to when you left the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
It's 5:31 p.m.
As a police officer who is one of the first on scene, do you provide briefing or information to your sergeant or the detectives on scene as to what you saw, observed, and did?
If they ask me directly, yes, somebody will brief them that's on scene.
But you have to provide somebody that information to then provide to the detectives?
Yes.
Why is it done that way?
Because usually a supervisor is going to want to know what's going on and what we did, just so the detectives know exactly what they're walking into.
So for instance, if you had to move the gun, they would want to know that, right?
Yes.
Or if you had moved the body, they would want to know that too, right?
Yes.
And if you had found any evidence, would they want to know that as well?
Absolutely.
And so is that what you would have to do that day when you are speaking to the sergeant or detectives?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Does any member of the jury have a question for this witness? If so, please write it on the provided form. I'm not seeing any questions.
Did
come
you
down.
guys know that there
You
was
can
going to
step
be
down, sir.
questions from the jury?
All right, state can call its next witness.
Thank you. And if I may go get it.
Well, look at y'all knowing all the things. Did they? I don't remember them. I don't remember the jury being asked questions, Michelle. Michelle M. Or, well, Michelle D. Sorry. Lori seems like when she's asking the question, when she was on cross, she's nervous. She's kind of panting.
The whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, go ahead and have a seat over here to my left.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Robert Krautheim.
And where do you currently work?
I currently work at the Sandra Day O'Connor Federal Courthouse
Back in 2019, where were you working?
as a Chandler police officer in Chandler, Arizona.
How long did you work for the Chandler Police Department?
25 years.
When did you retire?
About 3 years ago, February.
When you were working there in July of 2019, what were your duties at that time?
I was a patrol officer. I was responding to calls for service.
Okay. And do you recall what your shift was at that time?
It was a day shift. I think I start my shift at 6 and end at 4.
Were you working patrol for Chandler Police Department on July 11th of 2019 at about 8:36 a.m.?
I was.
Were you dispatched to 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes.
What were you dispatched for?
A shooting that had just occurred.
Based upon the information that was, well, let me ask you this. When you are arriving to a scene, do you get information relayed to you about this call?
I do.
Why is that?
The call taker is asking the person on the phone what's going on, where it is, who's there, just basic information, and then dispatch relays that information to me as I'm driving to the call for service.
Is that so you have a better idea about what you're walking into?
Yes, it's on a computer, but verbally, the stuff that's really pertinent before I arrive is just verbally done over the air.
So when you were arriving on the scene, did you think this shooting had just occurred?
I did.
When you got to this 5531 South Four Peaks, were there any other officers on scene yet?
Yeah, Officer Wiz was there.
Is that Officer Wiersbe?
Yes, I'm sorry, I apologize.
What were you wearing?
Patrol outfit, basically a patrol uniform, police uniform, body-worn camera.
And back then, where was your body-worn camera?
At the time, it was a lipstick camera, so part of it was here, but the camera's actually on my right shoulder.
Okay. And was that on and recording as you sort of arrived on scene and while you were present there?
Yeah, I started recording while I was driving there.
Okay. When you arrived, did you know whether or not the 911 caller was still on the phone?
Yeah, she was still on the phone.
And when you were talking with dispatch, did you arrange to have this person come out, or did Officer Wiersbe do that?
Yes, dispatch advised him to come out of the home without anything and hands up in the air. That's kind of standard.
And did he comply with that?
He did.
What exit did he come out of?
At the front door.
Okay. Can you describe sort of his appearance and demeanor as you observed him coming out of the house?
His clothes were clean. He was calm, not emotional at all. Different than what I would have anticipated.
When he first exited, did you notice any injuries to him?
He was holding, it was a white rag at the time. It was just kind of red and white. He was holding it on the back of his head.
When he first exited or later?
As he's coming out of the house.
Did you notice any difficulty walking or talking when you first had contact with him?
No.
Any difficulty sitting or standing?
No.
Did you learn the name of this person?
I did.
What was his name?
Alex Cox.
Did you observe him sweating at all when he first came out?
No.
Any type of jitters?
No.
Any uneven or broken voice as he's talking to you?
No.
At some point, did you notice an injury to him?
I did.
And where was it?
On the back of his head, towards his right side.
And what did you see?
I articulated my written report as about an inch laceration, a small like knot, and it was bleeding a little bit.
Somebody's phone is ringing.
I don't know if we can fix that.
He looks alarmed. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Alex Cox patting or rubbing the back of his head with some sort of rag or paper towel.
Yes,
Without going into what was said, did you talk with him?
I did.
Did you offer him medical treatment?
I did.
Did he ask for medical treatment?
He did not.
Was there anything about his talking with you or actions that made you concerned that you thought you should override that?
Yes.
Let me make sure you understood. Was there anything about what you observed with Alex Cox talking or his ability to move that made you think you should override his decision to not get treatment, and you thought, oh, he better get treatment, he's so bad off?
Oh, zero, none.
At some point while you were talking with Alex Cox, did you see a female and a teenager show up at the scene?
I did.
And did you eventually go speak with those two?
I did.
Where did you speak with them?
Just on the other side of the street, they had parked right across from the house.
Did you speak with the adult female?
I did.
Did you ask for a driver's license to identify her?
I did.
And who was that person?
Lori Vallow.
Do you see Lori Vallow in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out and tell us what she is wearing for the record?
She's at the defense table wearing a white shirt underneath looks like a black jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Shall.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, did you know that the deceased person in the house was her husband?
I did.
Okay. When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, did you ask her whether or not the individual inside her husband lived there?
I did not ask her that.
Can you describe for us Lori Vallow's demeanor as you were interacting with her?
Calm, nonchalant, just kind of a matter of fact, just talking to me as I'm talking to you now.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, can you tell us approximately how many police cars were parked around there?
Well, I don't know either myself. I know there was at least mine and Officer Wiz's. There's a fire truck there. I think there was an ambulance there, and I think there may have been another police car. I can't remember, but there was a lot of emergency vehicles just near the home itself.
And was her brother Alex Cox sitting sort of in view of her?
Literally across the street, like the desk of the prosecutor would be her car. This is the street, and I had Alex seated right on the sidewalk.
When she first arrived, did she actually walk up to where you were with Alex Cox?
Yes, she did.
And you asked her to go back to the other side of the street?
I did.
Did she ever ask you how her brother was doing?
No.
Did she ever ask you if her brother needed medical attention from being hit by a bat?
No.
Did she ever ask you why there were so many police cars around the neighborhood?
No.
Did she ask you why there was a fire truck parked in front of her house?
No.
So other than gathering basic information, did you really talk to her about anything else?
No.
And were you wearing that body-worn camera when you had contact with her?
I did.
After you talked with Lori Vallow, did you go back and stand near Alex Cox again?
Yes.
If I can have my paralegal go up and show him exhibit number 1. Do you recognize exhibit number 1?
I do.
Is that a copy of your body cam footage from July 11th of 2019?
It is.
Is it missing the audio other than during your interaction with Lori Vallow?
Correct, yes.
And did you initially identify that previously as your body cam?
I did.
State will move to admit exhibit number 1.
Any objection to exhibit number 1? Any
No
objection to
No objection.
exhibit 1's admitted?
And if we could publish it.
Go ahead.
So is this you responding to the scene?
Correct.
And was your camera flipped upside down initially?
Well, the camera wasn't, the orientation of the software was.
So that's why we see the axon and stuff in the bottom corner upside down.
That is correct.
So this was a gated community?
It was.
As you're driving, did you go by the fire truck here?
I did.
And is it standard for fire to stage a little ways away from the scene when it's a shooting?
Yes.
Why is that?
So they could respond quickly.
Do they want you to clear the residence first before they show up?
Yeah, it needs to be safe for the firemen. We had to make sure there's no one else in the house that was armed or in the area.
And as you're arriving, is the person, the shooter, still inside the house?
I can't recollect. I think he was at the door right now or just coming out to the door.
Why did you pull your weapon?
I was just told somebody killed somebody, so yeah, for my safety, I wanted to make sure I rendered him safe before I put my gun away. It was a threat to me.
So when he came out, he had both his hands up in the air?
Mm-hmm.
So at that point, nothing touching his head yet, no?
Correct.
Now, did you stay out with him while Officer Worsbicky went inside?
I did.
While you're talking with him during this whole time, at this point, he still hasn't brought anything out to try to place on his injury.
Correct.
When he came out, did he already have those sunglasses on the top of his head?
He did.
Why did you have him move over here?
I actually physically couldn't hear him. Fire trucks are incredibly loud, so I had to move away.
The fire had already pulled up to now go inside the residence.
Correct.
And can you kind of see them in the corner going in?
Yes.
Did you learn whose truck that was in the driveway?
I don't recollect right now whose truck it is. I think it's his, but I'm not sure.
And who is that other officer there?
That's Officer Wizbeski, sorry. I've been calling him Wiz since I've known him.
Shorter. Were you initially trying to control the scene yourself, sort of helping to tell people where to go and what to do?
Oh, absolutely. My head's on kind of a swivel. I'm always kind of looking around like people just walk up to you and asking what's going on. And you got to make sure no one's going to walk up to the house. So you just try to keep it as pristine as you can.
So we see him putting his head now, or his hand on the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated there's a fire truck there. You asked him if he wanted any medical attention,
I did.
and he declined it.
He refused.
Who are those?
That's Lori Vallow and her daughter.
So when you said across the street, we just saw a red SUV. Is that what you're talking about?
Correct.
So at this point, did you know the name of the individual inside the residence?
Yes.
And who was that?
Charles Vallow.
And did you at this point understand who that woman was that walked up?
Yes.
And who did you believe she was?
His wife.
Normally when someone is shot and killed, is there a team of detectives and crime scene specialists who will come out to handle the case?
Yes.
And are you, as patrol officer, sort of stuck with taking care of it until they arrive?
Yeah, we deal with the burning, bleeding, and blowing up stuff. Anything that takes time and a lot more in-depth stuff, that's what the detectives do.
And then what do we see here that just came up?
It looks like an ambulance.
You told us that you understood when you were arriving that this shooting had just happened. Do you recall at this point when the 911 call came in?
No, I don't remember specifics on the time. I think at 8:39 I was dispatched to it. And I would imagine the call for service came in a minute or two before that.
And approximately, do you recall how long it took you to get to the scene?
Probably 4 or 5 minutes.
We see more people walking up. Are you trying to stop the contamination of the scene by having more people walk in there?
Yes, I told the firemen kind of what was maybe in the house, and Officer Wiz was already in the house, and so we were just trying to control how many firemen went into the house.
So when you're the first on scene, are you trying to have the least number of people go in there as possible?
Yes,
Are you trying to not touch anything that's not necessary to be touched?
correct, yes.
Obviously, if fire's going to work on a person, they're going to have to contaminate it somewhat.
Yes.
Is that when we sort of see fire now leaving?
I couldn't, just from recollection, I couldn't answer that.
We see something in Officer Becky's hand. Is that the crime scene tape?
Yes. We do an inner and then an outer perimeter.
The exact same thing.
Is it normal for a patrol officer to have to stay with the individual who is the shooter, ensure that no one else is contacting them?
Yes.
So you don't want any of the neighbors walking up to them?
Correct. At this moment, I'm still basically fact-finding. I'm just trying to figure out what happened, when it happened, who was involved kind of thing. And yeah, I try to keep them separate.
At some point, do sergeants and others start arriving on scene?
Yes, that's my Sergeant Nacella.
When you have a scene like this where detectives are going to be called out, do all the different patrol officers provide their information that could be relevant to one person who can then brief the detectives?
Yes, I briefed my supervisor to let him know from my point of view what I know and what I was told. And then at some point, I think he would disseminate that to the detectives.
Okay. So is this you kind of telling him at this point what you've learned?
Yes.
And can we also see what the body camera looks like on the shoulder there?
Yes, he has the same type.
What made you decide that you needed to go over and talk to Lori Vallow?
Again, it's fact-finding, really. It's who are you? And when I say who, I always like to identify them by their Arizona driver's license because although my name is Robert, I go by Rob. So I don't want to assume her name is just Lori. It could be something specifically or longer. So I usually ask people for identification.
And that's so you can put that into your report appropriately.
Correct.
So we saw the ambulance leave. That means they didn't transport him.
Correct.
Did you learn that you actually couldn't cordon off this area the way you had initially thought because there was only one way out?
That is correct. We initially, as you can see, cordoned off part of the road so anybody couldn't just drive up to us. We later learned that's the only way that part of the neighborhood could actually exit the neighborhood. So we had to change the tape a little bit.
And then we see fire leave here as well. So now it's just police basically at the scene?
Police and I think a crime scene technician.
And are you still the only person responsible for making sure that no one is talking with Alex Cox?
I am.
Okay.
Is this where you go over to speak with Ms. Vallow?
Yes.
Does your husband live here or no? Oh, gotcha. Okay. You guys got it right.
You could turn up the volume.
Gotcha. Okay. Let me just get your. Do you have a driver's license quick? Yeah, I can just grab it. Thank you. L-O-R-I. What does your middle initial stand for?
Noreen.
Noreen. N-O. V-A-L-L. What's a phone number for you, Lori?
808-755.
755?
5452.
You live here, though, not in Santan. This is your home?
Right,
Gotcha.
right.
Okay.
We just moved in here.
Gotcha. How long have you guys lived here?
I'm sorry?
How long have you lived here?
Like 3 weeks.
Oh, geez. Yeah, okay.
That's why the neighbors don't know us very well.
Gotcha.
Like, hi neighbor, sorry.
Are you working at all?
No.
Okay. And you're still about 5'6", and 20?
Did you also get biographical information from Major?
I did.
Was that Tylee Ryan?
It was.
Let's stop it now. After you had talked with Alex Cox and Lori Vallow, did you go brief some of the detectives about what you had learned?
I did.
Did you tell the detectives that Lori Vallow did not know that her husband Charles was dead?
I told them that I did not advise her of such.
Okay. Did you believe that she did not know that her husband was dead?
I did.
Why did you believe that?
Well, I was under the understanding that this just happened. She just arrived back on scene, and I did not advise her of what happened in the house.
When you spoke with Alex Cox, did he provide additional information that made you believe that she was not present when the shooting happened?
Yes.
After you advised the detectives of this, did you then return and remain with Alex Cox and for significant additional period of time?
Yes.
Were you eventually asked to transport him to the police station?
I was.
Can you describe his demeanor during the transport?
Calm. Didn't ask. We just talked about things not related to this at all. Just a conversation between like me and you, just normal, average tone, calm.
And did you stay with him at the police station until a detective arrived?
Yes,
Did that end your involvement in this case?
it did.
I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Can you pronounce your last name for me? I don't want to get it wrong.
Krautheim.
Krautheim.
Yes.
Yes? Okay, Officer Krautheim.
At the
Correct?
time, yes.
At the time. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. You mentioned about Alex being calm when he exited the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then he's also, you were advised that he had told the 911 operator that he composed himself and then called 911. Were people running around screaming?
No.
Were people running in and out of the front door?
No.
So were the officers calm?
It was just me and another officer.
Were you calm?
Yes,
Was the other officer calm?
he was.
Were the detectives calm?
They were.
Was the fire department calm?
I didn't interact with them very much. I couldn't answer that.
Your friend the Wiz was calm?
Yes, the other officer, yes.
So when I arrived at the scene, things were pretty calm.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Oh, yes, you were calm.
No, I'm saying when I arrived at the scene itself was calm environment.
It was.
Okay. So if I would have been hysterical, that would have been more out of character than if I was calm when everybody else was being calm. Isn't that correct?
Speculation.
Sustain.
So you said that Alex was calm and was holding a towel in his right hand and holding it up to the back of his head. Is that correct?
He did.
And you said, oh, sorry, it's in my other note. Just now that his head had a 1-inch laceration. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's like a cut down his head. 1
It
inch?
is.
Okay. And you said a small knot.
I did.
Is that correct? Okay. And so, and that it was bleeding a little. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so a small knot is what you declared it, but would you not call it a goose egg?
Tomato, tomato.
Okay. Did Alex ask for medical treatment?
He did not.
How many times did you ask him if he needed medical treatment?
I think 3 times.
Okay. And there was EMS right there next to you?
Yes.
So an EMS person could have just come over and checked the back of his head pretty easily, yeah?
Yes.
Yes. But no one asked anybody to do that? Correct? Okay. And he didn't seem disoriented to you at all?
No.
So you didn't think he needed any kind of medical attention at the time?
No.
And he didn't ask for any at the time?
Correct. He did not.
And you didn't supply any at the time?
Correct.
Okay. But EMT was right there next to you?
Yes.
Okay. That's another thing that you said, calm and nonchalant. Is that correct? You
Yes.
stated that Alex was nonchalant. What is your definition of nonchalant?
Kind of like how I am now. I don't have a lot of emotion. I'm not afraid. Just nonchalant.
Is that your typical demeanor?
I guess it depends on the situation and the circumstance.
I mean, this can be a stressful situation, right? So it's your demeanor right now.
It is.
Testifying in court can be a stressful situation.
I guess it can be.
So if that was Alex's normal demeanor, then it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him to be nonchalant.
Objection, speculation.
I'll allow it. I'll allow the answer. He doesn't know the demeanor, but you can answer.
Can you ask the question again?
Yeah, so if Alex's normal demeanor was like your normal demeanor, and even in a stressful situation, if he was nonchalant, it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him to be nonchalant again, because that's his normal demeanor. Correct?
Objection to compound question.
I'll sustain that objection.
You mentioned that I had parked across the street. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why did I have to park across the street?
I don't know.
So we saw on the body cam, right, that there was a huge fire truck, correct?
Yes.
There was police cars, correct?
Yes.
There was a CSI van, correct?
She was parked somewhere. I don't know where.
Next to the house, kind of, I guess, south of the house. So there was nowhere to park except for across the street. Is that correct?
No,
That's not correct?
that is not correct.
Where else could I have parked?
Well, the street's long. You could have parked anywhere along the street. You could have parked on the other street. That's where I parked. Or you could park on the other side of the street, south of the home, where there was plenty of parking. So there was other options to park.
But I parked as close as I could to the scene so that I could come talk to you. Is that correct?
Speculation, testifying.
Sustain.
So we can agree that there are lots of police vehicles blocking the house. Is that correct?
Emergency vehicles.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, emergency, police, fire, CSI, all were there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But even though all of those things were there, the scene was not chaotic. Is that correct?
Correct.
It was a very calm scene that day.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you know how hot it was that day?
No, but it was hot.
It was hot. Oh, that's what I was going to ask you. What was the extent of your duties that day? I know that you had arrived on the scene. You said dispatched was about 8:39 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then it took you about 4 to 5 minutes to arrive.
Yes.
And then you were the first on the scene.
No.
No. Who was the first on the scene? Do you know?
Wiz was.
Oh, that's correct. And then who arrived? How long after he arrived did you arrive? Do you know?
Oh, I was like seconds.
Okay.
Maybe 10, 15 seconds.
And then you were right there when Alex came out of the house?
I was.
And you were with him basically that whole time? Till he got into the police car?
Yes,
And then did you drive him to the station?
I did.
So you were in the car with him the whole time?
Yes,
So you really never didn't have eyes on Alex from the time he came out of the house till the time he got to the police station?
correct.
Okay. And did you have a conversation on the way to the police station?
I did.
You did. And that's the second body cam we didn't watch, is that correct? That has your name on it?
Yeah, there's another body worn camera we haven't seen.
Right, from the police car, I'm saying.
Yes, me driving.
You driving, but it comes from the car, not from the shoulder body cam, is that correct?
No, it comes from my body
Oh, it was
worn
still
camera.
on your shoulder?
Yes,
Okay. And in that, did you have a conversation with Alex on the way to the police station?
Yes.
Objection asked and answered.
And did he express?
Hold on. When
Sir?
there's an objection.
I'm sorry.
Wait for the ruling. I'll sustain the objection, but the answer will stand nonetheless. Go ahead. Next question.
Did he express to you that he kind of fell out of it because he hit?
Say?
Sustain.
Clearly, Lori learned nothing from Daryl Brooks. That is all.
When did you make your report about the incident on July 11th, 2019?
I think well, it was the end of my workday that day, but I stopped and started it numerous times throughout the day.
So did you finish it that day, or it still took a few days?
No, I finished at the end of my shift,
By the end of your shift, which was what time that day?
4 o'clock.
Okay. And did you make any revisions to that later on?
No,
So this is the only report that you made in regards to the day of July 11th, 2019?
it is.
You stated that there was red liquid on the rag towel that appeared to be blood. Did you think it was something other than blood?
Well, I had no way to test it, so I have to articulate it that way.
So he was bleeding from the back of the head
He was.
on the right-hand side?
Yes,
Is that correct? Okay. And then was it you on the body cam who briefed the detectives, Detective Moffett and Detective Inklin, in the front yard?
yes, I made contact with him, yes.
And then you had told them basically what Alex had conveyed to you, what happened?
Yes.
And then what do they do with that information? Do they just put it into a report?
I don't know, you'll have to ask them.
Okay. So your report goes to who after you're finished with it?
I sent it to my supervisor.
And who was that at the time? Do you remember?
That was Bill Nacella.
Oh, the same one?
Sergeant,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. And then, did you speak to the case agent on this case regarding this incident on July 11th?
I did at the time. That's when I walked up to them at the front door area.
Okay. And was Detective Moffett the case agent at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And now it's Detective Duncan, as far as you know?
As far as I know, I don't know for sure, but that's what I've been told.
Okay. And how long do you think that you were at the residence? What was the whole time before you guys left to go to the police station? Do you remember? Do you recall?
No, I do not. It would be in my CAD history on when I transported him from the home to the PD, so I'd have to look at that, and I don't know, 40 minutes, half hour, 40 minutes, something like that.
Now, someone on the video, and I don't remember who it was, but put a phone into a evidence bag. Was that you?
I don't recollect that.
Okay. And then got into the car. Did someone ride with you to the police station from the residence? Just you and Alex were in the car?
Yes.
No other officers?
Correct.
But before you got into the car, an officer came over and took his phone and put it in an evidence bag?
You're asking me for recollection. I don't remember that. It's probable because we usually try to bring their property to the area where we're going to, so it's probable.
I just didn't see it in your report, but I saw it on the body cam, so I wondered if you knew. Okay.
I'm going to object to the defendant testifying.
All right. Please only ask questions.
Sure.
When you make statements about what you saw or heard, that's testimony.
Lori, shut up.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
So it says in your report that you were asked by Detective Moffett to transport Alex to the police station not handcuffed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And to the downstairs interview room. I'm assuming that's at Chandler Police Department?
It is.
Correct? Okay. And it was just the two of you in the car on the ride there?
Yes.
We've established that.
Then when you arrived at the police station, what happened next?
Walked him up to the room, had him sit down, or I think brought him some water, I think. And the detective was literally behind me. It wasn't very long before he walked into the room.
So then Detective Moffett took over and you were excused?
Yes.
Okay. And then was that the extent of your duty
It was.
at that time? And did you leave the police station after that?
Yes.
Did you stay and observe the interview?
No.
So Detective Moffett took over for you and you departed?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You said when you spoke to Alex that he was cooperative. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it possible he could have been in shock?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
From your observation, how long did the cut on Alex's head bleed? I mean, you were with him for that 40 minutes, and how long do you think it was bleeding?
Well, I couldn't answer that because I wasn't standing in the back of his head when I first made contact with him. So to be honest with you, I don't know when it started. So I don't have the minutes.
Did it appear to be bleeding when he exited the house, or no?
I didn't look at the back of his head right away when he exited the house.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
When was the first time that you looked at it? About how long after he exited?
I can't answer time-wise, but it was during the time I had him seated at the sidewalk when I was talking to him.
Okay. Before he moved over or after?
Oh, after he moved over.
Okay. Did you ever enter into the house?
No.
You were just there in the front yard
Yes.
the whole time? Okay. When you talked to the two detectives in the front yard and gave them your synopsis of what had happened, You said they got into a domestic fight consisted.
Objection.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
What was the legal objection?
Hearsay.
Hearsay.
Oh, I was just reading his report. Okay.
Then objection, no question.
Please ask your next question.
You said in your report that at one point Alex's niece grabbed the bat.
Objection.
Hold on.
Hearsay.
That's
Improper
hearsay.
question.
Okay, you can't ask hearsay. Please ask your next question.
Why didn't you ask your standby counsel how to get this information
Did
in?
Alex tell you that he got hit in the head with the bat?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay, prior ruling.
Yeah, it's sustained. You can't ask questions of what Alex said.
So you observed that he had this bump on his head, but you didn't know how he got it. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
You did know how he got it. Is that correct?
I was told how he got it, which is different than me knowing how he got it, if that makes any sense.
Correct. You did not witness it, is what you're saying.
Correct.
But you knew that he had an injury to the back of his head on the right side.
I did.
Correct. Okay.
Hey, ladies, back at the jail, this show advocate. I'd fire
And how
her
did you
if I
obtain
was
that
y'all.
information?
Your Honor.
You can't answer if it calls for hearsay.
Did you observe the next door neighbor come out in her nightgown to speak to me?
I did.
And then there was another neighbor on the other side that came out that you told him to go back into his house? Is that
I don't know if he was
correct?
a neighbor, but it was just some guy. Yeah, I assumed he was a neighbor.
Right. So they had blocked off the street so the neighbors couldn't really exit the neighborhood. They couldn't go to school or work, or it's kind of an issue there.
Not really. I mean, when one car told us the layout of the neighborhood, then we realized that was the only person that wanted to exit. They told us they couldn't exit, so we just fixed it so anyone else could leave.
Right, but they were trying to come up to me to find out what was happening.
Objection,
Okay.
speculation, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Let's take our afternoon break for the staff and the jurors. We're going to take a 15-minute stretch restroom break. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Juror 15? Juror 15? Is that your phone on the?
Uh-oh, Juror 15, what you doing? You're supposed to leave your phone. I don't know how the breaks are going to work either. Like, they're going to take a 15-minute break. We're already 30 minutes delayed. So how does this work? Because the way I remember it from Leilani's, it's 15 minutes from whenever the break, even though we're not seeing the break, or like even though we're on a delay, it's 15 minutes from when we see it. So is that how it's going to work here? Because so far that's not how it's worked. And I'm not exactly sure if we're going to be here for 77 years for 45 minutes waiting for a 15-minute break. So far, I'm going to give this situation with the delay a 10 out of 10. No. 0. 0 out of 10 would not recommend. My bad. We all need a break. Like, all of us. This is painful. I mean, I didn't think she would do good, but geez, Lou, I thought she'd do at least a little bit better than this. All right, you guys. Let's have a little palate cleanser, shall we? Hold on a minute. I'll get it for you guys. Are you ready? Here we go.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
Also, can I just say, I've been streaming for 7 hours and 19 minutes and now 19 seconds. This is too much. Daisy Faye, that audio clip is originally from Billy Madison. Okay. Thank you, Melissa. Whew, we're all already over it. Melissa, are you where is that comment? Hold on a minute. Melissa K. Are you going to be with us every day? Would you like to be the official Ward Twitter X watcher for Nate Eaton? Would you? Could you? No, I can always pull it up too. Oh, goodness. She is definitely she's definitely struggling and getting flustered, Aries. And I love that for her too. I absolutely do. I love her for that. I love that for her. Sorry. I love that. I love that for her. I'm sorry. I'm distracted by the cats. They're back here behind me monkeying around. I can hear them and kind of see them out of the corner of my eye. Oh, yay. Thank you, Melissa K. I appreciate it. Yay. Thank you. I usually don't ask for help like that, but this time I think I'm going to need it. You know, I'm a big believer in smart people know what they don't know. And I consider myself kind of smart in that I definitely know what I don't know. And I know that it's a lot for me to run the stream, make commentary on breaks, and look at Nate's Twitters. Let me give me just a second. No, I'm not going to start early tomorrow. Nope, not today. Nope, not tomorrow either. I am definitely not going to start early tomorrow. I will be starting at 1 o'clock. Yeah, because there's a delay. So if court convenes at 10:30 their time, that is at 12:30 my time, and there's a 30-minute delay, so that's 1 o'clock my time. So I will be convening at the ward at 12:30 Central Standard Time. And then her getting up there and testifying. Oh, that's in my other notes. Oh, so you didn't see that? Oh. And that would be Mac knocking over the food bowl. Thank you, Mac. Right now in Arizona, okay, so it's 5:57 here. So let's just say 6 o'clock. It's 4:57 there. Almost 5. No, almost 4. Sorry, 3:57. Right here. It's right here in front of me. Oh my God. I'm done. I am done with me. I'm done with myself completely. I've had enough. Oh, this is going to be a very long trial. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, he that is not the normal food bowl, that is the wet food bowl, and he's mad because because it's empty. It's bad news bears over here, and it's, Mac does not give a rat's fattening cap about Central Standard Time, Eastern Standard Time, Mountain Time, Pacific Time, none of that. All he knows is chow time, and his belly is hungry. I couldn't make it. You guys, I would not make if I were a court reporter and they assigned me to be on this trial, they'd kick me right out because I would not be able to. I couldn't make it. The minute I saw her clown face, right, with her tattooed on eyebrows, her hot Cheeto dust lipstick, and her Kool-Aid rouge, I'd be done. I would not be able to make it. Plus, I feel like I would know because I'm the court reporter and I'd been doing the whole, pre-trial stuff. I would also know that she was not allowed to go past the podium or else she'll get zapped. Oh my goodness. Okay, Neat. Now look at Neat. Always, always, always with the positivity. Here Neat Noodle says she's really not doing that bad, in my opinion. I just don't like her. Neat. Could she be doing worse? Yes. Could she do much better? Also, yes. I mean, it's not the absolute worst, but she's made a really big deal about the evidence in this case. Okay. And she's made some accusations about, whether or not she's gotten the evidence, what she acts like all of the cops at the Chandler Police Department, everybody that works in any capacity, the dispatch, so the 911 operator, the fire department, the paramedics, and the cops all got up extra early that morning. They all went to the secret meeting place where people in that work in that field meet. I'm not sure where, and got together and said, "Today's the day, you guys. Today we are going to F with Lori, Cox, Ryan, Vallow. You're all in on it. I'm in on it. We're all in on it together," right? That's how she acts. She acts like she Alice, stop clawing my rug. Everybody's disgruntled now. She acts like this is like a big conspiracy against her. And I have to agree with Kelly, who says you'd think since she's fighting for herself, she would have come prepared. I agree. I think, you would expect that she, if nothing else, would, since she's harped on the evidence, the lack of the evidence, the hiding of the evidence, she said in her interview Saturday that I played, that happened Friday, that she has been working on her case for 5 years. She knows her case better than anybody ever or will ever know it. Well, ma'am, but you would think she would at least know who collected the phones. You would think that she would know. She wouldn't have had to ask the officer 3 times if it was just him and Alex in the vehicle. Now, I thought that Alex's statements weren't going to come in, which I think is smart. Yes, you can. The boss lady says, Jen Lou, can I just say, watching this is absolutely bar none, spot on, hysterical. It is, but at the same time, it's sad because the truth of the matter here really is that Lori should be, deserves to be, needs to be held criminally and morally responsible for Charles's murder. She does. And what's happening here because of her baloney is that it's kind of a mockery. You know, she pushed and pushed. She refused to waive her right to a speedy trial. Okay. And I don't think, had she waived that right, I don't think that she would have, I know, neat, right? Well, as soon as they resume, I will. I don't think that if she would have not waived her right to a speedy trial, I think she might have been waiting a year or two at the most. It's much different waiting when you are up for capital punishment. That's a different time. And it's ridiculous what she's doing right now. And then to have the unmitigated gall, the audacity to get on that, to say in that interview that she was doing it because she wants to be an advocate for the other women that are waiting for trials in Arizona. Are you kidding me, Lori? It's just gross. Absolutely disgusting. It's a mockery. And the fact is, the truth of why she's doing it is very, very simple. She wants to have an opportunity to go at Kay. She wants to go at her again. She wants to have an opportunity. I mean, you do have the right in the United States to face your accuser. That is absolutely a right. Okay. But I think that she wants to specifically go at Kay because I think she's still as angry on April 7th, 2025 about finding out that Kay is the beneficiary of Charles's life insurance policy as she was back in July of 2019. I don't think that anger has dissipated one iota. And yes, exactly what Neat says. The evidence will show that she should have not have represented herself. The evidence will show that Lori is a petty bitch and a monster. Well, Squirrel, I understand why you say his credibility and integrity grows. You know, that's how you see it as she gets, to the questions and stuff like that. But I think that's going to be an unintended side effect. You know what I mean? I think that we're not quite there yet, just by this little bit that she's done so far. But I think what will happen is I think the real Lori is going to come out when she is cross-examining Kay Woodcock. That's what I think. So Renee, this time she is in court facing conspiracy to murder charges for planning and carrying out Charles Vallow's murder. Now that back in July 11th of 2019, Alex Cox, who is her brother, is the one who actually pulled the trigger and claimed self-defense. But she's been sentenced in her trial in Idaho. In the trial that her charges were conspiracy to commit murder. There were 3 counts, one for Tylee Ryan, her daughter, one for JJ Vallow, her adopted son, and one for Tammy Daybell. And then she also faced I think it was, first degree murder for all 3 of the people, and then fraud because after Tylee was already dead and JJ was already dead, she was collecting Social Security
one more thing.
benefits.
You mentioned that you briefed the detectives. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what did you tell them in that briefing?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Are his statements hearsay as well, Your Honor?
Any
Yes.
out-of-court statement is hearsay unless there's an exception or it's non-hearsay under the rules. So yes, his out-of-court statements are hearsay.
The exception to hearsay rule is statements made by a party opponent. In this case, Lori. Lori is a party opponent. However, this officer who just is doing his job is not a party opponent. Lori, I got my GED. You charge $400 for a haircut, and I'm smarter about the law than you, and I'm not even representing myself. Like, this isn't my job. Okay.
Go ahead.
But you did brief the detectives before you headed to the police station? Is that correct?
I did.
And who was there? Do you remember?
Nate Moffett, Cassie, I think my
Is that
sergeant.
Detective Inklin? I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt you.
No.
Oh,
And just off recollection, I think there was another one, but off of recollection, I don't remember.
and that was about how long before you left to go to the police station?
$10 minutes, maybe?
And how long do you think you were speaking with them?
Under a minute.
Under a minute
Yes.
for the briefing?
Yes.
Yes, Michelle, she said she did. In that interview, she sure did.
Did you meet with the prosecutor to go over your testimony today?
I did.
When was that?
2 weeks ago, maybe?
How long did that meeting last?
Probably around an hour total.
I wouldn't even pay her 400 pennies.
Did you review this report before you came to testify today as well?
I did.
It kind of does, Joe, but at the same time, Elle Woods was at least in law school. Lori is not even in any kind of school. Not beauty school, not finishing school, no kind of school.
It was not part of your duty to check anything in the perimeter. You weren't looking for evidence. You were just dealing with the shooter. Is that correct?
Well, not just the shooter, but scene management, making sure the resources were en route. But yes, managed.
What all does that entail, scene management?
Well, once we knew there was not a threat out, I instructed Officer Wiz to set up an inner and outer perimeter with crime scene tape.
What else?
Make sure I had a supervisor en route, and then manage the people that walked up to the scene.
Who was that supervisor en route? Do you know?
Bill Nacella, my sergeant.
How many people do you think came up to you at that scene?
Well, not up to me, but I instructed one gentleman that was walking on the sidewalk towards us. He needed to just leave the area. This didn't concern him. And then you and your daughter walked up to me, and I just asked you to go back to your car.
Did you have any conversations with your supervisor when he arrived?
I did.
When was that?
At some point between me arriving on scene and me leaving the scene.
Closer to arriving or closer to leaving, maybe?
Chocolate milkshake says about halftime.
Okay. How long do you think that conversation was?
Well, you saw it on the body-worn camera, so a minute and a half maybe.
And he was just checking in with you to make sure everything was going well, that you were scene managing. Is that correct?
Objection, relevance, and hearsay.
Overruled, he can answer.
I was briefing him on what I knew thus far, what I was told.
And that was less than a minute?
Yeah.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
So it took less than a minute to brief him on everything that had happened that day so far?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
And it took less than a minute to brief the detectives as well of what happened that day?
An objection, asked and answered.
I'll allow that one. Go ahead.
Not what happened, what my portion was and what I knew happened.
So what you wrote in your report, basically, what you were told. Is that correct?
Yes.
So it took you 3 pages to write what you were told, but it took you less than a minute to discuss that with the detectives? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How long was that transport from the residence to the Chandler Police Department?
In miles, probably 8 miles, 10 miles maybe.
How long do you think that took around?
10 to 15 minutes maybe.
And then where did you enter into the police station? Is there a garage or something?
I don't recollect where I parked. There's various areas you can park at the police department to access the area that I access, so I'm unable to answer. I don't know where I parked.
Okay, and you were able to walk Alex into the police station, is that correct?
Yes,
And he was unhandcuffed, is that correct?
correct.
And then you took him into an interrogation room? Is that correct?
Yes.
And then Detective Moffett took over?
Yes.
Just wanted to be clear. Okay. Did your supervisor, Nacella, did he come to the police station as well?
Not with me, nor did I talk to him. He might have, but I don't know.
You didn't see him there?
Correct.
Okay. But did you saw Detective Moffett there?
Yes.
And you saw Detective Inkland there?
I don't remember Inkland. I just remember Moffett relieved me.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Thank you. At the beginning of cross-examination, you were asked about Alex Cox's demeanor. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you had advised that he was nonchalant and calm, right?
Yes.
And you were asked whether or not you were nonchalant and calm too, correct?
Yes.
Had you just shot someone?
No.
You were asked if the firefighters were calm and nonchalant. Had they just shot someone?
As far as I know, no.
How about Officer Wiz? You said he was nonchalant and calm too. Had he just shot anyone?
No.
So it's not really exactly the same to compare you to the shooter, right?
Correct. I would not compare us.
When you went up to the scene, you had your gun drawn on him, correct?
Yes.
Still nonchalant and calm?
Yes.
You were asked a lot also about your nonchalant and calm appearance today in court. Are you stressed or just answering questions to the best of your knowledge?
The latter, just answering questions to the best of my knowledge.
You had to testify before?
I have.
You were asked about the injury to Alex Cox. We have seen the body-worn camera footage and we cut it off at some point. When Mr. Cox first came out of the house, he did not have his hand to his head, correct?
Correct.
You told us you didn't notice an injury at that point?
Correct.
When he first sat down on the curb before you moved him, did you notice an injury at that point?
I did not.
Was he touching his head at that point?
Recollection, I don't remember.
At some point in the video that we watched, did we see Alex Cox touch his head?
Yes.
When you were watching him, did you at times see him rubbing his head?
Yes.
The towel or paper towel or whatever that was in his hand, was that the only item you ever saw him using to rub or touch his head?
Yes.
Was it soaked or saturated in blood?
No.
Can we see it on the body cam that it's mostly white?
Yes.
So if we want to really know how long it was that he was seated before he touched his head, we could watch the time on the body cam, right?
Yes.
You were asked if you met with the prosecutor previously. When we met, did you have to watch that entire body cam?
Yes.
And is that when you actually initialed it, exhibit number 1 there, so that you would recognize it in court?
Yes.
You were asked about when you arrived and when you later transported Alex Cox to the precinct. Would looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when you had at least taken him to the precinct?
Yes.
If I could have my paralegal bring up the CAD report.
Go ahead.
Does that help refresh your recollection as to when you arrived back at the precinct with Alex Cox?
It does.
And when was that?
9:18 and 19 seconds.
And so the 911 call was at 8:36 a.m.?
That's when I received it. It could have come into the dispatch a few minutes earlier.
And you said you arrived, and we saw you on the body cam right after Officer Where's Biggie, who got there around 8:41?
Yes.
So you were with Alex Cox at the scene and talking to Lori Vallow and her daughter and doing those briefings in that 20, 30 minutes?
Yes.
No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, I see at least one juror question in a bin. If there are any juror questions, please pass them down at this time. Go ahead, the state has a follow-up question.
Just one question, and I don't know if the CAD will help you answer that. Do you know when you were finished with this call? What time it was when you were finished or released from this call and able to go back
Okay,
out?
hold on a second, though. Wait a second. Hold on. Excuse me, sir. I don't know why we wouldn't hear the jurors' questions, because in the Michigan versus Linda Sturmer, the judge just asks the question of the witness for the jurors. So I don't understand why we don't get to hear it, but we don't. So here we go.
It was probably 5 minutes after, maybe 10, probably 10 minutes. I probably used the restroom, to be honest with you, and got something to drink at the station, water. So maybe 10 or 15 minutes after the detective came in the room is when I hit the 10-8 button and I went and took other calls for service.
Okay, so you were done with this call before the end of your shift?
Oh, yes.
Okay, you didn't go back to the scene to help with scene security or anything like that?
No.
No other questions?
Did the defendant have any follow-up?
No, we're fine, Your Honor.
All right, this witness can step down. You want to hand me that? Thank you. All right. You can call your next witness.
Sorry, you guys, I was talking to my daughter and distracted. So, okay. Let's see. I guess, are we done for the day? I missed it. Hold on.
Step down. You want to hand me that? Thank you. All right. You can call your next witness.
Oh, okay. I thought so.
Respond to fires, or are you also responsible for something else?
No, the majority of our job is going to be EMS medical calls.
What kind of training do you have to work as a firefighter and deal with medical calls?
When you're hired, you're going to go through an academy that will certify you as a state firefighter. Typically, you're going to already be certified as an EMT. And then during the course of your career, I went to paramedic school and graduated from that in probably 2007.
Can you tell us what the difference is between a paramedic and an EMT?
EMT would just be kind of the more basic kind of entry-level position. Paramedic is more advanced, so you have more advanced training. There's more advanced skills that you could perform. Some of our equipment would only be able to be used and utilized and performed by a paramedic.
As both a EMT or a paramedic, are you trained to perform CPR?
Yes.
Why don't we have a picture? There it goes.
Certified through American Heart Association, a contract employee with Dignity Health. They have a variety of different classes that could be for just the lay rescuer, lay person that wants to know how to do CPR. They have classes that might be for certain businesses that want their employees. And then there's healthcare provider classes that it could be firefighters, nurses that are attending to be recertified. Every 2 years, you have to have that certification recertified.
Can you tell us what CPR is?
It stands for cardiopulmonary resuscitation. So you're kind of acting as the heart. The heart has stopped beating, so no blood is flowing through the body. You're doing chest compressions on the chest, and you're pumping and pushing that blood to the body.
When would you give CPR to a person?
If they don't have a pulse. You confirm that just by checking for a pulse, and you don't feel that. The heart isn't beating, and you would need to start chest compressions.
What is the point of that, of doing those chest compressions? You said moving the blood through the body. Why?
You're trying to, give them a chance, increase their chance of survival. I don't know what maybe the latest numbers and statistics might say, but in the past I've seen it say that if somebody's starts CPR within the first few minutes, it can double or triple their chances of surviving.
When you are called to a scene, are you guys being given updates by the 911 operator to your dispatch so you know what to expect?
Yeah, so you get dispatched and you already have an idea of the type of call, and then en route we call it PTI, and that will come across the computer screen. And so now you have more information of what you're kind of walking into, so you can kind of game plan it a little bit more.
If somebody calls 911 and doesn't know how to do CPR, what happens?
My understanding is that 911 would talk them through that and give them instructions of what to do.
Okay. When you are giving CPR, you talked about chest compressions. Can you talk to us about, is there any physical identification that you might observe on a person who has had CPR chest compressions?
That I might see.
After a person has been given chest compressions?
Yes. So you need to perform it in the right location. So it's the lower half of the sternum or breastbone. To kind of find that, it's more helpful if you can see the skin, maybe lift up the shirt. So that's typically something we're going to want to do. If CPR has been done and it's been done effectively enough, you can see almost like a depression or an impression that is left there on the skin, because you need to do it forceful enough and deep enough that you're actually compressing the heart to push the blood.
So you said you might see a depression. Does that not just pop right back out when you stop?
No, you'll still see it. You'll see it like if you stop CPR during the call for whatever reason that it might be appropriate, and then you go back to resuming CPR, you'll see where your hands were. That area can be vulnerable to breaking. Ribs can break during CPR, so there's typically depression in the chest.
Do you ever actually hear anything when you are giving someone chest compressions?
I for sure feel it. I don't know if it's audible enough to hear it, especially with maybe the rest of the commotion that's going on, but you definitely feel that crunch or that crack. I kind of compare it to like if you're cracking your knuckles in your hands or something, your fingers. It kind of feels like something like that, but more extreme, I guess.
And this is something that you have felt multiple times in doing CPR?
Yes, and teaching CPR, you want to forewarn people of that too, to kind of expect that and not necessarily kind of be alarmed. You don't want them to think they've caused more harm necessarily.
Does that crack or crunch occur each time you restart CPR in the same patient?
No, it's typically just the first couple of times.
Have you previously performed CPR on a person who was shot?
I'm sure I probably have.
When you are performing CPR on a person that's shot, have you ever seen that cause more blood to come out if there are gunshot wounds?
Yes, I've been on some scenes where, it's been a little more bloody, so to speak. You have to be cautious of where you're stepping, or if you're kneeling down by the patient's side to perform the CPR, you're trying to be careful of that.
I want to bring you to July 11th of 2019, a call to 5531 South Four Peaks Place. Do you recall this incident?
Yes.
Do you still have some independent memory of this?
Yes.
Was it the fact that the police interviewed you also make this a more memorable scene?
Yes.
Do you recall when you first got to the scene, did you just drive right up, or how did you guys approach the scene?
Call types like this, we're going to stage and wait for PD to clear the scene so it's safe to enter. So you're going to get into in this particular case, you're going to be in the neighborhood, but you're going to be around the corner, around the block, a street away, whatever kind of might make the most sense based on where we're coming from.
Okay. How many people are on a fire engine?
In the city of Chandler, we typically have at least 4 on any of our fire engines and fire ladders.
And what was your role?
So you'll have a captain who's up front. That's the person that's in charge. I'm a fire engineer specifically, so I drive the fire apparatus. And then we'll have 2 firefighters in the back seat.
Do you recall in this case about how far away you were staged?
I mean, from a time standpoint, we might have been 30 seconds away.
Who were the other people on your team that day?
By names?
If you recall.
Okay, Captain Keller, firefighters Kaczynski, and firefighter Fife.
When you arrive at a scene like this, you told us that there's a captain, you're the driver. Does everyone sort of have a job, or how does that work when you first get there?
You typically may kind of talk about roles and what might happen. Also, like in this particular case, this was our first call of the day. So all of our calls, we're going to do some documentation and chart it. And so we typically start with, the captain will start the first call of the day. So that meant Captain Keller was going to be charting it. So that would leave the other 3 of us to do the evaluation, assessment, and patient contact and skills.
So when you drove up to the scene, what did you see?
I remember us having to make a turn, and a couple of officers, I feel like, were already there, kind of navigate their cars, position right in front of the house. Saw at least one officer outside, saw a citizen, I feel like probably in the driveway somewhere with that officer. And then we just kind of proceeded out of the apparatus.
When you guys entered the house, you said that Captain Keller was going to be charting. So does that mean he wouldn't be touching the patient?
More than likely not, unless we needed additional help. I mean, he possibly could have been the first one in. Also, the way we were parked, that passenger side of the fire apparatus was the closest to the front door. He might have been in first, because I'm going to be on the other side. The two firefighters are getting out and going to the back compartment of the truck to get the equipment. So he may have walked up and possibly checked a pulse or something like that first, but he didn't. I don't feel like he did anything else other than that, if that.
Okay. You told us that as you're going there, you're receiving information about the patient, correct?
Correct.
In this case, had you received any information about whether or not he was receiving CPR?
Yes, I recall we had that info two ways. We had it with the PTI on our computer screen, which would be coming from our fire department dispatch. And then we have the ability to also listen on the radio to the PD channels. And so we can hear communication between the officers that are getting on scene and then the PD dispatch. And they also communicated that at some point in time.
When you entered the house, was there an officer already inside?
I believe there was an officer inside with Captain Keller.
And did you observe anyone giving the patient CPR?
No.
Can you tell us what you saw when you first entered the house?
You walked in the front door, just kind of a little entryway, and it kind of, I feel like it stepped down into maybe a formal kind of family room or something, but it was empty with no furniture anywhere in the room. That jumped out at first because it makes it easier. Like sometimes we're on scenes where the patient could be between a bed and a closet and you got to move them somewhere. So those thoughts are already kind of in your mind that you may have to move a patient just to have better access, and that was not a challenge here.
Did you notice any blood on the scene?
Not until I saw it on the patient's chest, but I didn't see it in the room. It wasn't something that I was going to need to avoid kneeling in to do CPR, avoid standing in, walking around. There's four of us. We probably had at least 4 boxes of equipment in there, so we didn't have to worry about where we placed this stuff in terms of blood.
Have you been to scenes where there's a large pool of blood around the patient that you're trying to not step in, kneel in, get in?
Yes.
You told us that you saw blood on the patient. Do you recall seeing any blood pooling in his chest, neck area?
I don't recall it pooling. He still had clothes on, a shirt on, and so it had been absorbing some blood.
I'm going to show you an admitted exhibit number 3. Do you recall ever seeing this pooling of blood around his neck there?
I don't recall that.
Okay. When you first saw the patient, what was your first impression?
That he's lying there unresponsive. You're not seeing any signs of life. You don't see somebody that's maybe moaning from an injury, moving, no spontaneous breathing. What was your question again?
Just your first impressions of him as you are walking in and you're looking at him and assessing him.
Yeah, I guess that would be sufficient for my answer.
Did you think that he could be deceased?
It's definitely was a possibility. There was no, like I said, no obvious signs of life.
When you got into the room, did someone begin performing CPR on him?
So when I got to Charles' side, I would have performed a more detailed assessment, so to speak, rather than what I was seeing visually. So you're checking for responsiveness. You can move the patient. You're going to check for a pulse. Now you're closer to the chest. You're looking for breathing, seeing if you see the chest rise and fall. And we would call him unresponsive and pulseless and apneic. Apneic meaning not breathing. And then I would have started CPR.
So he wasn't breathing, he had no pulse, he wasn't moving, there were no signs of life.
Correct.
You told us that you had received information that someone had been doing CPR prior to your arrival, correct?
Correct.
Did that impact your view of the patient and your decision-making on what you should do next when you see this patient that is lifeless?
I mean, it makes you think that there's increased likelihood that of survival possibly, until we can, starting CPR is still appropriate to do, and then we can utilize some of our rest of our equipment. We can put an EKG machine on. We can actually see what the heart is doing. We can look at the rhythm. We wouldn't want to call a patient before taking some additional steps.
Okay. Who performed CPR?
I did.
And I'll put up Exhibit 4 here. Do you recognize who these people are?
Yes.
And who are they?
So standing to the left is Captain Keller. He's documenting. Standing to the right is firefighter Kaczynski. And then kneeling down back towards us is myself. And then kneeling down where you're pointing is firefighter Fife.
When you first began performing CPR, can you tell us what you felt?
Thank you, Neat.
So,
Hold on. Sorry, you guys.
At first, I didn't.
Thank you, Neat, for gifting a membership. I appreciate that, babe. Thank you so much for supporting me in the channel.
See a depression that would typically be left from somebody else previously doing compressions. So I thought that was odd considering the information we had en route. I started doing compressions. I felt that initial crack and crunch for probably the first couple of compressions that, again, you would typically feel when you're first starting compressions and if you're going hard enough and deep enough.
How long did you do CPR before you evaluated and utilized any other means to see if he might still be alive, savable?
If I had to estimate, I think I was probably doing CPR, chest compressions for at least a minute. It probably took them at least 30 seconds to minutes to maybe get in to the house where I was after I entered. They've got to set down that equipment and get some of that out. So I feel like at least a minute is a fair assessment.
What happened next? Is there some way to check his heart to see if there's
Right.
activity, or what do you do?
Yes, so I was doing chest compressions. I remember mentioning, because there's bullet holes going through them, so I remember mentioning to firefighter Kaczynski when she went to cut the shirt to not cut through a bullet hole. So she kind of went along the side. That's exposing the chest, so that way then we can put our heart monitor and perform an EKG on Charles to kind of see what his rhythm is doing. A person can typically still do chest compressions while they're doing that, and they can kind of work around you. But at some point in time, you're going to have to stop. That way, you can just look at what the machine is showing you and telling you.
Was there any heart activity when you put on those EKG?
No, it was what we would call asystole, and it's just a flat line on the screen. There's no electrical activity of the heart.
At some point, you said you saw gunshot wounds. Do you recall how many you saw in the front there?
I saw 2.
Do you ever look to see if there's exit wounds?
We did roll him. I seem to recall and remember that we rolled him my way. I feel like the other 2 firefighters were then on that other side. Firefighter Kaczynski, who's the one that is standing up, I feel like she had a better view of what those looked like since he was rolled my way. But I remember her commenting that there was 2 wounds on that backside of the patient.
So when you say he was rolled towards you, he's rolled towards this mirror over here?
Correct.
Okay. When you had stopped doing the CPR to roll him and he goes back, did you notice the depression in his chest now?
After I resumed CPR, yes. It makes it kind of easier to find your landmark, so it's something that you typically look for.
So it was not there when you first started CPR,
Correct.
but it was after you had performed it.
Correct.
Do you wear gloves when you do this?
Yes.
Did you have blood on your gloves after you were doing CPR?
Yes.
You told us that when you first arrived, there was not much concern for having to navigate around blood that might be pooling around the victim, correct?
Correct.
After you had been doing CPR, was there more blood now around the patient?
There was definitely more on his chest. More was coming out of the wounds, specifically the one on the chest, from what I recall. The shirt isn't necessarily there to absorb it anymore. We've removed it. I can't recall necessarily on the ground, like where I might have been kneeling, but
Hey, Carol, good to see you.
When you first
Oh,
arrived, did
Vivs.
you see any blood exiting the abdomen wound?
I did not.
As you were at this scene, you guys did the EKG. There was no heart activity. What do you do after that?
At some point in time, we just kind of have to look at patient viability, and we're just looking at the facts and how he's kind of presenting. And we're considering time that we've already been on scene, time, staging, responding, all of that. And we ultimately, we do have offlines that we follow for different types of medical calls. And we felt that he fell into that category of not being viable and that we could call him on scene.
Now, you talked about you were not staged very far away, correct?
Correct.
Were you staged very long before you pulled up?
I felt like we might have been there for at least a couple of minutes.
Okay. When the patient was rolled, did anyone notice anything about, or did you notice anything about his skin that made you also question perhaps how long it had been since he had been shot?
Yes, it was pointed out because I didn't have a good view of that backside, the skin color, some modeling. There's changes in the skin color that are starting to occur from, blood hasn't been circulating, hasn't been maybe been circulating as effectively as compared to when the heart is beating, you've got 2 injuries to the thoracic torso of the body, so to speak, the chest and abdomen. Those are going to hit internal organs and cause internal bleeding. And so that blood is starting to kind of what we would call dependent lividity, and it's just gravity. It's just kind of starting to go towards the backside, and the color changes are occurring.
So as the heart stops, the blood starts to just pool.
Yes, it's just stagnant and not being moved, and then those injuries inside, he's going to be bleeding internally.
And so some of that pooling causes color changes to the skin
Yes,
that were observed.
yes.
Was there anything about this victim, about Charles, that made you think that CPR may not have been performed on him prior to you arriving?
It was just simply the fact that what I saw on the chest when I first looked at it before I started CPR, and then what I felt during my first couple of chest compressions.
After you guys rolled him, saw the modeling and the lividity, was any further CPR performed?
From what I recall, yes.
Okay. When did you call this then?
Say that again?
When did you call it? When did you stop performing CPR?
So I don't remember with 100% certainty if I feel like, from what I recall, I'm performing chest compressions, the shirt's going to be cut off, we're exposing the patient, rolling, looking for more wounds and injuries, confirming what we see on the back, pointing that out to Captain Keller so he can document it, rolling back down, resuming CPR, monitors going on, stopping again to look at what the monitor's saying, resuming again to then have a brief discussion based on, okay, what we found, what are we thinking, where does he kind of fall?
Ultimately, did you guys terminate any treatment at about 8:48 a.m.?
If that's what's on the documentation, I would agree with that. I know we responded in the morning. It was our shift starts at 8 a.m. This was our first call. I don't remember if you said earlier what time we were dispatched or not, or just established the date.
If my paralegal could approach with the charting, would looking at the charting help you refresh your recollection as to when you guys ended
Sure.
any life-saving means?
So it looks like our dispatch is 8:37. Looks like we might have made patient contact at 8:45. See what else.
Neat. I think they're going to 5 or 5:30, babe. I can't remember.
I know the dispatch screen that will have like times of responding and things like that might have an appropriate time on it also that I'm not seeing right here though, but I'm still looking.
Oh, so I was thinking maybe what we should do for lunch is not the roasts, but let's go back and listen.
So I see
Not
our
to
first
Tylee's,
monitored rhythm
but
is the
to
A60,
everybody
like I said,
else's
that date time, I see a time
body
of
cam
8:48.
from this
So
incident.
that might have been when we called him. I can see the obvious signs of death that Captain Keller used as the reason for discontinuing.
During the lunch
return
break.
of spontaneous circulation, no. So that would probably be the appropriate time.
After,
I'm sure this is highly inappropriate, but I'm so tired I don't even care. low key, I kind of wish that there would be a witness who would testify and have to look at a report who would pull out a monocle. You never see that anymore. Little Parker Brothers monocle. I I just want to see that.
Well, let me say, so does it seem about right that you were with this patient for maybe 3 or so minutes? Actively working?
Actively working, I think probably close to 5 minutes.
And once he's called, what do you do at the scene? What do you do with all your equipment?
So once he's called, it's kind of a PD scene now. So we're gonna leave the body. We're gonna gather up what we can, our equipment. Sometimes there's some stuff we might need to leave behind that's necessary to leave on the patient. But
So like the EKG monitors that are stuck on him, you leave those on him?
yeah, we can disconnect those, exactly, and bring the cables with us.
Okay. When you told us when you arrived that you noticed a individual with a police officer near the driveway.
Correct.
Did you see that same person still outside when you exited?
Yes.
Did you notice any bleeding or obvious injuries to that person?
No.
Did you make an assumption as to who that was?
Yes, our PTI en route said brother or brother-in-law shot brother, so performing CPR, so you're kind of assuming it's that person.
Okay.
Becky.
In terms of his size, is he someone that...
They don't expect them to remember this kind of stuff. That's why they're allowed to look at a report to refresh their recollection. I forgot. That's another emoji I need to make, like the Nancy Grace. Let me refresh your recollection, Miss Anthony. Remember?
You talked about people may not be able to always be strong enough or able to perform CPR in a way to cause the depression or that crunching sound, for lack of a better term. In your experience, what type of people are we talking about for that, where you wouldn't be surprised that you may not have seen that depression or the crunching?
It's typically going to be maybe an elderly population, somebody that's not as big, not as strong, that we might not be able to perform chest compressions hard enough and deep enough. Sometimes if a patient is in a bed, so mattress has give to it, compressions won't be as effective. You want to get him to the floor. Obviously, he was already on the floor, so that aids chest compressions.
Was there anything about this male that you saw when you observed him entering or exiting that made you believe that he had been injured?
No.
Based upon your training and experience and what you observed and did in this case, would you agree that the victim, Charles Vallow, was dead before you entered the house?
Yes.
Based upon your training and experience and what you observed and did in this case, would you agree that it was highly unlikely that anyone had performed CPR on Charles Vallow prior to you doing that?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Hold on. I need to address MK before we do this. MK says, I'm going to start sporting a monocle and a pocket watch now. I'm going to need evidence. I need the evidence to show. So I'm going to need a photograph or something to prove that you are doing that every day. I need it in my life. Okay. Where's the video? Because Lori's about to come up. The Streamlabs is like done with me. So here we go. Just let her shuffle out like 11 billion pieces of paper that have nothing useful out on them at all.
You want me to go now? Or it's 4:30. I didn't know if you wanted
How long do you anticipate your cross-examination?
7 years.
to. It'd take a while, Your Honor.
All right, we'll break for the evening then.
Oh my God.
We'll need you back here tomorrow morning at 10:30.
Lori, I hate you even more now.
All right, we'll release the jury at this time for the evening. We'll resume tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Your Honor, it's 4:30. I can't stand her. All right, you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you for hanging in there with me today. I will have a much better idea and handle on scheduling tomorrow. And I will not, y'all, I woke up at 5 a.m. because I was excited about this. I don't know what's wrong with me. Send help immediately. But before you send that help, can you guys do me a big, huge favor? Hang on a second. I got something for you. Can y'all put on your sneaks and trot on over to the like button and give your girl a thumbs up? I would surely, surely appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, you guys, I will see you back here at 12:30 p.m. Central Time, 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And we'll get through it. All right, you guys, have a great rest of your night, and I'll see y'all later. Bye.